Ireland here at Mondello Park for live coverage of round 4 of the 2015 MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group. Welcome to all our viewers via live stream at amgtv.co.uk. My name's Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through on live commentary today across no fewer than 57 races here at Mondello Park Circuit. Good weather conditions, fairly dusty at the moment as you can see. We've just got the supercar category out in practice at the moment ahead of the first of our 57 races, which is coming up in just a few minutes time. It will be the junior class that is out to race here at Mondello first of all, followed by the Swift Sports. Then we've got the RX 150 buggies, a couple of celebrity guests racing in those this weekend. Then we've got the combined grid of hot hatches, BMW Minis, and also the Super 1600s, which have only got a couple of entries unfortunately this weekend. Then the Irish Championship Stock Hatch 8-valve category will be out along with the Honda Civic Championship. Then the Stock Hatch 16-valvers. Then the Irish modified classes combined with the MSA Super Nationals. Then the supercars and the Rippler Retro Rallycross division as well. So a very, very busy programme, a multitude of classes and over 100 races across the weekend, because of course here at Mondello Park it's a double header for the MSA Shannon Group British Championship here this weekend. Rounds 4 and 5 of the series and well over 100 races across the weekend here at the home of Irish motorsport at Mondello Park. We're just over an hour's drive from the Irish capital Dublin. Slightly threatening skies as you can see from our shot at the moment. We'll hope the rain holds off and doesn't turn the track into a quagmire for later on. So the supercars have just completed their practice session. Check on the live timing who's fastest fairly shortly. If you want to get in touch here on AMG TV on our live coverage, then just send me a tweet. My Twitter handle is @midsportsmedia. That's @MID Sports Media. I must say hello to Alison Sharratt, who's already got in touch as soon as we went live this morning, keeping an eye on the action. She's a regular Rallycross marshal at her local circuit of Pembrey. So hello to you, Alison, and thank you for getting in touch. More supercars coming out for practice, as you can see. We've got Mad Mark Watson just come out on the track in his Citroen Zara. There is the current Irish Rallycross champion, number IRL1 in his Ford Fiesta, Declan Kelly. We've got Tallaght just outside Dublin with his Ford Fiesta ST. Certainly we want to keep an eye on as he takes on the cream of UK talent in the supercar category. We've got quite a few Irish guests running with the UK drivers, as well as their own dedicated Irish championships here today as well. So there is the number IRL1 of Declan Kelly with the Ford Fiesta ST, heading round the first section of the lap here at Mondello Park. Round the second corner at Hole in the Hedge, as it's known. Great corner name that is, isn't it? Then through Sayat Corner, that's where you'll see the cars peel off for the Joker lap section a little later on. And it's round this very rough back section of the course through Irish Ferries and up towards the last corner before they head back onto the pit straights. Yes, I will embarrass you, Alison Sharratt. You're the one who was first to text in. You get in touch via Twitter or Facebook, you will get a mention, don't you worry. Treble 1 there we saw Noel Green from Terranur with his Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 9. And there, just going through the shot, was Ollie O'Donovan's Ford Focus Mark II, the championship sponsor, the head of the Shannon Group. There it is. Ollie is not driving it. Out in that car this weekend is Derek Tohill. Yes, Derek Tohill, the European Rallycross Touring Car Division champion, making a guest appearance here this weekend in Ollie O'Donovan's Ford Focus. Ollie is debuting his new Ford Fiesta, and we'll see that out later on. There's the checkered flag, and that's the end of practice for the supercars in that session on our finish cam there. Across the line goes Declan Kelly with his Ford Fiesta. We also saw Andy Grant, the man from Devon, out in the Ford Focus Mark 1 in that session as well. pretty dusty at the moment, so if the rain doesn't come down we may need a bit of track watering a little later on. We will wait and see what the clerk of the course decides here at this very well appointed Mondello Park circuit, Ireland's only permanent motor racing circuit. Of course, we have seen motor racing in Phoenix Park in Dublin in the past as well, but the Phoenix Park motor race is sadly not held over the previous few seasons. So it looks like that is end of practice then for the supercars, and then the first race will be being called over the paddock PA, which will be the MSA Junior Rallycross and the Irish Junior Rallycross Championship as well. The MSA Juniors in their 1300cc Suzuki Swifts. There are 4 of them here this weekend. The championship being led by Drew Bellaby by a single point over newcomer number 96 Bradley Durden. Further behind them, Jenny Hawkes, and 4th in the championship, Sam Jones, having only competed in 1 round so far this year. And they'll be joined by a pair of Irish Junior Rallycross drivers. One is in a Toyota Starlet and the other is in a Nissan Micra. Jake Dooley is in the Starlet and Brian Martin in the Nissan Micra. Those are the entries we are going to be seeing in Junior Rallycross today. 6 cars out there in total for our first 4-lap heat of the day. First of 14 races in the first round of heats, 3 rounds of heats before we get into the finals here at round 4 of the MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group here at Mondello Park today. There's the excellently appointed pit lane, Mike Howlin's Ford Fiesta in the middle of shot there, and you can see the water carts going out onto the far side of the circuit there, and the track graders as well. So a little bit of work being done on the track. It is a bit dusty out there, as we've seen during practice. So the loose section of the track over on the back of the circuit through Irish Ferries Bend is going to get a little bit of... Don't forget to tweet in at Midsports Media, at MID Sports Media. Throughout the broadcast today we will do our best to read out your tweets. Won't be able to reply to all of them, unfortunately. Obviously Battery, another of the sponsors here today, as you can see. As the tractor about to begin watering the back section of the lap through from Sayat Corner, where the Joker lap peels off, up towards the final corner, which is simply called the final corner here at Mondello Park. Easy to remember, at least. MondelloPark.ie is the website for the circuit. amgtv.co.uk is the website for our live coverage, which if you're listening to me now you'll already know, because it is the way you'll be watching this coverage and listening to me, so you'll have already found that. A bit of grading going on as well on the first corner, which is simply called Rallycross 1. Just trying to keep the dust to a minimum, but at the same time we don't want to turn the track into too much of a quagmire. It isn't Rallycross without a bit of mud though, is it? So looking at the MSA Juniors, which will be lining up on the grid fairly shortly then. Drew Bellaby, the 2nd generation racer from Northallerton in North Yorkshire, will start as the favourite for honours. Only 3rd in the last round of the Junior Series at Pembrey in South Wales, though she won the first 2 at Croft and Liddon Hill, but was beaten into 3rd place at Pembrey. Bradley Durden, the newcomer from Nazing, in the ex-Jake Taylor car, took his first ever round win at Pembrey, and newcomer Sam Jones in his first ever Junior Rallycross finished 2nd. Jenny Hawkes completing the 4 finishers, and there's only 1 point in it at the top between Drew Bellaby and Bradley Durden, who'll be racing the ex-Jake Taylor Suzuki Swift as prepared by Peter Gwynn Motorsports. And they're joined by the 2 junior Rallycross racers from Ireland, Talag's Jake Dooley in the Toyota Starlet number 412 will be the main one of those to watch. It's a modern shaped Toyota Starlet, not like the classic short oval racing Toyota Starlets. The reigning junior class champion in Ireland, Jake Dooley, and he's joined by Brian Martin from Clare Galway in his black Nissan Micra. Made his debut 3 weeks ago at the Galway circuit. So only his second ever Rallycross, made his debut 3 weeks ago. So we'll see how he gets on against the slightly more experienced runners. As there you can see just in the background there at the top of your picture, the grid is already into line as track watering continues here at the home of Irish motorsports at Mondello Park. Don't need to water the tarmac and make it too slippery there, Mr. Tractor Driver. So it's almost time to go racing then. With the first of 14 events in the first round of heats here at round 4 of the MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group. And don't forget, in addition to our live coverage online today, there'll also be highlights of the event broadcast on Eurosport and Premier Sports in weeks to come as well. A little bit of work going on one of the tyre walls there as well. Spare tyres, anyone? They won't be needing too many spare tyres later on. They must be wanted a load of punctures. Ah, that's what's going on. Is it they're repositioning the chicane in the Joker lap section at Sayat Corner, stopping people cutting the wrong side of the chicane. That's what's going on. Nice one, marshals. Big thank you to all the marshals and other officials here at Mondello Park. Of course, without them, there would be no motorsport. Simple as that. Paddock filled with trailers and transporters, as you can see there. Camera on the far side of the circuit. One or two drivers changing classes here this weekend. In the BMW Mini category, taking on David Bell, we've got Martin Hawkes, who previously competed in the Super National division. Unfortunately wrote off his Super National Peugeot when he hit the pit wall at the last round of the championship at Pembrey. Who else have we got? Just a couple of drivers in Super 1600, including Andrew Toomey, local man from Ireland in his Citroen C2, taking on the all-conquering Craig Lomax, the reigning hot hatch champion. In Supercar, we've already mentioned our Irish guests today. In addition to Declan Kelly and Derek Tohill, we've got Jeffrey Dolan in his Opel Astra. He came over to Croft for the opening round of the British Championship back in March. Noel Green's here as well with his Mitsubishi Lancer, and Tom O'Rafferty as well in his Ford Fiesta. In Super National, we'll see local lad Don Shannon in his Volvo S40 taking on the best of the British Championship, Dan Rook in his giant-killing Citroen AX, the current points leader there. Trio of hot hatches, Polish drivers Robert Potira and Tomasz Velgosz taking on Paul Mayborn. In Retro Rallycross, we've got some Irish guests as well, including the gorgeous Vauxhall Astra in Works rallying livery of David Aiken from Armour. A couple of Peugeot 205 GTIs as well. Patrick Donahue and Peter O'Brien believe they're only going to be running in tomorrow's round, so there will be a few cars racing on Sunday only. That includes the Ford Fiesta Championship, which also runs on the circuits, the tarmac circuits of Mondello Park and Kirkistown here in Ireland. They'll be running on the Rallycross course this weekend. They should only see them out tomorrow. A couple of guests, as you mentioned, in the RX 150 buggies this weekend too, adding a bit of spice to the entry. And they are, for today, RTE television presenter John Kenny is having a run in Dave Bellaby's regular RX 150. We've also got Irish rallying and rallycross star George Tracy in the green ex-James Grint RX 150, and tomorrow, subject to confirmation, we will be seeing former British rally champion Daniel McKenna having a guest run in the buggies as well. But what a lineup we've got here this weekend in the RX 150s. We've got the three championship contenders as well, Mark Scott, Chrissy Palmer and Stephen Jones as well. Tristan Ovenden will be looking to keep up his unbeaten run in the Suzuki Swift Sport category this year. 3A finals out of 3 for him so far. In Supercar, we've seen 2 round wins for Andy Scott, the Albertech Racing team boss. Leads the championship there. 3rd round, Pembrey won by defending 4-time champion Julian Godfrey. Currently sits 9 points behind Andy Scott in the point standings. In Super National, it's Dan Rook who leads the standings ahead of Alan Tapscott, Mr. Consistent in his rear-wheel drive Vauxhall Corsa. Stuart Emery, the reigning champion in the Peugeot 206, sits 3rd. They're hampered by a blown engine suffered in the first round crop. David Bell should be the dominant force in BMW Minis, with the Hudson brothers and John Clayton absent this weekend. His only rival is Martin Hawkes, making the switch from Super National. Thomas Velgosh will look for his 4th round win of the year in the hot hatch division in his all-conquering Peugeot 106. While in the Rippler Retro Rallycross division, unfortunately we haven't got Rob Gibson's Metro 6R4 here this weekend, but we have got Barry Stewart in his Porsche 911. So the spectators settling in then around the circuit in the grandstand and on the grass banking. Getting ready for a packed day of rallycross action. 57 races to be held in total. Don't forget to keep your tweets coming in at Mid Sports Media. Is the place to tweet me. That's my Twitter handle. Give AMG TV a follow as well. There's the Suzuki Swift Sport you can see in the background there, waiting patiently in the paddock for the first of their heats. Their first heat will be split into 2 separate grids. They've got 11 cars here today. Some classes are running split heats and the times will be combined to give an overall result. We'll do our best to update you on the live timing as best we can, depending on the speed of our internet here in the commentary box. I do apologise that we probably won't be able to reply to your tweets as they come in. It's a fairly busy place here in the commentary suite here alongside race control. Marcel and his team of timekeepers will be busy as well, keeping us up to date with the live timing and results. The marshals are ready for action. Hopefully they won't have too many incidents to clear up today. The paddock starting to quieten now as everybody starts to turn their attention to the track. Everybody looking forward to 2 jam-packed days of rallycross. Just last minute work going on that chicane barrier. If you want to follow the live timing here today, just go to rallycrosstiming.com. That's rallycrosstiming.com in addition to our live streaming here. Timeservice.nl are the providers of rallycross timing. I can tell you that in practice, there we are. In practice for the supercars, you can see it is Julian Godfrey who has gone quickest, over a second a lap quicker than Andy Scott, with number 10 Kevin Proctor in 3rd place. So look at that, Derek Tohill on his guest appearance in the Ollie O'Donovan Ford Focus Mark II, 4th quickest overall out of our 13 strong entry of supercars. Ollie O'Donovan with his new Fiesta down in 8th place behind Andy Grant, Jeffrey Dolan in the Opel Astra and Steve Hill in his Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 10. Then we've got Mad Mark Watson from County Durham with the Citroen Zara, Thomas O'Rafferty, the local man in his Fiesta, Mark Flaherty, Declan Kelly, the Irish champion, and finally Noel Green, who only completed 1 lap in official practice. Track watering going on, just trying to keep the dust to a minimum, as you can see. Bit of grading going on as well. The blade they use on speedway tracks in the UK. Up at Sayat Corner, we haven't got any Seats among the entry, unfortunately, this weekend. Hi to Steph Wunsch, who's got in touch via Facebook as well, enjoying the action. So he's waiting for track watering to finish, and it looks like it may have just done so. And the MSA Juniors, I can tell you, are sitting waiting patiently on the grid for their first race of the weekend. There they are, 4 Suzuki Swifts. Number 96, Bradley Durden, is on pole position. Alongside him, number 10 of Sam Jones. And we've got number 2 in the black car, which is Drew Bellaby, and number 13 of Jenny Hawkes in the Hawkes Fire sponsored Suzuki. See her dad Martin out in the BMW Mini today, and her uncle Andrew in the senior Swift Sport category as well, the man who had a rollover in the opening round at Croft this year. Now, where are our 2 Irish Junior Rallycross Series drivers as well? Are they hidden behind the Swifts there, or have they not joined the grid yet? They should be at the back of this grid, the Toyota Starlet and the Nissan Micra. Waiting to see whether Jake Dooley and Brian Martin are going to be out on the grid for this one. Still a bit of grading going on, so apologies for the slight delay to the start of the action here at Mondello Park today. So we've got the live timing working now here in the commentary box, thanks to rallycrosstiming.com. Looks like the tractor is about to depart the circuit. Hi to Joe Boulderstone, who's got in touch via Twitter, says, love the early JCB racing at Mondello, albeit a bit slow. Nice one, Joe. Yeah, bit of tractor racing for you at the moment. I've seen a breakdown truck race at Aldershot Stadium in the past, in between stock car races, so you never know, we might see some tractor racing later on. The juniors waiting patiently to get this meeting underway. Just looking at the practice times, Julian Godfrey certainly did the. Hello, have we got somebody going home already? Who's that? That's Robbie Herbert with his stock hatch 8-valve Peugeot 205 has decided to go home already. I noticed there he must have broken down in practice, unfortunately. Perhaps he's just gone home for some spares. Been told by one of our cameramen that car was looking decidedly smoky in practice, so it looks like unfortunately Robbie Herbert's weekend has come to an early end. You can see there how well the track has been watered there. And there's our finish line camera looking down from the race control tower at the starters rostrum. Shannon Group branding there as well, the championship sponsors. Championship sponsor, of course, is Ollie O'Donovan, former British Rallycross champion. So apologies for the delay here, viewers, with getting this event underway. A bit of urgent track watering and grading decided upon by the clerks of the course. We will be getting underway fairly shortly with round 4 of the 2015 MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group. Thanks to those who've tweeted and messaged in so far. Just awaiting our first race, which is the junior categories. There you can see that tyre chicane. No, this commentary is not brought to you by Guinness, as somebody who will remain nameless has just suggested. It's brought to you by Vocal Zone throat tablets, actually. Thanks to all the sponsors of this round of the MSA British Rallycross Championship. Of course, main sponsors are the Shannon Group, Odyssey Batteries as well. Thanks to them for their excellent continued support of the MSA British Rallycross Championship. In particular, the supercar division. Very impressive field of around a dozen supercars here this weekend. Other supporters of British and Irish Rallycross. And of course, we've got the Irish Rallycross Championship racing effectively mixed in with the British Championship this weekend. Some of them running as standalone classes, including the Stock Hatch Championship, and some running combined with the British Championship regular runners. Familiar faces you'll be seeing here this weekend. Marshall's looking relaxed and ready for action. Flags and extinguishers at the ready. Hopefully they won't need to use those fire extinguishers this weekend. Now waiting for more cars to join the grid for our first race. The senior Swift Sports are now lined up in position in the assembly area there for their first race. We should be seeing the 2 Irish Junior Championship runners who we've got here this weekend joining the 4 from the MSA Juniors. The Marshall's getting them into line now, and I can see the open door there on car 419, which is Brian Martin's micro. So it looks like we are now almost ready to go racing. Yes, the car's being called forward from the holding area onto the grid for our first race of the day. And now you can see Brian Martin's Nissan Micra. We don't seem to have Jake Dooley's Toyota Starlet though, so we may have lost him in practice. So it should be 6 cars for race 1 of the weekend, but it looks as though we've only got 5. Here they come up to the grid then. Thanks for your patience, ladies and gents. It is almost time to go racing. And number 96, Bradley Durden, currently second in the MSA Junior Rallycross points, takes pole position for race 1. Championship rival Drew Bellaby in car number 2 alongside him. We'll see her sister Paige out later on in her Lotus in the MSA Super National division. And completing the front rank, number 10 of Sam Jones in the 3rd of the Swifts. Jenny Hawkes in the white car is next. And then we've got 419 Brian Martin, the Rallycross newcomer, in his Nissan Micra. We don't seem to have, unfortunately, Jake Dooley, the reigning Irish Junior Rallycross champion, in the Toyota Starlet. So it looks like we're going with just 5 cars for race number 1 for the MSA Junior Rallycross division. Just waiting the signal then from the marshals down there on the grid. It's time to go racing here at Mondello Park, waiting for the marshals to clear the grid. The green flag is held aloft, waiting for the lights to come on the gantry. The red lights come on, and when they go out, we will be racing. Green lights, and away we go. And a wheel spinning start from 2 of the 3 drivers on the front row, and it looks as though Brad Durden has got the inside line for the first corner. Durden leads into turn 1. Drew Bellaby trying to cut down onto the inside around the first corner. They head up to the second bend at Hole in the Hedge for the first time. Bradley Durden holds the lead ahead of Drew Bellaby. Sam Jones in 3rd place. Brian Martin in the Micra has come through into 4th position as they come through Sayat corner. Anybody taking their joker laps this time through? No, doesn't look like it. They head onto the back section of the circuit. It looks like that bit of watering has worked, and the dust has been laid considerably. Go through they come then. Whoops, Brian Martin lost it. Spins as they come into the final corner onto the grass on the infield. He's only his 2nd ever Rallycross, and the more Swifts go by. Jenny Hawkes goes through in 4th place through the last corner. So it's Bradley Durden who leads the way then in car number 96. First lap of 57.335 seconds, 2.5 seconds clear of Drew Bellaby in car number 2. Now Drew was expected to absolutely blitz Junior Rallycross this year, having finished 2nd to Charlie Bean in last year's championship, but she certainly met her match with Bradley Durden. Sam Jones in 3rd place in car number 10. Dad Mike Jones currently 2nd in the Super 1600 points, but not racing this weekend. Jenny Hawkes is in 4th position in her Swift, and Brian Martin in his Micra, having dropped back after a spin at the end of the opening lap. Coming through to complete lap number 2 then. It's down towards the first corner. Here they come. Bradley Durden running a bit wide. 48.268 was his last lap. He's nearly 4 seconds clear of Drew Bellaby at the end of that lap. She's got the Jam Motorsport Swift number 10 of Sam Jones closing in on her. Now juniors normally are required to take joker laps. We haven't seen any yet though. Bradley Durden still pulling away in car number 96. I know the juniors have done joker laps at previous rounds, but we haven't seen any yet. Meantime, at the back of the field, Brian Martin has caught back up to the back of Jenny Hawkes, going for 4th place as they come down to the final corner. Suzuki against Nissan. 4th place, young Brian Martin, only his 2nd ever Rallycross, made his debut 3 weeks ago down at Goal. There's Sam Jones, his own 3rd position, sideways through Hole in the Hedge corner there. Nearly clips the tyres on the exit into Sayat. Brad Durden still with the advantage. Here's the 2-car battle for 4th place. Definitely got 2 races in one here. This first race of 57 today. Brian Martin closing up on number 13, Jenny Hawkes. The checkered flag will be going out at this time, completing the 4th lap of the race. Will be a win for number 96 of Bradley Durden. So there is the checkered flag. It's a win for Brad Durden ahead of Drew Bellaby and Sam Jones. Pack heads back into the paddock. Durden the winner by 5.3 seconds ahead of Drew Bellaby. Sam Jones 3rd, then Jenny Hawkes just ahead by less than a second of Brian Martin. There they are, making their way back to the paddock. And from that evidence, it looks as though the juniors are not using joker laps this weekend. Sorry about that. So Bradley Durden's our first winner of the day then in his Suzuki Swift in the junior category. Next up will be the Suzuki Swift Sports. Now their first heat with 11 cars here has been split into 2, and in pole position for this one it should be number 76. There he is, the orange car of Rob Maynard. Alongside him will be number 66 of Jeff Hankin. First full season for him this year. And number 55, Nathan Heathcote, will complete the front row of the grid. On the second row, former champion number 8, Aidan Hills, making a return to Rallycross this year, and number 18 of Andrew Hawkes, uncle of Jenny Hawkes, who we saw in the last race, and completing the grid, number 96, another man in his first full season of Rallycross, number 96, Alex Spencer. Those are your 6 drivers for this race. The other 5 will run in Heat 1B, which is coming up after this, and the times for these 2 runs will be combined to give the overall result of Heat number 1. This is Heat 1A for the Suzuki Swift Sports Championship. The championship leader and defending champion Tristan Ovenden will be out in Heat 1B. He's going for 4 round wins out of 4 today, so the green flag is waved at the back of the grid, and Rob Maynard should start as the favourite here from pole position. We are underway with Heat 1A for the Swift Sports. Aidan Hills making a good start from the second row, but he finds himself boxed in as they run up into turn 1, and round the outside Nathan Heathcote has taken the lead in car number 55. Rob Maynard in 76 chasing, with Aidan Hills, the black and blue car there on the inside, trying to get up the inside, and he's through into second place. Will now challenge Nathan Heathcote for the lead. A couple of cars go into the Joker lap, and Aidan Hills was one of them, so we're going to see the Joker lap section being utilised this time. There you see them going through the tyre chicane on that tarmac section of the circuit. Aidan Hills has gone through there, and so has Jeff Hankin in car number 66. There are the leaders. It's Nathan Heathcote ahead of Rob Maynard, Andy Hawkes in number 18, the man who rolled it in the B final at Croft in round 1. In third place, Alex Spencer fourth, being caught by Aidan Hills, who's already taken his Joker lap. So Nathan Heathcote completes the first lap a couple of seconds clear of Rob Maynard. Aidan Hills passes Alex Spencer, the relative newcomer to Rallycross, back up into third position. Just got him at the finish line there by a tenth of a second. Round hole in the hedge, tight tarmac hairpin. There is Andrew Hawkes. He's taking his Joker lap section through the tyre chicane, loses a place to Alex Spencer as a result there, but does stay ahead of Jeff Hankin. He's already taken his Joker. They head on to this bumpy back section of the course through Irish Ferries Bend, back onto the tarmac. Still your leader is number 55 of Nathan Heathcote, ahead of Rob Maynard. They're clear of Aidan Hills. Still pretty in third place at the moment. Again, the times for this one will be combined with Heat 1B to give an overall result. Tenth of a second in it between Heathcote and Maynard. Are they going to take their Joker laps this time? We'll find out as they exit hole in the hedge. Bit of a lock up there for Alex Spencer going into the hairpin. Alex Spencer goes for his Joker lap in car number 96. To the loose section he goes. There's Jeff Hankin, car 66, currently running towards the tail of the field. There's a scrap going on towards the front of the field. Aidan Hills has got ahead of Rob Maynard. I think these two, out of our view, have taken their Joker laps, because Aidan Hills is now at the front of the field. Rob Maynard now takes his Joker lap, so he did lose position there at turn 1 to Aidan Hills, who now leads this run, this Heat 1A for the Swifts. It will be checkered flag at this time. Aidan Hills is going to take the win. He stays ahead of Nathan Heathcote after taking their Joker laps, and we will see them on our finish line camera this time cross the line. You can see on the inset there, here comes Aidan Hills. Car number 8 will win Heat 1A for the Swift Sports. Comes across the line ahead of car 55 of Nathan Heathcote. Rob Maynard losing out there on the last lap. He takes third position, margin of victory there of 1.7 seconds. Third place goes to Rob Maynard, then it's Andrew Hawkes, Jeff Hankin and Alex Spencer. All 6 of them go the distance then in Swift Sports Heat 1A. Now let's see what's going to happen with Heat 1B. Rob Maynard certainly made a mistake somewhere there on the last lap. He dropped around 6 seconds and fell back behind Aidan Hills and Nathan Heathcote. So a little slower on his Joker lap there than Nathan Heathcote the previous time through. Aidan Hills took his Joker lap early and he went on to take the win. Heat 1B up next then for the Swift Sports, and in pole position number 17 David Ellis, the former Hot Hatch series competitor, and he needs a good result here because he failed to race in the previous round at Pembrey after his car broke down in practice. Alongside him will be MSA Junior graduate and MSA Academy student, number 3, Jake Taylor from Nottinghamshire. He's won the B final at the last couple of meetings. Would love to get directly into the A final today. And completing the front row will be former stock car racer, number 38, Jack Brown. Second row, number 1, reigning champion, Tristan Ovenden. 3A final wins out of 3 so far this year. And alongside him will be number 25 of Darren Scott, the man who currently sits second in the points, 15 points down on Tristan Ovenden. Maynards is third in the points ahead of Brown and Jake Taylor coming into this weekend at Mondello Park. So can anyone stop the red number 1 of Tristan Ovenden? We are about to find out. Can he top the time set by Aidan Hills, 3 minute 13 in heat 1A, 3 minute 13.130. Green flag goes aloft then, wait for the green lights on the starting gantry. Away we go with heat 1B for the Swift Sports then. And it's a good start from Darren Scott from the back of the grid. Not such a good one by Tristan Ovenden, but it's Jake Taylor who will lead into that first corner. Darren Scott having a go up the inside as they come out of turn 1 down towards hole in the hedge, and Scott leads from the back of the grid. An impressive start there, 5th to 1st in 2 corners. Darren Scott pushing, Jack Brown pushing, on the back of Jake Taylor. He goes into the Joker lap now, and here comes Ovenden, pulls his way past Jake Taylor into second place. Jack Brown has gone through the Joker lap at the first time of asking. Over the loose section they come towards Irish Ferries. Darren Scott and Tristan Ovenden, the 2 Kent-based drivers, first and second. Jake Taylor in third. Then we've got David Ellis, the former Hot Hatch series contender. Here comes Tristan Ovenden having a look as they go into the second lap. Taylor pushing on in third place. Now who's going to take their Joker laps this time through then? Either of the leaders, or are they going to leave it late? Darren Scott does take his Joker lap this time then, so he will lose the lead. Jake Taylor going through his as well. Every car has to take 1 Joker lap per race. If you forget, you are penalised. Saw that a couple of times at Liddon Hill in round 2 of the championship at Easter time. So Tristan Ovenden will be your leader then as they head through to complete the next lap. Whoops, Jack Brown sideways there as they come through Irish Ferries into the last corner. Chased by David Ellis. Ovenden who leads by a couple of seconds ahead of Jake Taylor. It's a good run by Jake. He's only 17 years old, the man from Nottinghamshire. First ever Rallycross driver to be accepted onto the MSA Motorsport Academy. Takes his Joker lap. Through the tyres he comes. Lose a place or 2. Darren Scott has gone through, so he's back up into second place. Look at the gap ahead of him to Tristan Ovenden. Tristan yet to take his Joker though. That'll be Darren Scott's hope of catching the championship lead. Jack Brown in third. Jake Taylor 4th. Then David Ellis in car 70. All 5 cars in shot there. Nice and close, this heat 1B for the Swift Sports. Down into turn 1 they go once again. Onto the loose. A little bit of dust beginning to fly once again. Tricky to know what to do with a few clouds hanging around. David Ellis, a bit of Morse code on the back of Jake Taylor there into hole in the hedge. He nearly had a hole in his bumper there, didn't he? Jake Taylor. They've survived that though. And Tristan Ovenden has taken his Joker lap and he's stayed ahead, look, of Darren Scott as they go down the far side. So Tristan able to build up enough of an advantage to stay ahead of his championship rival. And they're coming through towards the checkered flag this time, and Ovenden is going to win it. How is his time going to compare to that of Aidan Hills? And he's slower by 1.8 seconds, so Aidan Hills will win Heat 1 overall. Tristan Ovenden wins that section of the heat ahead of Darren Scott, Jack Brown, Jake Taylor and David Ellis. But in the overall results, I can tell you Aidan Hills has finished on top, 1.8 seconds up on Tristan Ovenden. Darren Scott third overall, then Nathan Heathcote, Jack Brown, Rob Maynard, Jake Taylor, David Ellis, Andrew Hawkes, Jeff Hankin, Alex Spencer, the 11 finishers. There we see it confirmed on the timing screen from rallycrosstiming.com. And as I say that, it promptly disappears because the next grid has appeared on screen. It's the LHMC RX 150s next up. And the favourite for honours here will surely be number 1, reigning champion, Mark Scott, the son of Andy Scott, the supercar points leader. But on the front row of the grid will be number 73, which is Mitchell Flaherty, his dad also appearing in the supercar division today. Look out for number 7, the green buggy there. That's George Tracy, who's been a star of Irish rallycross and rallying for many years, making a guest appearance today in the RX 150 buggies. We've also got out there number 9, Stephen Jones from Hampshire, currently 3rd in the points. Number 99, the blue buggy, is the current points leader. That's Chrissy Palmer, the former Formula Ford single-seater star. And in the purple machine, number 87, that's the regular Dave Bellaby machine, of course. That is RTE television presenter John Kenny, making his rallycross debut as a celebrity guest. So good luck to John, see how he gets on. And that was a false start, I think. Yes, the cars at the back of the grid jumping away there, so I suspect that will be called back. They certainly went before the green lights there, so we'll wait to see what's going to happen. It's number 7, George Tracy, who leads ahead of Chrissy Palmer, but I'm fairly sure that was a jump start, and the red flags have come out because we've got one buggy. I think that's Mark Scott still sitting on the start line. So a false start there to RX 150 heat number 1, and they will be called back for another go. George Tracy and Chrissy Palmer a little eager away from the line there. George Tracy in the ex-James Grint buggy. James having gone on to greater things in rallycross this year, competing in the European and World Rallycross Championships this year with Albatech Racing. There's number 87, that's John Kenny, books about motorsport in the past, commentated on motorsport for Irish broadcasters RTE as well. And now a chance to put his right foot where his mouth is, so to speak, and have a go at rallycross for himself in the Dave Bellaby RX 150 buggy. We saw win a round of a championship earlier this year, of course. That was the first round of the year at Croft. So the grid will be formed up again then. John Kenny in pole position in number 87 there on the inside, alongside Mitchell Flaherty in the black number 73. We saw him compete in the Swift Sports last year. And number 7 alongside them is George Tracy. Number 1, Mark Scott, and number 9, Stephen Jones on the second row. Chrissy Palmer, former winner of the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch, starts at the back of the group. So will we get a clean getaway this time? Yes, we do. And John Kenny doesn't get away at all. So he's stalled on the line. And it's car number 7 of George Tracy who leads the scrum of cars into the first corner. Incidentally, RX 150s don't run joker laps, so this is going to be a close one. It's George Tracy that leads from Mark Scott, 73 Mitch Flaherty. Oh, and what's happened there? Number 7 has come to a dead stop in the middle of the corner. What on earth's happened there? George Tracy just suddenly came to a dead halt. We've got a red flag out, that's why, because I suspect John Kenny is still stuck on the start line. That's why George Tracy suddenly pulled up. We've got another red flag, and now John Kenny's got it going. Couldn't continue with a car stuck in the middle of the home straight, and we've got another car stuck now on the exit of the second corner because George Tracy has got out and is walking away. So he has got a mechanical problem there by the look of things. I'll just wait behind this tyre wall and let the marshals recover me, he says. This will show how lightweight these RX 150 buggies are, because George Tracy, I thought for a second, was going to try and wheel it off the course by himself. So it'll be third time lucky then with RX 150's heat number 1. First one was a false start, the second one, pole sitter John Kenny didn't get away. So the grid forming into line once again then. There is number 87, John Kenny. Likely to be a little nervous on his Rallycross debut. Mitch Flaherty alongside him. We haven't got number 7, George Tracy, after his problems further round the map. Surely the man from southern Scotland, number 1, Mark Scott, will be the favourite here. Number 9, Stephen Jones alongside him. Chrissy Palmer in number 99, one to watch from the back though, in the blue machine. Leading the points coming into this round, but only by 4 points ahead of Mark Scott, with another 11 points further back. Stephen Jones, number 9, in third in the points, ahead of Larry Sargent, who's not here this weekend. Nor is Brett Harris, and nor's Kevin Feeney, who we've seen in RX 150 so far this year. He's actually switched to the short ovals, competing in classic hot rods in recent weeks in a Ford Escort. George Tracy being stretchered off. It's a shame because he made a blistering start in both aborted attempts at that race, and then suddenly the buggy just seemed to seize solid on him. And the marshals getting some early work in to work off their breakfasts here at Mondello Park. Must recommend the breakfasts here actually, very nice indeed. So awaiting another restart then with these rather troubles. RX 150 buggies. Next up we've got a combined grid, BMW Minis, hot hatches and Super 1600s. 7 cars in total. We've got 3 hot hatches, 2 Super 1600s and 2 BMW Minis here. Favourite hot hatch honours will be Thomas Velgosh in his Peugeot 106. David Bell, the reigning champion at number 1, will be favourite for the BMW Minis. And 24 Craig Lomax for the Super 1600s. But we're off and away once again. The track is clear. And a much better start this time by Mark Scott, who takes the lead of the RX 150s into the first corner. John Kenny has got away okay this time. He's in 4th place behind Stephen Jones and Chrissy Palmer. Down the hairpin they come then. As I said, no joker laps in RX 150. There's the fight for second place. Chrissy Palmer trying to close in on number 9, Stephen Jones, man from Havant in Hampshire. For the second place, it's Mark Scott, the reigning champion, who leads the way. Is on the 4th as well between John Kenny and a rather slow starting Mitch Flaherty. Hitting the first lap then, it is Mark Scott, number 1, with a clear advantage. There's the fight for second place in the white buggy to Stephen Jones. In blue, it is number 99 of Chrissy Palmer. Moving up as they come round to hole in the hedge for the second time. Mark Scott already leading by 3 seconds at the end of the first lap. Palmer trying everything he knows to try and get ahead of number 9 of Stephen Jones. They pulled ahead of Mitch Flaherty, who's now ahead of John Kenny. Here they come. There is young Mitch Flaherty in 4th position in the black, number 73. Kenny behind him, and Stephen Jones continues to hang on for dear life in 2nd place. Coming to complete the second lap then. Mark Scott's already gone through in car number 1. Leading by 2 seconds now. Over for number 9 of Stephen Jones. There is Jones. Mr. Consistent in RX 150s, always seems to be there or thereabouts in the top 3 or 4 placing, but can't quite top the rostrum. Running wide there, Chrissy Palmer, number 99 on the loose section at Irish Ferry. The dust is beginning to fly there once again. Any more watering after this one. Mark Scott's away and clear then in buggy number 1. Gearbox problems thwarted him at the opening round at Croft, which was won by Dave Bellaby. He won the second round, Mark Scott at Lidenhill, was then second to Chrissy Palmer in round 3 at Pembrey in Wales. Still this battle for second place going on. Chrissy Palmer unable to catch Stephen Jones. An impressive drive by the Hampshireman. Sideways there as he comes out of Sayat, but here is Mark Scott He is heading for victory. There's the checkered flag, and Mark Scott starts as he means to go on in number 1, taking the win in RX 150's heat number 1. He puts in a sub 41 second lap as well on lap 4. Comes home some 7 seconds ahead of Stephen Jones. That's an eternity in Rallycross terms. Chrissy Palmer comes over in 3rd place. It'll be Mitchell Flaherty who will come through for 4th. And John Kenny, here he is on his Rallycross debut in number 87, the RTE television presenter, will come home to complete the finishers. Nervy on his Rallycross debut, but well done for making the finish, John Kenny. Bad luck George Tracy, who failed to make the restart after his buggy let him go. So Mark Scott it is, taking our first win by nearly 7 seconds ahead of Stephen Jones. Chrissy Palmer, Mitch Flaherty and John Kenny completing the finisher. Now it's time for a combined grid of 3 different classes. We've got hot hatches, we've got BMW Minis, and we've got Super 1600s. There's one of the hot hatches, number 18, Robert Potira, one of a couple of Polish drivers on this grid from the London-based UK-Poland Rallycross team. His compatriot, number 66, Thomas Velgosh, 3 wins out of 3 in the Hot Hatch Championship so far this year in the black Peugeot 106, will be on pole position for this run. Alongside him, Martin Hawks, number 35, in one of the 2 BMW Minis. And completing the front row should be number 772, which is Andrew Toomey in his Super 1600 Citroen C2, who's joined the British Championship as of this round. But unfortunately, he isn't there in the red Citroen C2. In fact, we haven't got number 24 either, Craig Lomax, the other Super 1600 runner. So I wonder if the Super 1600s have been moved to run with another class. In fact, we'll see that, whether that's true later on. The other drivers who got up there are David Bell, number 1 in his BMW Mini, Robert Potira, number 18 in the Saxo, and the number 77, the white Saxo there on the inside, which is Paul Mayborn from Kent. So about to get underway then, and another jump start. I think what's happening here is the starting procedure here at Mondello is slightly different to the English circuits, because here at Mondello they still use the old system of red lights followed by green, and a lot of the UK circuits don't use green lights, if I remember rightly. The drivers go when the red lights go out, so maybe that's what's confusing them. They would have been told at the driver's briefing this morning, I'm sure, but perhaps that's the confusion, because I don't think English circuits use green lights anymore, and that's why we're seeing so many jump starts. Well, there's Martin Hawks, he's still on the grid, number 35 with his BMW Mini. Did compete in a Peugeot 206 in the MSA Super National Division, but unfortunately wrote that off, and nearly wrote himself off as well in the previous round at Pembrey when he smashed into the pit wall. That Peugeot is now gone to the scrapyard in the sky, and Martin trying something different this weekend as the only class rival to David Bell, the current BMW Mini champion, leading the points and needs a win here because he retired in the final at the previous round at Pembrey, letting John Clayton take the win. The only others to have raced in BMW Mini this year being the Hudson brothers, but they're not here this weekend. They missed the last round at Pembrey as well due to family commitments. Thomas Velgosh in the black Peugeot 106 going for 4 wins out of 4 in the hot hatch division this year. Fellow Polish driver Robert Potira is there as well, and Paul Mayborn in his Saxo. So the board goes out to tell the drivers it's 5 seconds to the green light. The green lights come on and they get away this time. Not a wheel spin from Martin Hawks in his BMW Mini, and it's Thomas Velgosh in the 66 car who leads them away ahead of David Bell in his BMW Mini and Paul Mayborn in number 77 in 3rd position. So I'd expect to see a hot hatch winner here because they're slightly more powerful than the BMW Minis. Down the first lap they come, and a reminder has come up on the timing screen. It just says start is when red lights go out, so there has been a bit of confusion over the starting procedure here at Mondello Park, so that should alleviate the confusion among the drivers and officials there. And it's Thomas Velgosh who leads the way then, going round to complete the opening lap. The first two have got clear of Paul Maybourne in third place. There goes Velgosh ahead of David Bell, the man from Ferryhill, in car number 1. Around the first corner they go. Robert Potira will come through in third place by the look of things. No, it's Paul Maybourne, sorry, in third place with his Saxo. Are these two going for the Joker? David Bell is in the BMW Mini. The others, I think, having taken their Joker on the first lap. We were talking about the timing screen. He should stay second. Yes, he does. Defending champion in the BMW Mini division. Brothers Chris and Kiefer Hudson have been the quickest drivers in BMW Mini over the last couple of years, but they haven't contested every round of the championship. So David Bell, more on consistency, took last year's title. And there's Paul Maybourne in third place ahead of Martin Hawkes, just getting used to his new steed, the BMW Mini. Robert Potira at the back in number 18. Here's the battle for third place then across the line. Paul Maybourne over a second a lap quicker that time than David Bell, so he should be catching up to the BMW Mini. Thomas Velgosh takes his Joker lap. There's Martin Hawkes, number 35. And problems for Robert Potira. The Saxo has slowed up. It looks like the Polish driver is out of the run. So we're down to 4. David Bell still chasing after our race leader. Thomas Velgosh doing very well here to keep pace with the Hot Hatch Championship leader, and we will see a new champion in Hot Hatch this year because last year's victor Craig Lomax has moved up to the Super 1600 division. Robert Potira is pulling off onto the grass. That's his race over with mechanical trouble. First two well clear then of Paul Maybourne, still in third position ahead of Martin Hawkes. The checkered flag this time. Can David Bell surprise Thomas Velgosh here? Is he going to catch him around the final corner? I don't think here that the Peugeot has just about got the power. Round the final corner they come. The checkered flag is ready and waiting for them. David Bell is not quite going to do it, and Thomas Velgosh it is who takes the win in Hot Hatch BMW Mini heat number 1. Just over a second the margin at the line, and there's the unfortunate Robert Potira's car, abandoned on the grass verge. Paul Maybourne takes third and second in class with the Saxo ahead of Martin Hawkes. 4 finishes only then, and I suspect we're going to see Craig Lomax and Andrew Toomey, the two Super 1600 runners, out in a different race later on, unless of course the unthinkable has happened and they both unfortunately broken down in practice. So that was heat number 1 for the Hot Hatches and BMW Minis, won by the Seatbelt Services Peugeot 106, Poland's Thomas Velgosh. Next up we are moving on to some of our Republic of Ireland competitors. This is a combined grid of the stock hatch 8-valve category and the Honda Civic RX category as well. In pole position for this race will be number 805, Kieran Murphy, with his Peugeot 205. The vast majority of the stock hatch 8-valve competitors, and there's a lot of them here, are Peugeot 205 GTIs. So 805 of Kieran Murphy will lead them away. The white car there on the inside. Alongside him should be 874 James O'Shea, the ex-national hot rod racer in his Peugeot 205. And completing the front rank for this 6th race of the day, 839 Damien Farrell. Yes, he's present and correct with his Peugeot 205. Second row, number 880, which is Leanne Sedgwick from Kent, the former stock car racer in her Honda Civic. Green machine there on the second row. She starts alongside number 815, which is Stephen Jess from County Down in his Peugeot 205, and then treble 8 Patrick Bateman in another 205 will complete the grid for this segment of the heat. There is another segment for the 8-valve and Civic RX categories coming up next with the large grid we've got here today. As it says on the timing screen, start is when red lights go out, so that clears up the confusion over the slightly confused start we've seen so far today. Drop or two of rain on our camera lens there, that's not what we want to see. We're just waiting for Robert Potira's Citroen Saxo to be recovered back to the paddock after his car let him down in the previous run. few drops of rain coming down, as you can see. After the earlier track watering, that's the last thing we want. After the last round at Pembrey, one driver said that combined with a few spots of rain after the track has been watered, I forget who said this now, they actually said that driving on the loose section is like driving through mashed potato. No word of a lie, that's what they said. So we don't want any of that here today. Meantime, we're almost ready to go with the stock hatch 8-valve category and the Honda Civic RX. Leanne Sedgwick representing them in this one in her first ever Rallycross with the Honda, with the green Honda there. So waiting to get underway then. We're underway then, and the charge down to the first corner. Peugeot 205s everywhere, and it's car number 805, Kieran Murphy, who will take the lead, or will he, into the first turn. Very close there between him and James O'Shea. Yes, it's Murphy that leads the way. 839 in second place there. Damien Farrell, not James O'Shea, I apologise. Looks like he's a non-starter for this one. I currently lost my connection to the live timing, so apologies for a bit of confusion here. Leanne Sedgwick taking the Joker lap in the Civic as the 205 hordes head through onto the far side of the circuit down towards Irish Ferry. Number 805, Kieran Murphy with the lead. Damien Farrell, number 839, the Kelbridge driver in second place, ahead of treble 8 Patrick Bateman in the blue 205. Then we've got 815 of Stephen Jess in the green and blue Peugeot 205s. So 205 GTIs all the way. We're just trying to get our live timing back, and off goes Damien Farrell, running very wide there on the exit of the first corner. Just about gathers it up, so running wide into hole in the head, number treble 8 there of Patrick Bateman. He'll lose third place to Steve Jess in car number 815 as well. Leanne Sedgwick further back, having taken her Joker lap, as we've now just about got the live timing back, so sorry for the bit of confusion there. There's Leanne Sedgwick in the background. She's raced bangers and 1300 stock cars back in England on the short ovals, trying something different here this weekend. It's Kieran Murphy who still leads the way in his Peugeot 205s all the way at the front in this one. One non-starter, which was James O'Shea, also an ex-short oval racer, the driver from Clondalkin in County Dublin. He's raced a Ford Fiesta in National Hot Rods. And treble 8 running wide there. He's got a bit of trim loose at the back. Look, his rear bumper's coming off, and I think the treble 8 car of Patrick Bateman's in trouble. He's slowing down. 815, Stephen Jess taking his Joker lap. Comes out behind the treble 8 of Bateman, but that bumper doesn't fall off. Leanne Sedgwick in behind them in 880 in the Civic. Coming around to complete the third lap then. It's still the two white 205s who lead the pack of Damien Farrell and Kieran Murphy. It is who leads overall. There is 805, that is Kieran Murphy from Clane, not far from Mondello Park. Popular centre for rallycross talent is Clane. He now takes his Joker lap. Now, Damien Farrell, watching out for here in 839. Has he blown his chance to take the lead with that excursion earlier on? No, he's taken his Joker lap as well. In fact, I thought he'd already been through there earlier on. I apologise. He remains second then. Surely going to be a win for number 805. Here comes Kieran Murphy round the final corner and up towards the checkered flag. The first 8-valve stock hatch win of the day goes to Kieran Murphy in 805. This section of the heat anyway, as Heat 1B has still to come. Well clear of Damien Farrell in second place, some 6 seconds the margin there. Stephen Jess comes over in third, and then we've got Leanne Sedgwick in the Civic, and the treble 8 to the rather battered Peugeot of Patrick Bateman. And to the unnamed, and to the individual who shall remain nameless, there you go. I said I'd get the mashed potato gagging. Anyway, on to Heat 1B for the stock hatch 8 valves. In pole position for this one should be 812 of Tom Murphy with the black 205. Yes, he is there. Alongside him will be number 811, the red Citroen Saxo, that is Dan Dowling from just up the road in Newbridge. And alongside them should be 884 Patricia Higgins in her Honda Civic. But the blue Civic is not there. Then we've got number 879 Robbie Herbert. I don't think we'll be seeing him because, of course, we saw him on the trailer after practice. We seem to have lost quite a lot of cars in practice, don't we? So we don't have Robbie Herbert. We don't seem to have Patricia Higgins. We do have number 803 Peter McGarry with the red Peugeot 205 there. And we do have number 816 of Adrian Farrell with the white Peugeot 205. Yes, he is present and correct. So just the 4 cars then, by the look of it, for this next section of the heat. Let's see if they can beat Kieran Murphy's time there. He won the opening round of the Irish Rallycross Championship 8-valve class this year. 811 of Dan Dowling was originally booked to race a Honda Civic this weekend, but has changed to a Citroen Saxo, lining up alongside the black Peugeot 205 there of Tom Murphy, another of our drivers from Clane. And I'm missing a couple of drivers. We don't have Patricia Higgins, we don't have Robbie Herbert after he broke down in practice. So just 4 competitors on the grid for this one then. Let's see if they can beat Kieran Murphy's time from Heat 1A. 5-second board goes out from the officials on the start line, and we are underway. And it's a good start by Dan Dowling. Number 811 in the Citroen Saxo leads the way ahead of the 3 Peugeots into that first corner. Pete McGarry in number 803, the man from Tallaght, who's also racing in the modified division here this weekend with a rather more powerful 205, is in second place. And 812 Tom Murphy in third place ahead of Adrian Farrell in the white Peugeot. And his slightly depleted grid for Heat 1B. 1 car taking the Joker lap, that is Tom Murphy. So there go the leaders. Pete McGarry giving chase down the back straight to 811 of Dan Dowling in his Saxo. Wipers going on the 205. There is a little bit of drizzle falling here at Mondello Park. Be Rallycross without a few spots of rain, would it? We say we don't want the back straight turning into mashed potato. Pete McGarry making a move for the lead then as Dan Dowling gets out of shape coming through turn 1, and McGarry it is who takes it up in 803. Dowling in second place. Up to third is Adrian Farrell, because we saw Tom Murphy take his Joker lap. Any Jokers this time through? Yes, it's Adrian Farrell in his number 816 Peugeot who takes the Joker this time. It's 803 Pops Peter McGarry. The only driver racing in 2 classes here this weekend, so fair play to him. Coming through to complete the second lap then. So let's look how his times are comparing. Well, his lap times are about half a second slower than those of Kieran Murphy so far in this one. There's Dan Dowling, ruining that mistake through turn 1 last time through as he goes into his Joker lap. He's in second place. Now, are the other 2 205s going to catch him? Yes, looks like they will slightly, but maybe not quite getting close enough to pass. 2 205s have already gone through as the leaders head towards the end of the lap. Coming through to start his last lap then, 803 Peter McGarry, well clear of the Citroen Saxo. 811 Dan Dowling, and there are the 2 205s. They certainly have closed up ground. That's the battle for third place. Adrian Farrell versus Tom Murphy. Adrian in white, Tom in black. Down the first corner they head. Looks as though the win is going to go to Pete McGarry in the number 803. We'll see what happens though on this final lap. It's side by side meanwhile for third place, and Tom Murphy runs too deep into hole in the hedge corner there. Still Pops Pete McGarry it is who leads. They come through towards Irish Ferries for the last time over the loose section. Into last corner they come then. Checkered flag is at the ready, and Pete McGarry is going to take the win by just a couple of car lengths over Dan Dowling in the Saxo. But how does his time compare to that of Kieran Murphy from Heat 1A? We are about to find out, and he's slower by 1.3 seconds. So Kieran Murphy wins the heat overall. Pete McGarry second, Dan Dowling is third overall. Then it's Damien Farrell fourth, Adrian Farrell fifth outright, then Stephen Jess, Tom Murphy, Leanne Sedgwick, Patrick Bateman. The other three were non-starters. So Kieran Murphy is our overall winner. He already won the first round in Galway for the stock hatch 8 valve category. Now we move on to the stock hatch 16 valve category for the more powerful machines, mainly Peugeot 106s. We'll see out in this division. In pole position though will be number 789 John Dowling, who is in a Citroën Saxo. The current champion 701 Declan Nolan is not here this weekend, so it'll be more difficult to predict a winner. So pole position will be 789 of John Dowling. Alongside him 795, which is Derek Lenihan in the first of the Peugeot 106s, and completing the front row of the grid will be number 711 of John Ward, the current championship leader. Yes, they're all present and correct on the front row of the grid. Second row, number 709 is Michael Duke with his Peugeot 106. Starting alongside him 760, former British Touring Car Championship driver Owen Murray in the 760 machine. Then we've got his teammate number 761 Ian Fishbourne on the third row of the grid. Very experienced rallycrosser Keith Kershaw is in the Citroën C2, the black machine, on the third row. And completing the grid for this stock hatch 16 valve heat, number 720, which is Eugene Ward, the father of John Ward in 711. So a big grid of 8 cars for this one. The red lights come on the gantry, red lights go out, and we are away with stock hatch 16 valve championship leader 711 John Ward. We want to watch a big squeeze there into the first turn. Someone's wing mirror goes flying. I think that was off the red Peugeot of Derek Lenihan, and it's John Ward who's come out with the lead. Lenihan in second place, and the man who lost out big time there was pole sitter number 789 John Dowling in the Saxo. He's at the back, and I think he's got a puncture. So it's John Ward who leads the way in car number 711 ahead of Derek Lenihan. One or two cars, quite a few cars in fact, going for the Joker laps there. Third position we've got Michael Duke in number 709 with his Peugeot 106. They come through towards the end of the lap. It's championship leader John Ward out front in 711. No split this time, with all 8 of the stock hatch 16 valve cars able to race on one grid, so it's all to play for in just this one race. Further back in the order we've got Owen Murray, who British Touring Car Championship fans will remember. Used to race an Alfa Romeo in the British Championship. He's a former Fiat Punto champion on the circuits here in Ireland as well. But it's John Ward who leads the way, three-wheeling his way very spectacularly through his Joker lap there. He will lose the lead, I suspect, this time to Derek Lenihan. Michael Duke will go through a second. There is Owen Murray in the number 760 car. So John Ward is down to third position, having taken his Joker. They're just beginning to fly once again. There are the two leaders, Derek Lenihan leading from Michael Duke as they head across the start-finish line down into turn 1. Duke's going for the inside, he's going through to take the lead into turn 1, but he's run wide onto the dirt on the exit. Can he hold the lead? Lenihan back up the inside, he's going to retake the lead as they come in a hole in the hedge. Yes, he's done it. Good battle between these two Peugeot 106 GTIs. Lenihan now goes for the Joker lap, missing a wing mirror, you can see there, following that skirmish on the first corner where we lost the 789 car of John Dowling. I can tell you he appears to have dropped out of the race with a puncture after that collision. Here's the leaders. Here's the third place fight, between John Ward and Owen Murray. Down to fourth, that's Derek Lenihan. So this fight now for second place. So I do apologise, the Joker lap's confusing me there. Owen Murray makes a move at turn 1. He goes through into second place behind John Ward. I'm struggling to keep up with this. This is the best race we've had today so far, certainly. Michael Duke is the man who leads it in car number 709, the blue 106, but he'll be going for his Joker lap this time, so I'm sure he's going to lose his lead. Yes, he has. It's Owen Murray that's gone to the front. Lenihan rejoins in third place, so it's going to be John Ward against Owen Murray for the lead into the final corner. There is the 760 car, the Yokohama Tyres sponsored machine. Owen Murray number 760 is going to take the win in heat number 1 for the 16 valve stock hatch category. Murray wins it, John Ward second, cracking race. Derek Lenihan comes over in 3rd place. 4th will go to, it should be Michael Duke. We appear to have lost him. Yes, Eugene Ward comes over in 4th, then Ian Fishbourne, Keith Kershaw with the new Citroen C2, and we appear to have lost Michael Duke on the final lap. Wait to see if we can see what's happened to him. John Dowling, of course, was a first lap retirement with a puncture after that collision on the first corner. There is a service vehicle on track, I can tell you, so it looks as though Michael Duke has had a problem on the final lap. He didn't come through to complete the lap. Meantime, let's have a look forward to our next race of the day, which is for the combined grid for the Irish Modified Championship, classes 3A, 3B and 4, and the MSA Super Nationals. We've got a total of 3 heats, well, 3 races for them to combine to make Heat 1, Heats 1A, B and C. We've got here, and in Heat 1A, number 302, Irish representative, number 302, Don Shannon, will take the pole position with the Volvo S40. Yes, there he is. Running out of space for all my entries here. Commentary box, I do apologise. Right, here they come forward to the grid then, the Super Nationals and the Irish Modified classes. Don Shannon in the Volvo will take pole position for Heat 1A. Alongside him will be car number 125, which is George Tohill. He's the father, I believe, of Derek Tohill, of European Rallycross fame, in the BMW Compact. And alongside him will be number treble 1, which is Lloyd Spendlove in the white Lotus Exige. Yes, they're all present and correct. Number 200 is next. No, it's not. It's number 103. Wrong Corsa, sorry. 103, Willie Coyne is next in the Opel Corsa. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong Corsa. That's Willie Coyne in the green Opel Corsa. Alongside him, number 13, Gavin Jess in his heavily modified Rover Metro. Great to see a Metro out there on track. On the 3rd row of the grid, we've got number 91, which is Alan Tapscott, currently 2nd in the MSA Super National points. Mike Howley in number 15 with the Fiesta alongside him, and completing the grid for this Heat 1A, number 48 with the BMW Mini, that is Todd Crooks. And there, just in the foreground, we see Michael Duke's Peugeot being towed in after problems on the last lap of Heat 1 for the stock hatch 16 valves. So a very varied grid for our next 3 races then. MSA Super Nationals and modified classes for the Irish Championships, classes 3A, 3B and Class 4. The one Class 4 runner we've got out in this one is Gavin Jess with the Rover Metro. Willie Coyne is running in Class 3B with his Opel Corsa, the green and white machine. Lloyd Spendlove and George Tohill are running in Class 3A. While Mike Howley, Alan Tapscott, Todd Crooks and also Don Shannon are all running in the MSA Super National category. Got that? Good. There's Michael Duke's car just being towed into the paddock. Didn't see what happened to him there, had a problem on the last lap of that 16 valve heat. The race gets underway meantime for the Super National and modified divisions. A very busy and very varied grid of cars, just look at them all. Your leader is Don Shannon then, in the Volvo S40. He gets away into the lead from pole position. He is busy stuff out there. Alan Tapscott at the back fighting with Todd Crooks in his BMW Mini. Tapscott heading for the Joker lap, following a couple of other cars. Mike Howlin ahead of him there, the Welshman in the Ford Fiesta. Treble 1 Lloyd Spendlove and George Tohill in the BMW, following the Lotus there onto the loose on the back straights. There is 103 Willie Coyne, vastly experienced rallycrosser. He's in 3rd place. It's Don Shannon in the Volvo that leads the way ahead of Gavin Jess in that stunning Metro in evoking memories of Mike Dresser. Used to race a Rover Metro in Rallycross in the UK for many years. Into the dust there goes Todd Crooks in his BMW Mini. Missed the last round at Pembrey, so needs some good points here at the SG Haulage Mini Cooper. Linked it through ahead of Lloyd Spendler and George Tohill in the BMW Compact. Into the Joker lap now goes Todd Crooks. Still your leader is Don Shannon, I think, in the Volvo. As Todd Crooks rejoins right in front of Alan Tapscott in the rear-wheel drive Vauxhall Corsa. Second in the points in MSA Super National coming into this round behind Dan Rook. Leader's already gone through. Tapscott sideways. These two chasing down Mike Howlin in the Ford Fiesta. This lot have already taken their Joker laps, of course. So leading the way it is Don Shannon with the Volvo. He is competing for MSA Super National points here this weekend, so his results will count for the British Championship, not just the Irish Series. We look at the tail of the field there coming through the Seat corner section. This is where all the action is at the moment. The leaders are entering their last lap as I talk to you. There they are. Don Shannon's already gone. He's yet to take his Joker lap, so we'll see what he does this time through Don Shannon. Gavin Jess up there with him. Very close between those two at the front of the field. In fact, see who's come out in front. There goes Jess, and taking the Joker lap this time is Don Shannon. So Gavin Jess out front in the Rover Metro. But I am not sure whether Gavin has taken a Joker lap. Checkered flag will be out this time. We'll have a look at the lap times to confirm whether Gavin Jess has taken his Joker lap, and I don't think he has, because he's already taken the checkered flag ahead of Willie Coyne and Don Shannon, who finished side by side, a couple of tenths apart. Then Lloyd Spendlove, the BMW of Pierce Brown. Was it Pierce Brown in that car and not George Tohill then? They're trying to confuse me even further here. I know that Pierce Brown and George Tohill are sharing a car this weekend, but I was told it was George in the car for today's meeting. So I think it is Pierce Brown in that car after all. They're trying to catch me out here. I'm sorry about this, ladies and gents. I'm going to take a pause for a minute and confirm who it is in that BMW Compact. 1 second. Right, I can tell you it is in fact Pierce Brown in that BMW Compact and not George Tohill. George is racing tomorrow with the lead. Now, let's move on to Heat 1B and leave the confusion of Heat 1A behind. In pole position for this one should be number 52, which is Gary Simpson's BMW E30 M3, but I don't think Gary is here. Number 166 is out there. That's Phil Kelly in his Toyota MR2 running in Class 3B. Yes, he is there. It's actually showing as 125 again on the grid for this one. That can't be. It's a mistake on my grid sheet. I'll get it sorted out eventually, viewers. I'm sorry. Such a pain running two championships mixed together. So we've got Phil Kelly's MR2. We haven't got Gary Simpson's BMW. We haven't got Pierce Brown, who's down on the grid sheet for this one, but he was in the previous run. We have got number 96 Gareth Wood with his Ford KA. Number 60 Slavomir Voloch is there with his Ford Fiesta. Number 40 Dan Rook in the Citroën AX is there. He's leading the MSA Super National points coming into this round and completing the grid. Number 124, which is James McVicker in the Renault Clio. So we've got 5 cars for this run. This is Heat 1B for the Super Nationals and Modifieds. Waiting to get this one underway then. I do apologise for the confusion there. The timing screen decided to change the name of a driver in the middle of that last race. That was the reason for me getting a bit confused over who was in the Towhill Team's BMW Compact. Okay. And I can tell you that Gavin Jess has been given a penalty from race 1 because he didn't take a joker lap. I didn't think he had. He's been penalised 30 seconds, so Willie Coyne is fastest overall in the Corsa so far from Heat 1A. Gavin Jess penalised 30 seconds. Just to confuse us a bit further, he didn't take a joker lap. I think the drivers and the timekeepers are just trying to catch me out today. I am sorry about this. Right, let's settle down then and get ready for the start of Heat 1B then. Dan Rook should start as the favourite here in the giant-killing Citroën AX 1600cc engine in that tiny Citroën hatchback. Gareth Wood, number 96, in the Ford KA will be his main rival here. Slavomir Volok has been plagued by mechanical problems this year so far. We'll see how he gets on in the black and white Ford Fiesta. So we're underway, and it's 166 of Phil Kelly who gets away in the Toyota MR2 into the lead ahead of Gareth Wood. Dan Rook in third place, and then James McVicker in the yellow Renault Clio is in fourth place ahead of Slavomir Volok. So down into hole in the hedge they head for the first time. Phil Kelly competing in Class 3B, same class as James McVicker and Willie Coyne here this weekend. McVicker heading for the joker lap along with Slavomir Volok. So 3 cars going for the lead. We head down the far side for the first time. Phil Kelly's MR2 it is, who leads the way ahead of number 96 Gareth Wood. Very experienced rallycrosser from Tyneside in the Ford KA. Dan Rook giving chase, needs to try and preserve his points lead here, leading Alan Tapscott by 3 points coming into this meeting as round the outside. Gareth Wood, great move there to take the lead in the KA ahead of Phil Kelly in the MR2. Now, can he hold his advantage? These 3 haven't taken their joker laps yet, of course. Phil Kelly now does so in the Toyota. A couple of spots at least there to Dan Rook and to Gareth Wood. These 2 battling for Super National supremacy in the previous round at Pembrey, but eventually it was Stuart Emery in the Peugeot who went on to win. And look at this, nose to tail for the lead of this segment of the heat now. Gareth Wood just a couple of KA lengths ahead of Dan Rook, 3-wheeling the Citroën AX. He's really trying hard in the 1600cc Citroën, the engine based on a Citroën Zara Picasso of all things. The youngster from Devon. His first full season in Rallycross, and certainly a surprise to see the Devonshire driver at the head of the Super National points. Dan heads through his joker lap through the chicane. Is he going to lose second place? No, he's not. He rejoined right in front of Phil Kelly in the Toyota MR2. And they're clear of the other 2 runners, which are James McVicker in the Clio and Slavomir Volok in the Ford Fiesta. They're a little further behind. So Gareth Wood will take his joker lap this time through. He was the battle for second place. Rook now pulling ahead. Phil Kelly in a slightly less powerful Toyota. Here's Gareth Wood. He'll have to take the joker this time. There he goes. Doesn't forget, as Gavin Jess did earlier on, it's a 30-second penalty if he forgets to take a joker lap. Now is he going to come out still with the lead? Indeed he is. Gareth Wood ahead of Dan Rook. It should be fairly close though. Of course the Rook Citroën will have a bit more momentum heading into the straight there, having not come through the chicane sections. This could be our closest finish of the day so far. Rook having a look as they come out of the final corner. Is he going to try and slipstream him on the run to the line? He's not going to do it. Gareth Wood takes it in the Ford KA ahead of Dan Rook and Phil Kelly. How do their times slot in overall then? Well, about to see. They're not as quick as the times for Heat 1A, I can tell you. Willie Coyne still fastest overall. Yes, there we see it. Willie Coyne by 0.2 of a second ahead of Don Shannon in the Volvo. And Gareth Wood's time, in fact, slower than everybody in Heat 1. That's intriguing. There's been a change in track conditions. Okay, so one heat to go then, one segment of this heat to go. Heat 1C for the Super Nationals and Modifieds. Who have we got this time then? Well, in pole position will be number 33, Paige Bellaby, in her Lotus Exige. There she is, lining up alongside the reigning MSA Super National champion in the Peugeot 206, number 1 of Stuart Emery. And completing the front row will be number 48, Patrick Ryan, in his Vauxhall Nova, the orange and white car there on the outside. Second row of this grid will be number 200, which is Padraig Leeson in the red Vauxhall Corsa B. Alongside him will be number 190, Gordon Lynch from Chapelizod near Dublin in his BMW 328i. Yes, he is there in the holding area. And on the third row of the grid will be number 14, Tony Lynch, the veteran campaigner from Wigan in his BMW Mini. And completing the grid will be number 727, the famous Ford Escort Mark II of Irish Rallycross great Tommy Graham. Here they come then up to the grid. Paige Bellaby, followed by Patrick Ryan. And there is the UK battery sales Peugeot of reigning Super National champion Stuart Emery. Won the last round at Pembrey, but sits third in the points coming into this round because he retired from the opening round at Croft with a blown engine. Patrick Ryan's Nova completes the front rank. Second row, we've got Padraig Leeson in the red Corsa, the BMW of 190 Gordon Lynch, then number 14 Tony Lynch, no relation to Gordon incidentally. Another BMW there at the back of the grid. Is that George Tohill? Are they trying to confuse me again? I thought one of them was racing on one day and one on the other. So perhaps they've switched numbers on that car and George Tohill is coming out in this one in number 125. I need to see what numbers on that car to confirm it. There at the back of the grid alongside that amazing Mark II Escort of Tommy Graham. Just watch that vermilion red machine from the back row of the grid alongside Tony Lynch. He certainly won't be at the back for long. Watch for Paige Bellaby as well in the Lotus Exige. She's a demon starter, but look at that smoke. That doesn't look too healthy. Watch for the red lights going out. We're away. Paige Bellaby has got away and leads the way up towards the first corner, but I didn't like the amount of smoke coming from that Lotus on the start line. As away we go with Heat 1C, and Stuart Emery it is who takes the lead in the 206, side by side with Paige Bellaby. Big lock up there from the Lotus, and the 200 car of Padraig Leeson in the Corsa goes through into second place. Bellaby is in third place. Then we've got one of the BMWs, that's Gordon Lynch. The rest of the pack, led by Patrick Ryan, have gone for the Joker lap ahead of Tony Lynch in the BMW Mini. And at the back of the field there is the other BMW, which we believe is George Tohill. And Stuart Emery's hit trouble, and Tommy Graham's out. Tommy Graham's Escort out of the race there, the Mark II, and Stuart Emery's slowing up as well. I think he's got problems. Yes, he's dropping down the order, so I'm not sure what the issue is with the number 1 car. But the last thing that Stuart Emery wants is more mechanical trouble. Paige Bellaby's slowing up as well. At this rate, we're going to go last car running in this segment of the heat. Emery now back in the clutches of Patrick Ryan's Nova. I hope it's not a battery problem with Stuart Emery, given his sponsor. Struggling to keep going. There's Tony Lynch chasing Patrick Ryan, and it is George Tohill in behind them in his BMW compactor. He is sharing the car with Piers Brown. I was originally told that they'd be racing that car, one on the Saturday and one in tomorrow's round on Sunday, but they are sharing the car today. There's an oil flag gone out there, you just caught a glimpse of at turn 1, the red and yellow striped flag meaning oil on the circuit. I suspect that's from Paige Bellaby's Lotus because I think she's dropped out. So let's try and establish the overall order, because there's been so many retirements and other problems here. I haven't got a clue who's running where. I think it's Padre Gleeson who's leading in the course. Let's go back to the timing screen, shall we? Fail safe. Coming through, yes, there goes Padre Gleeson. He's leading in the Opel Corsa. It's Patrick Ryan in second place in the Vauxhall Nova. There is the Sunley Properties Opel Corsa of Padre Gleeson. He's leading the way. Ahead of Patrick Ryan. Tony Lynch in third. Gordon Lynch is fourth. And then George Tohill, and there's nobody else left. What a bizarre race we're seeing here. There's Tony Lynch, the BMW Mini, in third position. Checkered flag is going to come out this time. I think everybody who is still going has taken their joker laps. What a bizarre race that was to follow. Padre Gleeson wins it, and he goes quickest overall by a clear margin as well, so he wins the heat. Patrick Ryan comes over in second in this segment. Stuart Emery's still going, but he's miles behind. I don't know what the problem is with the Peugeot 206. Somebody is either blown up or burning oil big time, because you can smell it here in the commentary box. I would suspect that's Paige Bellaby's Lotus, the amount of smoke we saw coming out of it. But you can smell the burning oil here, even here in the box. There is Paige Bellaby, she's still going. And battling with Stuart Emery. I don't know how they're still going. She's just completely overshot one of the... What is going on out there? Somebody's lost what looks like half an exhaust pipe there. I've run out of words to say there. Well, the only thing we know is that the overall winner of that race was Padre Gleeson in the Vauxhall Corsa B. I can tell you he was quickest overall, ahead of Willie Coyne in the similar Corsa. Beyond that, I haven't got a clue what's going on. That was one of the most confusing races I've ever called in my life. Now, next up, it's the big guns. It's the supercars. And maybe some track cleaning needed before then. Let's have a look at the supercar grid, shall we? Because there was so much confusion there in the Super Nationals and Irish Modifieds. The only thing we can say for certain is that the winner was Padre Gleeson in his Corsa. Now, MSA supercars and Irish Class 1 cars. Next up then, in pole position for the first of their splits, it'll be heats 1A and 1B again. It will be number treble 1, Noel Green, with his Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 9. Alongside him will be Ireland 1, which is Declan Kelly with his Ford Fiesta ST. And alongside him will be GB1, Julian Godfrey, with his Ford Fiesta, four-time British champion. On the second row, 154, Thomas O'Rafferty, with his Ford Fiesta ST. And car number 2, which is Ollie O'Donovan, debuting his new Ford Fiesta here this weekend. He hoped to debut it at the start of the season, but it's finally ready for competition now. And the third row of the grid will be number 44, Mad Mark Watson, with the Citroen Zara. And number 5, Steve Hill, the former national rally champion, with his Mitsubishi. But a couple of cars being cleared, as you can see, following a very destructive first heat for the Super Nationals and Modifieds. And once the track is clear, we'll be ready to go with the supercars. Right, a bit of track clearing going on, as you can see, with the track water tanker back out. There's Tommy Graham's Escort being towed back in. Great shame we didn't see him get very far in that one. And as soon as we are able, we'll be underway with the first of 2 segments of Heat 1 for the supercars. So while we have this enforced clear-up caused by a considerable amount of oil being dropped during that last race, we're just going to take a very short break from commentary. I'll be back on the air with you as soon as the supercars are on track for their first heat. Maybe have a chance to get your tweets in and perhaps predict who you think's going to win today's round of the MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group at Mid Sports Media, at MID Sports Media. That's the place to tweet me.
Appreciate it, thank you. Might have to do that every heat because this camera's covered in shit even though I've backed it up, so just got to bear that in mind. Probably do it every braking heat.
So, ladies and gents, welcome back to our live coverage of round 4 of the MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group here from Mondello Park, live and exclusive on amgtv.co.uk. Thank you for your patience there while we had an enforced break to clear up after a major oil spill during the Super National and Modified heats. It's now time for the big guns. The supercars are out on track, getting ready for their first of their split of heats. Julian Godfrey should start as the favourite here, but watch for Ollie O'Donovan in his all-new Ford Fiesta from the second row of the grid. We are underway then with Heat 1A for the MSA Supercars. It's a super start for Julian Godfrey in the Fiesta. Ollie O'Donovan's newer machine in second place, and behind them in third place is the first of the Mitsubishis, which is number 1 of Noel Green with his Mitsubishi Evo 9. Mad Mark Watson is next, and we've got the Fiesta of number 154 Thomas O'Rafferty. There's Mad Mark Watson in the Citroen Zara being chased by number 5 Steve Hill, the Oxfordshire driver, in his Mitsubishi through the Joker lap section. I think we had a non-starter in this one. I didn't see Declan Kelly's Fiesta on the grid. We complete the first lap then. Julian Godfrey it is who leads the way from Ollie O'Donovan, finally debuting his new Fiesta, the Mark 7 Fiesta there, in his development over the first few months of the season. The championship sponsor, the boss of the Shannon Group, up there in second place. Noel Green is in third place, the first of the Irish Championship drivers in his Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 9. They had one non-starter, as we say, which was Declan Kelly, the Irish champion, number IRL1 in his Fiesta ST. Thomas O'Rafferty's Fiesta there goes through the Joker lap section. Here's our third place man, Noel Green, in the Mitsubishi ahead of Mad Mark Watson. Behind him we've got Steve Hill in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 10. First two have well and truly pulled away here. Thomas O'Rafferty in 6th position in his Ford Fiesta. See, the track has been scraped and watered there after a couple of cars dropped a lot of oil during the last race. We saw problems with Paige Vellaby and Stuart Emery. Tommy Graham as well in the Ford Escort hitting mechanical trouble during Heat 1C for the Super National division. Noel Green now takes his Joker lap and drop him to the rear of the field. Still your clear leaders, Julian Godfrey and Ollie O'Donovan. They're already round at the finish line, the two flying Fiestas. Julian Godfrey setting an absolutely blistering pace here. He's 8 seconds ahead in 3 laps of Ollie O'Donovan. Mad Mark Watson, the County Durham hotelier, is up there in third place. There's Godfrey taking his Joker lap. I imagine O'Donovan is doing the same as I talk to you. Then we've got Mad Mark in the Zara. O'Donovan hasn't taken his Joker, just been informed, so he could be under a penalty here. I don't think he's taken one. Waiting to see them come through with the checkered flag. No, he must have taken one because he's there behind Julian Godfrey. Yeah, he must have taken it on the first lap then, out of my sight. Third place then goes to Mad Mark Watson and Steve Hill in fourth. I think I'm just going to wait for the next race to start because I'm making a complete mess of this today. Well, we know Julian Godfrey's won it. 2 seconds ahead of Ollie O'Donovan. Let's move on to the next one, shall we, before I make any more mistakes. Supercars Heat 1B will see number 11, Jeffrey Dolan, in his Opel Astra in pole position. Alongside him will be number 77, which is Mark Flaherty, in his Peugeot 208, the Albatec racing machine. And completing the front row will be the second Albatec Peugeot, that of Andy Scott, the current British Championship leader. Second row of the grid will be number 10, Kevin Proctor, the coach company boss from North Yorkshire, and alongside him number 3 of Andy Grant in his Ford Focus Mark 1. And then we've got number 66, which is the European Rallycross star Derek Tohill in the Ollie O'Donovan Ford Focus Mark 2. So Jeffrey Dolan in pole position. Is that Mark Flaherty alongside him? Because that certainly isn't a Peugeot 208, that's a Ford Focus. Looks like about a last minute change of car just to confuse me further as well. Andy Scott and Kevin Proctor should start as the favourites for this one. Watch for Derek Tohill. We've all seen what he can do on the European and World Rallycross stages. A surprise late entry on the programme today. There he is at the back of the grid in the Ollie O'Donovan Ford Focus. This is going to be an interesting one. Julian Godfrey's time of 2 minutes 48.7 seconds to beat here. Kevin Proctor, we know, has had launch control problems with that Fiesta beginning in last year's British Grand Prix, which he competed in and also sponsored. So Andy Scott in the Albatec Racing Peugeot on the outside of the front row should start as the favourite. Fixing the all clear then from the marshals. The green flag is held aloft from the rostrum. Away we go. It's a poor start by Mark Flaherty from the middle of the front row there. It's Andy Scott who goes into the lead ahead of Jeffrey Dolan in the Opel Astra, the former rallyman. In second place, Proctor is third. Then it's Derek Tohill in the Ford Focus Mark II. Mark Flaherty, also in a Ford Focus, is next. And then behind him, Andy Grant in the Mark I Ford Focus. It's Andy Scott who leads the way. Two cars go for the Joker lap first time through. The leaders head down the back straight then. Scott leads Jeff Dolan, the local man, in number 11 with his Opel Astra Mark IV. Down to third place behind Kevin Proctor in the Ford Fiesta. We said these two will be likely favourites for this one. Dolan in third place, then Mark Flaherty. We saw Derek Tohill and Andy Grant take their Joker laps at the first attempt. Now Proctor turns sharp right out of hole in the hedge into the Seat corner Joker lap section. The turbo wastegates chattering and banging as they head through. Jeffrey Dolan's taken his Joker 2, and Mark Flaherty previously competed with an Albatec Peugeot, but out in a Ford Focus this weekend. A late change of car for him. So your leader is still Andy Scott ahead of Kevin Proctor. The lap time certainly comparable to those of Julian Godfrey from heat number 1. It's going to be close between Scott and Godfrey if he keeps up this pace. Jeffrey Dolan still in third place in this group, ahead of Mark Flaherty. There's Andy Scott through the Joker lap chicane section. Is he going to stay ahead of Kevin Proctor? Only just by around a car's length. This is going to be close. Kevin Proctor trying his hardest to close up here on Andy Scott. Driver and team manager for Albatec Racing, runs two cars in the World Rallycross Championship organised by the FIA as well. To the final lap they go then. Proctor trying as hard as he can. This is for position. They've both taken their Jokers. This is going to be very close indeed. Here they come. Kevin Proctor right on the tail of Andy Scott now. He could be in for our closest finish of the day here. The back marker ahead of them there, that's Derek Tohill, still getting used to the Ollie O'Donovan Ford Focus. Get out of the way, say the two leaders. Tohill's had an op somewhere, and he gets out of the way on the final corner. Through on the inside go the two leaders. I don't think Kevin Proctor is going to quite get close enough, and Andy Scott takes it. Now, how does his time compare to that of Julian Godfrey? He goes quicker by 0.8 of a second. Andy Scott wins our first supercar heat of the day. Proctor goes quicker as well. Godfrey third overall. Then Ollie O'Donovan, Jeffrey Dolan, his time good enough for fifth overall ahead of Mark Flaherty. Then Mad Mark Watson, Steve Hill, Andy Grant, Thomas O'Rafferty, Noel Green and Derek Tohill finishes at the foot of the table. Declan Kelly, of course, was a non-starter. One race to go then before we go into the second round of heats here at Mondello Park today, and that is for the Rippler Retro Rallycross Championship. 6 competitors here this weekend, 3 from the UK and 3 from Ireland there should be. In pole position for this heat should be 904 Peter O'Brien with his Peugeot 205 GTI alongside the similar machine of Patrick Donoghue, number 909. Completing the front row 66 Barry Stewart with the Porsche 911. Then we've got number 136, David Aiken, with his lovely Mark II Vauxhall Astra GTE. Number 45, Lance Foster, with his Mini Clubman. And finally, number 14, Ray Morgan, with the Ford Escort Mark III BDA. We've got 5 of them there. The man we're missing is number 904, Peter O'Brien. I believe he's only competing in tomorrow's event, so he's sitting Saturday out here at Mondello Park. So there'll be 5 cars only for Rippler Retro Rallycross race number 1. A little bit of rebuilding of the tyre wall is taking place there underneath the Odyssey battery banners, sponsors of the supercar division here this weekend. So 5 retro rallycross machines, and the retro rallycross movement positively booming over the last year or two. Seen the likes of Rob Gibson with the Metro 6R4, James Harold with the VW Beetle. They've both won retro rallycross events this year. The last round at Pembrey was won by Ray Morgan, who's at the back of the grid here in the white Ford Escort Mark III with the Cosworth BDA engine. And he and Lance Foster should be the favourite for honours here. But the first appearance of the year for Barry Stewart in the Porsche 911, been plagued by mechanical problems of late. That beautiful Rothmans lookalike Porsche, starting alongside the 1980s Works Peugeot livery 205 of Patrick Donoghue. Just awaiting the all clear from the marshals. 5 cars out there for retro rallycross heat number 1. Watch for the green flag from the starters rostrum. We are on flag starts for this one, and away we go. Good start by Barry Stewart in the Porsche. He rockets away from the Peugeot of Patrick Donoghue, which could lose second place here to Lance Foster in the XE and Sandwith Mini Clubman. He goes into second place. Stewart from Lance Foster. Donoghue in third place in the 205. Then we've got Ray Morgan in the Mark III Escort, and David Aiken in the lovely Mark II Astra, liveried in the colours of the GM dealer team rally cars of the late 80s, that machine. Likewise the Peugeot there of Patrick Donoghue, aping the old Peugeot 205 rally machines of the Group B era. The fire there from David Aiken in the Astra, but it's Barry Stewart who leads the way ahead of the green and white mini spares machine of Lance Foster from County Durham. Used to run with the Super National division in that car. Patrick Donoghue still third ahead of David Aiken. Then Ray Morgan, not making a lot of progress so far in the Escort. Bit of a slow start to the day for him. Incidentally, retro rallycross do not run joker laps, so we won't see that thrown into the mix in this one. David Aiken on the tail of Patrick Donoghue for that third place. Going clear it is Barry Stewart. And a lot of mechanical problems towards the end of last year with the Porsche 911. It's its first appearance of the 2015 season. It's turning out beautifully for him, isn't it? Pulling away from Lance Foster, who goes off onto the grass. Exiting the final corner, Patrick Donoghue moves up to take second place. They come down the straight. Through goes the Peugeot, the Astra of David Aiken going through as well. They touch, battling for second place into turn 1. Aiken up the inside, and he's going to go from 4th to 2nd in the space of 2 corners. Yes, he's through. David Aiken in the Astra up to second place. Lance Foster in the Mini fighting back. He goes sideways. Patrick Donoghue's gone into the Joker Lap section. I didn't think Retro Rallycross ran Joker Laps. They're not changing the rules mid-race to confuse me again, are they? I think Patrick Donoghue did that by accident there. He ran wide and had to run through the Joker section. So Barry Stewart still leads in the Porsche, ahead of Lance Foster, ahead of David Aiken, excuse me, in the Astra. The gap this time through is 1.5 seconds. Still in third place we have Lance Foster's Mini, and then Patrick Donoghue in the Peugeot. Big lock up there from Barry Stewart. David Aiken's going for the lead in the Astra, coming through the hairpin. He's done it. David Aiken takes it up in the 136 Vauxhall Astra Mark II GCE, ahead of the Rothmans lookalike Porsche of Barry Stewart. We're on the last lap now. David Aiken is heading for victory in Rippler Retro Rallycross. So the local stars are going to put one across the UK-based retro racers. The checkered flag is at the ready. A fine drive through the field by David Aiken, and he takes the win ahead of Barry Stewart in the Porsche. Waiting to see who's going to come through for third place. It's the Mini of Lance Foster ahead of Ray Morgan. Patrick Donoghue further back. That's not the race time confirmed, that's positions after 3 laps. We've come off the live timing, so even that isn't working properly now. So even the live timing goes down on us mid-race. Giggity. We've lost Lance Foster's Mini. He's in the gravel. Just needs another tow from the marshals. They're certainly being kept busy today, aren't they, our marshals? It'll be into the second round of heats. Next up, well done for sticking with me through that very confusing first round of heats today. I was all over the place there, I am sorry. No change there, I hear you all say. So, preparing for heat number 2 then, for the juniors next up. They'll be on track in just a moment. Don't forget to get your tweets coming in, ladies and gentlemen. We've only had a couple so far. Hi to Leo Nolte, who's doing the circuit commentary here at Mondello Park today in the commentary box just next to mine. Hello up there, Leo. At Mid Sports Media, the place to tweet me. We've only had 1 or 2 tweets so far, so keep them coming in. There's Leo Nolte's commentary box at the top of that tower. Also a contributor to Autosport, among other publications over the years. Doing the circuit commentary here today. Waiting our second round of heats then, once Lance Foster's Mini has been recovered then. Next up it will be the juniors, the MSA juniors and the Irish Rallycross juniors. Hopefully we'll see both of our Irish contenders out this time. Jake Dooley in the Toyota Starlet was missing for Heat 1, which was won by Bradley Durden in Suzuki Swift number 96. Oh, there's what's happened to Lance Foster. We couldn't see it from our angle. He's thrown a wheel. Let's see if our live timing's working again yet. Ah, yes it is, and ready for Heat 2 for the juniors. Even that went down during the retro rallycross race there. Nothing seems to be working quite as it should do here today. Especially the commentator. Go on, say it, all you tweeters. No, I don't know what's holding that wheel on either. On Lance Foster's Mini, as we see it being stretchered off there. Still hanging in there as the snatch vehicle stretches the Mini back to the paddock. I think we've seen more breakdowns and mechanical issues than we've seen for the rest of the season collectively in that first round of heat. I hope they can all make it out again for Heat 2. There's the juniors and Swift Sports lining up for their next heats in the holding area. Lance Foster, he'll need some green and white Mini spares to fix that, won't he? Spot of extra work being done by one of our marshals there. That's good to see, just laying the dust a little. Is that van coming to tyre pack that dust down, or is he bringing the marshals a broom? He's giving the marshals a broom. Any supplies for our cameramen as well? Okay, so how many cars have we got then coming to the grid for our second round of heats? We've got 5 cars and a van at the moment. Yeah, it looks like Jake Dooley in his Toyota Star that we lost in practice. So we've just got the 4 Suzuki Swifts and Brian Martin with the Nissan Micra for our junior class today. Hopefully Jake Dooley will be able to repair for tomorrow's 5th round of the MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group, which you can catch live right here on amgtv.co.uk's live stream. So the grid forming up next, Jenny Hawkes, number 13. Pole position this time. Sam Jones, only his second ever Rallycross, in number 10 alongside her. Drew Bellaby completing the front row. Even our graphics won't play the game today. That sort of day, you can tell. Bradley Durding going for 2 wins out of 2 from the second row of the grid, and behind them Brian Martin in the Nissan Micra. So here we go then with our second round of heats. This is race number 15 here today at Mondello Park. Have we got the start lights back working this time then? Yes, we have. Red lights on, green, and away we go with round 2. Great start by Sam Jones and by Drew Bellaby. Not such a good one by Bradley Durding this time. It's side by side for the lead into that first corner. Sam Jones it is who takes the early lead in car number 10. Bellaby giving chase in the 2 car. Down into hole in the hedge they head for the first time. Bradley Durding throws the car up the inside there into 3rd place ahead of Hawkes and Brian Martin in the Micra. There go our top 2 then. Bellaby giving chase to our race leader. Her sister Paige had a tough opening to her day in the Lotus Exige in Super National earlier on, managed to hit the bank and deposit oil all around the circuits as well. So much going on in that race, our cameras couldn't keep track of it. So it's number 10, Sam Jones, in the Jam Motorsport car, who leads the way down onto the home straight for the first time. Bradley Durdin's closing up as well in number 96 in the ex-Jake Taylor car. 1.3 seconds in it between first and second at the end of the first lap, and Durdin closing up on Drew Bellaby. She's certainly met her match, hasn't she, with young Brad Durdin, who was expected to romp away with the Junior Rallycross Championship this year, but she loses second place to Durdin, finds a gap there coming through Sayat's corner, and Durdin up into second place. Fourth place behind them is Brian Martin with his Nissan Micra. Jenny Hawkes back in fifth. She's aiming to move into the BMW Mini Championship next year alongside her father Martin. Drew Bellaby sideways there coming out of the last corner, dropping back into third place now. Brian Martin's Micra is catching her. This is something of a shock here. Jones and Durdin fighting it out. Jones sideways, Durdin has to go wide. Coming out of turn one there, Durdin now closing up. He wants a second win. On their third lap of the four now, through the hairpin at Hole in the Hedge. And Durdin's all over the back of number 10, Sam Jones, now as they head down the far side of the circuit towards the loose section at Irish Ferries. Drew Bellaby closing back up a little now. Brian Martin's not far away either in the Nissan Micra, he's going well. They've dropped Jenny Hawkes, she's further back in number 13. Coming round to start their final lap this time then, and Sam Jones still hanging on grimly at the front in number 10. Up into turn one they go. Durdin tries to get the inside line away from Jones. Can he do it this time? Again, Jones runs a little wide, recovers it though. There was just 0.3 of a second between them at the end of that lap. Durdin's going to try and cut back onto the inside here at the hairpin. That's a good switch of line by Brad Durdin. He's going to take the lead. He's done it. Great bit of driving by Bradley Durdin in car 96. Got the cut back very nicely indeed there at the hairpin. And Sam Jones goes down to second place. Drew Bellaby keeping a watching brief in third position. Brian Martin up there in fourth place in the Micra. Sam Jones fighting back. He nearly cuts the final corner there, just up onto the curves, but that's lost in momentum, and it's going to be a second win of the day for Bradley Durdin in car 96. He comes through to take the checkered flag. Sam Jones comes over in second, just ahead of Drew Bellaby. And Brian Martin's Micra, the only Junior Ireland competitor, comes in fourth. Jenny Hawkes will come through to finish in fifth place. The margin of victory, 1.4 seconds for Brad Durdin, ahead of Sam Jones. Drew Bellaby 0.3 of a second further back in third place. Jenny Hawkes completes the 5 finishes. Jake Dooley, again sadly a non-starter. And next we move on to the senior Swift Sports. They're next up on the programme. Heat number 1 was won by car number 8 of Aidan Hills, and he's out on track in this one from the front of the grid. Aidan Hills in pole position, there he is in car number 8. Alongside him though will be number 1, reigning champion Tristan Ovenden, and it's Darren Scott completing the front row of the grid. With Jeff Hankin, there he is in car 66, and number 38 of Jack Brown alongside him, with Rob Maynard in 76 completing the grid. So we've got the top 4 in the championship out here in this Heat 2A for the Swift Sports. The rest of the pack will go in Heat 2B, so very good drivers indeed out in this Heat 2A. Ovenden will start as the favourite. Aidan Hills hasn't had much luck since his return to Rallycross. Darren Scott currently second in the points in car 25, the haulage contractor from Kent. Jack Brown, the man from Barnsley, in car 38 in the Gearbox World sponsored car, starts alongside Jeff Hankin. Rob Maynard, another Kentish-based driver, starts from row 3. Top 4 in the championship out in this one. This is going to be a very close race indeed, I think. Heat 2A for the Suzuki Swift Sport division. Lights out and nobody goes. Well, the green lights came on and nobody went. That's a new one. Red flags come out then. Only Darren Scott seemed interested in starting that race. This meeting is turning into a comedy of errors, it has to be said. Another bizarre scene there. That's the first time I've ever seen at the start of a motor race the green light come on and nobody starts. We've got it all here at Mondello Park today. So let's get them back into line then and remind them that a green light does mean go. Well, I do not know what's happened there. Okay, Tristan Ovenden surely to start as favourite then. From the middle of the front row alongside Aidan Hills and Darren Scott. Watch for Rob Maynard from the back of the grid as well. Aidan Hills is a former champion, won it back in 2011. They get away this time, all 6 of them are away well. And racing up towards turn 1, it looks like it's Darren Scott who's just got the advantage. From the outside, he's going to squeeze Tristan Ovenden in the first turn. Scott's had to go wide. That's going to allow Aidan Hills to go through into the lead in car number 8. Jack Brown coming through as well. He lucked in there on the inside to go from 4th to 2nd. Ovenden 3rd, Scott 4th, then Maynard and Jeff Hankin. So Tristan Ovenden goes straight for the Joker lap then. Didn't get the start he wanted. It's Hills that leads from Brown. Then it's Scott, Maynard and Hankin. Tristan Ovenden takes the Joker lap early, gets it out of the way, and is now playing catch up. Number 8, Aidan Hills. Could have gone for a win at Liddon Hill earlier this year, but unfortunately ended up in the gravel at Devil's Elbow. He heads the pack ahead of Jack Brown in car number 38, the man from South Yorkshire. Darren Scott up there in 3rd position. Chased by Rob Maynard a little further back in 4th place. The first trio beginning to break away, but of course get to take their Jokers. Aidan Hills leading by almost exactly a second at the end of lap 1. Darren Scott takes the Joker in car 25. He was 3rd in the GSF car parts. Sponsor machine comes out behind Tristan Ovenden, but ahead of Jeff Hankin in car 66. Aidan Hills who heads the pack in car number 8, then ahead of Jack Brown. There they are. Rob Maynard in the orange 76 car is in 3rd. Should see the leaders take their Jokers this time through. Maynard in 3rd, just ahead of the number 1 of Tristan Ovenden. A bit of a lock up there from Maynard into the hairpin. Darren Scott behind them in 25. Maynard dives for the Joker lap section this time. Through the chicane, he'll drop back into 5th position. Ahead of Jeff Hankin. Hills leads it, but Ovenden now up in the 2nd place ahead of Darren Scott. Aidan Hills, I think, has taken his Joker. Yes, he has. Just out of my sight there, we were watching Rob Maynard further back, so it is Jack Brown who has gone to the front, but he'll surely take the Joker lap this time. We'll see if we can pick up on that. Yes, he does. So loses the lead. Surely it's Aidan Hills who is going to take the win in this section of the race. Another section to come. It's very close for 2nd place there as Brown rejoins just ahead of Tristan Ovenden and Darren Scott just behind them as well. So it could be a fight for the line for 2nd place here. Brown has it at the moment. It's going to be a win for Aidan Hills in car number 8. But who's going to be 2nd in Heat 2A for the Suzuki Swift Sports? Running wide there onto the curve, Tristan Ovenden. The checkered flag goes down. Hills wins it. Well judged drive from him there. Jack Brown comes over in 2nd. Only 3rd for Tristan Ovenden. 4th place will go to Darren Scott, then Rob Maynard and Jeff Hankin completing the finishes. Aidan Hills it is who takes the spoils in that one. The other half of the entry will come out next for Swift Sport Heat 2B, and it'll be number 96 of Alex Spencer in pole position for this one, alongside number 18, the green and white machine there of Andrew Hawkes, and completing the front row number 3 of Jake Taylor. 2nd row number 17, which is David Ellis, and 55 of Nathan Heathcote. Now I would say that Taylor and Heathcote will be the favourites for victory here. Swift Sport, I think, about the only division where we haven't lost a car to a breakdown in practice. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think today is actually the first time we've seen an entire class not appear for their first heat, because in Super 1600 both Craig Lomax and Andrew Toomey didn't appear for their first heat, and they're the only Super 1600 entries. Could we see a round of the Super 1600 Championship with no starters? That would be most unfortunate. We'll see if they come out later on. They're both definitely here because I spoke to them in the paddock this morning. So Swift will concentrate on Swift Sports for now then. I'd say either Taylor or Heathcote will be favourites for victory in this next segment of Heat 2 for the Suzuki Swift Sports. We'll see how their times stack up compared to that of Aidan Hills. He clocked a 3:06.842 in winning that Heat 2A that we've just seen. Nearly 2 seconds ahead of Jack Brown. Waiting for them to come forward then. Possibly a little bit of track sweeping needed ahead of Heat 2B for the Swift Sports. Keep your tweets coming in at Mid Sports Media. Place to get in touch. We've only had one or two so far, so there must be more of you out there listening to me. Let us know. We want to hear from you. Give us a shout if you're listening in. So the cars now making their way to the grid for Heat 2B for the Suzuki Swifts. Alex Spencer, the man in pole position, the man from Sutton in Surrey, his first full season in Rallycross. The Swift Sports, an ideal starter formula for those making their first steps into the world of Rallycross. Andrew Hawkes, second on the grid. This finish that Andrew has had this year is fourth in round 2 at Liddon Hill. He currently sits in around 7th place in the championship, Andy Hawkes. Jake Taylor alongside him, winner of the B final at the last 2 meetings. Jake is in 5th in the championship, just a few points behind Jack Brown. Nathan Heathcote's had some bad luck this year. Best finish he's had is a 3rd place in the opening round at Croft. He came through the B final on that occasion as well. He's currently 6th in the championship, a couple of points behind Jake Taylor. Red lights are on then for Heat 2B for the Swifts, and away we go. A bit of a slow start there for Jake Taylor from the outside of the front row. Andrew Hawkes has got away well in number 18, and he'll take the early advantage into turn 1. Nathan Heathcote's giving chase on the outside. In 2nd place, goes a bit too wide there, and will lose 2nd to Alex Spencer. He's got away well in the 96. Heathcote now dives for the inside into the hairpin. Behind them, Jake Taylor and David Ellis. Swings his way through the hairpin there in number 17, slides it into the Joker lap. He'll drop to the rear of the field in the Sayers Road Tankers sponsored Suzuki. Used to race a Citroen Saxo in the hot hatch division. David Ellis. So Andrew Hawkes in the green and white machine is who leads, ahead of the Country Style Recycling sponsor, number 55 of Nathan Heathcote, in this battle for 3rd position between Alex Spencer in the black car and the grey machine, the Bull Rock sponsored machine of Jake Taylor, the NSA Academy student. Let's look on the inside as they come down into turn 1. Taylor goes through, up into 3rd position. Now down to the business of trying to catch Hawkes and Heathcote for the lead. Andy Hawkes from Stockton on tees. Nathan Heathcote from Ashford in Kent. Taylor slides his way through the hairpin there. He'll go for his Joker lap this time through. Have either of the leaders done so? No, they haven't. Still 1st and 2nd remain the same, nose to tail. Spencer is 3rd. we've got David Ellis in fourth. Andrew Hawkes still holds a narrow lead. How are his lap times comparing to those of Aidan Hills? Check it this time through. Nathan Heathcote right on his tail. Not able to concentrate fully. We've got a spinner in the background. Not able to concentrate fully on setting fast lap times. And Andy Hawkes goes wide there. He's been pressured into a mistake by Nathan Heathcote, and Nathan goes through into the lead, but their lap times are a second or two down on the pace setters from Heat 2A. Heathcote leads it. Then we saw a spinner in the background there at the end of the lap. I think that might have been Jake Taylor. We'll check that in a moment, because yet again my timing screen went blank. Yes, I believe it was possibly Jake Taylor, as Andy Hawkes takes the joker. Nathan Heathcote should have gone through there as well. My timing screen didn't keep randomly going blank. It might be a bit easier here. So Heathcote leads it. He'll take his joker this time through, I think. So we're on the last lap now, so he's got Hawkes in second place, David Ellis up there in third position. So Nathan Heathcote is surely going to turn right here into his joker section this time. David Ellis really having a go at Andy Hawkes here for that second place. The back straight section now, and Heathcote has been able to rejoin following his joker, still with the lead. We'll see how Nathan's times compares to those of Aidan Hills. His lap times were a second or two slower earlier on, so the checkered flag will go out this time. Let's see how the time slots in on the screen. Heathcote takes the checkered flag. He wins Heat 2B. I don't think his time, no, not as quick as Aidan Hills, and it's 2 out of 2 for the number 8 car. Andrew Hawkes just holds off David Ellis by 0.2 of a second for second place. Fourth goes to Jake Taylor, and fifth in that segment. Fourth goes to Andrew Hawkes, and then Jake Taylor completing the finishes after a spin late on. Alex Spencer finishes at the tail of the field in that one. So Aidan Hills finishes on top again. 4 seconds clear of Jack Brown, RX 150 of course. The RX 150s coming out to line up next then. Buggies in their second heat of the day. Reigning champion Mark Scott was on top in race number 1. So in pole position this time is number 99 Chrissy Palmer, the points leader. Mark Scott will start alongside him, and Stephen Jones third in the points in number 9 alongside him. On the second row, number 7 of George Tracy, the local man. Mitchell Flaherty in number 73 is alongside him. And completing the field will be John Kenny in car number 87 in the Dave Bellaby RX 150 buggy, making his Rallycross debut for RTE this weekend. Mark Scott will be the favourite for honours here, I'm sure, from the middle of the front row, but Palmer and Jones will push him hard. We're underway with the LHMC RX 150 buggy heat number 2. Howl their way into that first corner. It's Mark Scott who's made a perfect start from the centre of the front row. He leads the way ahead of 99 of Chrissy Palmer, number 7 George Tracy, failed to complete a lap in race 1 with mechanical issues, and Stephen Jones running very wide there around the hairpin for the first time, drops back in 4th place, just ahead of the 87 of John Kenny there. 73 Mitch Flaherty's had hip problems, very slow there through the hairpin, looks like he is out of the race. So the leaders complete the first lap then. Mark Scott leads from Chrissy Palmer. These two set to battle all the way for the championship this year. Towards the hairpin they head. We've seen what Mark Scott's father could do today in the Odyssey Battery Supercar, Andy Scott in the Albertech Peugeot. Chrissy Palmer, star on the circuits in Formula Ford, and then Mazda MX-5s as well up there in second place. Number 7, the ex-James Grint car. He's representing Rallycross. James Grint down at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, I'm told, this weekend with an Albertech Peugeot. Explains why Mark Flaherty's in a backup car. These two lead from down into turn one. Then Palmer pushing really hard, throwing that 99 buggy into the turn there. Still Mark Scott it is with the advantage. They head into lap 3. Spin there for Mitchell Flaherty. Thought he had mechanical problems earlier on, so it looks like he's definitely out of the race this time. That will give a top 5 place to John Kenny. Leaders avoid the 73 car there, protected by the yellow flags. Still Scott from Palmer, off the loose, onto the tarmac at final corner. And to complete their third lap. The gap last time through was 8/10 of a second. What's it going to be this time? We got red. I've just glimpsed a red flag at the start line there. There's the reason. Yes, we go red flags with Mitch Flaherty stranded at Sayat's corner. And the race is halted. Now the drivers were just heading into the last lap, so will we see the event rerun, or will we see the race awarded after the completion of 3 laps? Let's wait and see what will happen here. The red flag has come out with Mitch Flaherty's car stranded on the back straight just after Sayat's corner. Martian's pickup truck coming out to recover it. Mark Scott slows the field down. There's number 7 and George Tracy still there in 3rd place. So there's the incident. Mitch Flaherty, whose father we're also seeing competing in Supercar today, stuck there in the tyre wall. Didn't quite catch him spinning out there. So once that car is recovered, we'll wait and see what's going to happen, whether the RX 150s are going to be rerun. And if not, we'll move on to race 19, which is the hot hatches, BMW Minis, and Super 1600s in absentia, you might say, because we have been told by Tony Simpson, thanks to him for getting in touch from the paddock here today, that both Craig Lomax and Andrew Toomey's cars suffered problems in qualifying. But we're told they will both be repaired for Heat 3. The 2 Super 1600 entries won't be out for Heat 2. They will compete in Heat 3 though. We'll see the 2 Citroen C2s out in that one. So fair play to the teams for their efforts, and thanks to our interviewer here this weekend, Tony Simpson, for keeping us informed. The RX 150s are grinning up again, so we are going to have a rerun, which won't please Mark Scott, I don't think, because he'd held Chrissy Palmer off for 3 laps there. Spectators waiting patiently, as I'm sure you all are, ladies and gents, for this race to resume. Just checking on Mitch Flaherty after his spin into the tyre wall there. And Mark Scott's got it all to do again against Chrissy Palmer. See if he can hang on for the win in heat number 2. Apologies for another slight delay here at Mondello Park at round 4 of the MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group. There's the reason. Mitch Flaherty's RX 150 buggy being recovered from the tyre wall by the marshals. And their race 2 is about to be rerun. Mark Scott was leading at the time of the stoppage there, holding off Chrissy Palmer. They've got it all to do here in the rerun, starting alongside number 9 Stephen Jones on the grid for this one. Mitch Flaherty, the 73 buggy, being steered by one of the marshals, being towed back to the paddock. Mitch appears to be okay after that off. And we'll be down to 5 buggies for the rerun then. There they are on the grid, still under rather threatening skies here at Mondello Park, as you can see there from our shot from turn 1, but no rain so far to turn the mud sections of the track into mashed potato. I won't embarrass the driver involved, who used that terminology after a previous round this year. Mind you, Harry Batten used to call it driving on porridge in the world of rallying, I remember. Had a tweet come in saying, "Hi, watching Dan Rook, but getting very confused with all the timing doesn't do a mother's nerves any good." That's Wendy Rook getting in touch via Twitter, watching her son Dan in the MSA Super Nationals today. Hi Wendy, hope you're enjoying the coverage, and the timing is confusing me at times as well today, so you are not alone, don't worry. Okay, so it looks like we are just about ready for a restart with the RX 150 buggies then, a quintet of buggies on the grid. Oh, was that a jump start there by Chrissy Palmer? No, he controlled it, and we are underway. And it is once again Mark Scott who goes into the lead ahead of Palmer and the number 7 of George Tracy in 3rd place. John Kenny there at the back of the grid in number 87. It's Scott who leads the way around the first 2 turns. Chrissy Palmer has a look on the inside, running the nose wide there, understeering wide. George Tracy loses 3rd place to the number 9 buggy of Stephen Jones. First 2 begin to pull away. Are we seeing the same pattern as we had in the first running of this race? There goes John Kenny at the back of the field. He'll hand that buggy over to Daniel McKenna, the former British rally champion, for tomorrow's event. But slightly less breakdown incident in tomorrow's meeting here at Mondello Park. Palmer giving chase. Over the loose section they go. Mark Scott, the Southern Scotland driver, is who leads the way. Palmer in 2nd, very different to a Formula Ford single-seater. His debut towards the end of last season in RX 150, Chrissy Palmer, and he's taken to Rallycross like a duck to water. Losing out here too, Mark Scott, who wants to wrest that points lead back from Palmer, the man behind. 3rd place still Stephen Jones in number 9, learning all the time, always there or thereabouts on the lower reaches of the podium and the top 5. Right behind him is still the number 7 of George Tracy, Irish Rallycross star for many years. Brings something different. That time very consistent as well, only a couple of tenths down on Chrissy Palmer that time through, and Mark Scott lapping over a second ahead of everybody else. There goes Jones. There is Tracy to make up for engine failure in the opening race of the day. There's John Kenny, number 87. Dave Bellaby won the opening round of the championship on home turf at Croft in that car. There goes Mark Scott, completed his 3rd. He's getting quicker and quicker all the time, although Chrissy Palmer was a tenth of a second quicker on that last lap according to the timing streak. He's closed up a little. Don't think he's going to catch Mark Scott unless Mark makes a major mistake on the final corner. Mark is the undisputed master of RX 150 racing. Oh, George Tracy's hit problems. Number 7 dropping down the order then. It's a great shame. So here come the leaders towards the checkered flag this time, and it's going to be another win for Mark Scott in number 1. Takes the flag ahead of Chrissy Palmer. Same one too as earlier on, despite some quick laps towards the end there, closing the gap to 1.6 seconds. Chris Palmer at the flag, not quite enough to catch double winner mark. Stop though, Stephen Jones comes over for a lonely third place, despite a last lap malady there at turn 1. Will be fourth for George Tracy and number 7 ahead of 87 of John Kenny. There's your timings confirmed then, just waiting for John Kenny to cross the line. He does so now. And there's your result confirmed of RX 150's heat number 2. Next up it will be hot hatches and BMW Minis. We won't see the Super 1600 class because both of their entrance cars still repairing after problems in practice. We should hopefully see them in heat 3. Let's have a look who we have got this time then. It should be Paul Maybourne. Yes, he's there, the man from Sitting Board in the Citroen Saxo on pole. Alongside him should be number 24 Craig Lomax. He won't be there, so completing the front row will be number 1 David Bell in the BMW Mini. Second row of this grid will be number 35 Martin Hawks in the other BMW Mini. Yes, he's presently correct. Alongside him will be number 18 Robert Potira. Has he made it out after he retired from race 1? Doesn't look like he has. So then we've got number 66, which is Thomas Velgosh in the black Peugeot 106, winner first time out in the hot hatches. Yes, he is there. We could well be going ahead with just 4 cars in this one. There's Velgosh, riding up behind the other Saxo of Paul Maybourne and the pair of BMW Minis, Hawks and Bell. Almost ready to rumble then. This will be 4 laps once again for the BMW Minis and hot hatches. They are underway. Good start by Thomas Velgosh from the back of the grid, but it is Paul Maybourne in number 77 who leads into turn 1 ahead of David Bell. Clear favourite for BMW Mini honours this weekend, but we said that at Pembrey and his car let him down in the final, and it was John Clayton who won the last round of the series. So Maybourne leads it. At the inside comes David Bell, but I think he's gone for the Joker lap. Indeed he has in car number 1. Through the chicane there. Also following him is the other BMW Mini of Martin Hawks. So it's the 2 hot hatch machines who lead the way then. Thomas Velgosh has taken over from Paul Maybourne in the 77. Bell still in 3rd place in car number 1. So Velgosh it is who leads the way there ahead of Paul Maybourne. Maybourne made a mistake, I think, somewhere around that lap. Here comes Velgosh, based in London but born in Poland. The Seatbelt Services sponsored car, one of a number of drivers in the UK-Poland Rallycross team. We've seen the likes of Thomas Marciniak and Marius Melberg in previous years as well. Slavomir Volok is here today as well with his Fiesta. As Maybourne now takes his Joker lap, he'll drop down to 3rd, possibly 4th place. Where is Martin Hawks? There he is, still behind the Motor Parts Direct Citroen Saxo of Paul Maybourne. David Bell still there in 2nd place, proving on the pace of the hot hatch cars here today. The less powerful BMW Minis not quite able to overhaul the French hatchbacks. So will make up Velgosh away and clear. He will take the Joker lap this time. There he goes through the Joker section. Where's he going to come out? Is he going to come out ahead of David Bell? Yes, he is, by a clear margin. Maybourne closing up a little as well. I think David Bell's got a puncture, yes, left front. He's got a flat tyre, David Bell. I thought he'd drop back. Bell has a puncture, but with only 1 class rival out there, he will want to keep going. There you can see the flat tyre on the left front, and David Bell's going to have to slow up. So Paul Maybourne goes through into 2nd place overall and 2nd in class. Now David Bell will want to keep going here with only 1 class rival, Martin Hawks, out there. It's not been a good season so far for David. He's leading the championship due to others' absences, really. And Martin Hawks is surely about to take the lead of the BMW Mini class. There he goes, around the outside. In Rallycross, You do not stop unless your car is totally incapable of forward motion. I've seen cars finish races on 3 wheels in the past. David Bell struggles on. Checkered flag is out at the finish line meantime, and it's going to be another win for Thomas Velgosh in the Peugeot. There he goes, takes the win. Great lap on the final lap there, 43.884 seconds. Second place overall it will be Paul Mayborn, and Martin Hawkes will get his first BMW Mini win. Margin of victory for Thomas Velgosh, full 13 seconds of Paul Mayborn there. Hawkes comes in third and wins the BMW Mini category, and David Bell limps home fourth with a flat front tyre. So bad luck David Bell there. Lost around 10 seconds on that last lap. Now we're moving on to our Irish competitors, the stock hatch 8 valves, so it's Peugeot 205s galore. Next out on track then it was Kieran Murphy, number 805, who won their first heat, taking on the Civic RXs, which will run mixed in with them. We only saw one of them out in the first segment of heats for them because Patricia Higgins failed to start. Leanne Sedgwick, our English visitor, was the only competitor to come out in the Civics. Let's have a look at the grid for this time then, for race number 20 of the day. It's number 888 Patrick Bateman with his Peugeot, who will be on pole for this one alongside 816 of Adrian Farrell, and 803 Pete McGarry makes it an all 205 front row this time. On the second row, 812, which is the black Peugeot of Tom Murphy, and 811, the Citroën Saxo of Dan Dowling. Yes, they're all present and correct. We can see them there in the assembly area. And completing the grid should be number 874, James O'Shea. He missed his first heat, but you can see the number 874 there, so he is present this time for this next heat for the stock hatch 8 valves and Civic RXs. Civics should be out in the second segment of this heat. Leanne Sedgwick and Patricia Higgins. So waiting the stock hatch 8 valve class to pull forward then from the assembly area. Keep your tweets coming in, of course, viewers. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. Certainly been a busy one with plenty of action and incident, to say the least. So hope everybody's able to prepare for later on. We are seeing the Super 1600 class working feverishly. We've already mentioned a snapped shaft for Craig Lomax needing to be re-welded, the championship leader. So just waiting for the grid to pull forward then. Looks like I've got a spot of track maintenance going on at the moment, so we'll be back underway in just a couple of moments from now. The water cart is on track, so we'll be back underway with our next race in a couple of minutes' time. So the car's in position then for our next race for the stock hatch 8 valve category. 5 205s and a Saxo in position for this one. Starting as the favourite, I would say, is number 803 of Pete McGarry, going from the outside of the front row in the red and black machine, starting alongside the treble 8 of Patrick Bateman. We saw him take a bit of a battering in race 1, completing the front row 816 of Adrian Farrell. Watch for the Saxo as well of 811 of Dan Dowling, and look out for James O'Shea, the ex-hot rod racer, from the back of the grid as well. Now, was that a false start there? Very nearly, but they managed to gather it up. We're away. Great start by Bateman. Heading out with him is the 803 of Pete McGarry. Looks like he's just got the advantage. Indeed he has, into that first corner, all away cleanly. McGarry it is who leads it, ahead of Patrick Bateman. And in third place looks like we've got Adrian Farrell in the 816 Peugeot, under fire from Dan Dowling though. The Saxo goes through into the hairpin for the first time, but he runs wide on the exit. Farrell though goes for the Joker lap in 816, followed by Tom Murphy in 812. They head through the Joker lap section there. They rejoin towards the back of the field. We'll pick up the leaders in just a second as the back markers head through the rear section of the track, through Irish Ferries, and down towards last corner. Here are the leaders then. Pete McGarry from Tallaght leads the way in 803, ahead of treble 8s of Patrick Bateman. The two 205s on this freshly watered track. The bonnet coming a bit loose on Bateman's car. We saw him lose a bumper earlier on in Heat 1. I hope he's not going to lose a bonnet this time as well. Third place Dan Dowling ahead of Adrian Farrell as the 888 heads for the Joker lap. Really pushing hard. It is starting to rain here at Mondello Park. There's the 874 of James O'Shea chasing Dan Dowling. That's the battle for second place behind Peter McGarry. Pete McGarry scheduled to race in 2 classes today. I don't think we saw him out in his other Peugeot earlier on though, the 151 car in the modified category. McGarry leads from Dowling, then it's O'Shea, who's the campaigner Ford Fiesta in National Hot Rods, the County Dublin driver. Quite successfully too, raced a Peugeot on the short ovals as well, the likes of Tipperary Raceway, and also regular forays over to England, such as Hensford Raceway, Vauxhall Stadium, Ipswich, which is coincidentally is hosting the Hot Rod World Finals this weekend. O'Shea through the Joker lap section. Who's going to take the lead? Looks like Bateman has done it. Yes, he has. McGarry took his Joker lap there. Bateman comes out ahead. Dan Dowling still ahead of them though. He hasn't yet taken his Joker, so plenty of chop and change at the front of the field here. Pete McGarry drops back to third place in his Peugeot. It's Dan Dowling in the Citroen, leading the hordes of 205s. Windscreen washers going on Patrick Bateman's car there, but he has to be careful that bonnet doesn't flap open and smash his windscreen here. See him coming loose on the left front corner there. Won't slow him down though, as we said in the last race. You don't stop in Rallycross unless your car is incapable of moving. Bateman pushes on through this very heavily watered section, and with a few drops of rain falling, you can now see what some of the drivers mean by the loose surface turning to the consistency of mashed potato. Perhaps something less savoury, which we won't go into here. I don't repeat everything the driver says. Anyway, coming into the last lap, checkered flag is out then. It's going to be a win for Patrick Bateman because Dan Dowling took his Joker lap that time through. Bateman wins it. McGarry second, Dowling third, James O'Shea is fourth, then Adrian Farrell and Tom Murphy. Just under 2 seconds in it at the checkered flag there. Well done to Patrick Bateman, who despite that flapping bonnet defeats Pete McGarry and Dan Dowling. Dan leaving it late to take his Joker lap, and it didn't quite work out for him. Now it's on to the other half of the entry for stock hatch 8 valves and Civic RXs. In 880, Leanne Sedgwick, the ex-stock car racer from Kent, will be in pole position for this one, with 879 Robbie Herbert scheduled to be alongside her, but we saw him out of action after practice. So completing the front row will be 815 Stephen Jess, and there is number 884. That is the other Civic of Patricia Higgins, and judging by that tank tape on the left front, it looks like she's had an off in practice. Alongside Higgins will be number 839, which is Damien Farrell. And and then number 805 of Kieran Murphy, the white and orange 205, which was the winner of heat number 1, of course. So it's good to have both the Civics out there for this one, our two lady pilots. Leanne Sedgwick making the switch from 1300cc stock cars on the short ovals into Civics. A few months ago she was quite badly hurt in a stock car accident. Good to see Leanne back racing. 884 Patricia Higgins looks like has moved into the middle of the front row there alongside 815 Stephen Jess in his Peugeot, the blue, green and white machine. Yes, Patricia Higgins slightly out of position there, just being moved back to the second row. Alongside her will be the 205 of number 839 Damien Farrell. Finally on the grid, number 805 Kieran Murphy going for win number 2. See the damage on the front left of the blue Civic there of Patricia Higgins. Time to beat 3:13.975. That was the time for Patrick Bateman in Heat 2A. Let's see what they can do then. It's Leanne Sedgwick in the Civic who leads them away, but already coming through is Farrell in 839. Round the outside goes Damien Farrell on the first corner to take the lead. Trying to fight it out the inside, Stephen Jess in 815. It's Peugeot versus Honda around the first two turns. 805 Kieran Murphy, with a great start there up the outside as Sedgwick goes for the joker lap, so it should be Damien Farrell who's got the early lead around the first lap then, ahead of Kieran Murphy in 805. Then it's Stephen Jess in 815. Sedgwick has gone down to 4th position, so there are the two leaders completing their opening. Kieran Murphy looking for win number 2. 3:13.975 is the time to beat. Into lap 2 they head then. Into lap 3 they head, excuse me. Round the hairpin, Farrell from Murphy. There is the 884 of Patricia Higgins with her battered Honda Civic after an off in practice this morning. Far side in the top 2. Farrell ahead of Murphy. Leanne Sedgwick dropping away, having taken her joker. Waiting to see what the lap time is going to be this time. How are Damien Farrell and Kieran Murphy's lap times comparing to those of Patrick Bateman from Heat 1? They are a few seconds up, so this could well be the fight for the overall victory in this Heat number 2. They added together, of course, with Heat 2A. Farrell goes for the joker, so that will give Kieran Murphy a clear lead, the man from Clane, just outside Dublin. Who goes at Stephen Jess as well in 815, taking his joker lap there we caught a glimpse of in the background. You can see how damp the circuit is there on its back section through the rough dirt area. Into the last lap this time then. Goes number 805 of Kieran Murphy, he's just on a 45.494. So it looks like he'll have to take his joker lap this time then, so this could well be close. Whoa, spun car in the way of the leader. That's Patricia Higgins in the Civic. So Kieran Murphy will go for the joker lap this time. And is he going to retain his lead? I don't think he is, no. 839 Damien Farrell it is who takes up the lead then. Kieran Murphy delayed slightly there by that slow back marker, and they've both got to pass Patricia Higgins now because of Kieran Murphy having gone through the joker section there. Is he going to attack for the lead on this run to the line? We shall wait and see. I don't think there's quite going to be room on the run down to the checkered flag. No, there isn't. How's the time going to compare to that of Heat 2A though? Across the line they come. Does Farrell go quicker than Patrick Bateman? No, he doesn't. So Patrick Bateman does take the overall victory. Damien Farrell delayed there slightly on his final lap of stock hatch heat number 2. Patrick Bateman it is who takes the win. There we see it by just under 2 seconds ahead of Pete McGarry. Damien Farrell's time there only good enough for 4th overall ahead of Kieran Murphy, both behind Dan Dowling. James O'Shea completing the 6th. Leanne Sedgwick tops the Civics after that spin for Tricia Higgins, and now we move on to the stock hatch 16 valve category. The 8 cars out there for this one, and in pole position will be number 720, which is Eugene Ward, father of John Ward, who we see at the back of the grid in 711, the winner of Heat 1. 799, Keith Kershaw in his new Citroen C2 on the middle of the front row there, completing the front row. 709, Michael Duke in his Peugeot 106. On the second row, 795, the red machine of Derek Lenihan, alongside him 761, which is Ian Fishbourne. Third row, 789, John Dowling, who's repaired his Saxo after a collision in race 1. John Ward in 711, former touring car star Owen Murray in 760. At the back of the grid, started racing in Fiat Puntos here at Mondello Park, then progressed on to race Ford Fiestas in the UK, and eventually up into the world of touring car racing with Alfa Romeo among others, before heading back to Ireland and eventually moving into the world of Rallycross. So keep an eye on that silver Peugeot right at the back of the grid. Here we go then with heat number 2 for the stock hatch 16 valve category. Lights out and the race gets underway. Great start by Michael Duke in the blue 106, trying to move up the inside. There is the 720 of Eugene Ward. Can he take the lead away? No, Michael Duke it is who holds the advantage. Ward in second place, John Ward running wide at the back, so it's 795 of Derek Lenihan from Sandyford in third place ahead of the 761 of Ian Fishbourne in the first of the 2 Yokohama Peugeot 106s. And his headlights on there as they head onto the back of the circuit. A quartet of cars go for the Joker lap, headed by Keith Kershaw in his new Citroen C2. Back of that group there, 789 of John Dowling from Kilcullen in his repaired Saxo. Owen Murray's in that group as well. There's the leaders, Michael Duke coming round to complete his opening lap in the blue Peugeot 106. Ahead of Eugene Ward, number 720. 795, Derek Lenihan holds third. Peugeot 106s all the way. 761 of Ian Fishbourne, a better run than in Heat 1 here, up there in 4th position, and round there, second of the 4 laps they go. Throwing it in there, Eugene Ward in 4th place. Lenihan goes for the Joker this time. The chicane. Very tidy indeed there. Derek Lenihan rejoins ahead of this squabbling pack that have already taken their Joker. 799 of Keith Kershaw in the C2 at the head of this group. Owen Murray and John Ward in behind him, then John Dowling. So your leader is still Michael Duke. He's just completed his second lap in number 709 ahead of Eugene Ward and Ian Fishbourne. Then this terrific fight for 4th and 5th places. Kershaw defending frantically there from 760 of Owen Murray in his 106. Both very experienced racers, these two. Closing up on Derek Lenihan as well, the 106 that lost a wing mirror at the start of race 1, collided with John Dowling in number 789. There's 4 of them together through the back of the circuit towards Sayat Corner. This is superb stuff. Leaders are missing all the fun. Michael Duke still leading the way, I think, in 709. We'll see whether he's yet taken his Joker. Leaders are heading round into turns 1 and 2 once again as the midfield scrap it out. So Michael Duke will have to take his Joker lap, I'm sure, this time, as Keith Kershaw still scrapping it out. There's our leader, the Rathgar Motor Factors Peugeot of Michael Duke, heads through the Joker lap. Has he done enough to retain his lead? We watch the midfield pack, and off goes John Ward onto the grass there through the hairpin. This is absolutely frantic stuff. I've no idea what the finishing order is going to be here. Here comes Michael Duke. Has he done enough? It looks like he has done enough to hold his lead here. He was a late entry on the programme, Michael Duke, but he's going to come through to take the checkered flag. Duke will win it in car number 709. 720 Eugene Ward comes over in second, Ian Fishbourne third, then Derek Lenihan will take 4th place, and who is going to be 5th? The photo finish there, Owen Murray just beats Keith Kershaw to the line by a 1/10 of a second. John Dowling is 7th. John Ward suffering problems there on the last lap. He finishes at the back. I think he may well have a puncture there. John Ward in 7.11. So well done, Michael Duke, taking the win in car number 709. Building up enough of an advantage to enable him to take a successful Joker lap on the final lap. So what's next then? It's back to our hodgepodge of classes. The Irish Modified Rallycross Championship, along with the MSA Super Nationals. Now, remember all the confusion we had in one earlier, so hopefully we'll avoid that sort of muddle this time. Let's have a look at the grid for Heat 2A then. See who we've got. It's going to be Gavin Jess in the Rover Metro in pole position for this one. Alongside him should be Tommy Graham in the Mark II Escort, but that broke down at the start of Heat 1 as we saw, so I don't think Tommy's coming out for this one. And number 91, Alan Tapscott, the first Englishman on the grid, completes the front row. On the second row, we've got one of the BMWs. It's listed on the grid sheet as number 105, which is Pierce Brown. But there was a bit of confusion over who was in that car. It is being shared by two drivers today, being shared by Pierce Brown and George Tohill. So we'll see who's in that car in a moment. Alongside him, 166, which is Philip Kelly in the Toyota MR2. Then we've got Patrick Ryan in number 48, the Vauxhall Nova. Don Shannon in the Volvo S40, and finally the winner of heat number 1 for the Super National and Modified division, number 200, Padraig Leeson in the Vauxhall Corsa B, is at the back of this grid for heat 2A for the Super Nationals and Modified. Race 23 of the day about to get underway. Here we go then, and racing up towards that first turn, the BMW barging its way through there. Can it get past Alan Tapscott? No, it can't. It's number 105, so it is waiting to confirm there, number 105 Pierce Brown in this one as Tapscott gets forced off there at the first corner. I thought there were going to be too many cars in too small a space there, and something that had to give was Alan Tapscott's Corsa. More mayhem further round as Patrick Ryan's Nova heads into the Joker lap, followed by Tapscott. He's already had problems on this lap, so he decides to cut his losses and take his Joker early, along with Phil Kelly in the Toyota MR2. Alan Tapscott currently lying second to Dan Rook in the point standings for MSA Super National, so he needs good results here. Waiting for the leaders to come through on the home straight then. Here they come. It's the BMW of Pierce Brown, number 105, who leads the pack ahead of the Metro of Gavin Jess. Don't remembers to take a Joker lap this time. He's attacking for the lead as they come into the hairpin. Then we've got the Volvo of Don Shannon and 200 of Padraig Leeson, so 4 Irishmen battling for the lead. 2 of them go for the Joker lap. That's Jess and Leeson, Metro and the Corsa. Dance their way through the Joker lap. They lose out to Patrick Ryan in the Nova. So it's Irishmen all the way at the front of this one. The great English hope in this heat 3A, 2A rather. Alan Tapscott, but severely delayed in a moment on the first corner. So there go the leaders. It's Pierce Brown in the BMW Compact who leads the way. I can confirm it is Pierce Brown on board that car. Apologies again for the earlier confusion with that car being shared by 2 drivers. Don Shannon's Volvo is up to second, and now Padraig Leeson in number 200 all over the back of Gavin Jess in the Metro. He lies 30 seconds earlier on for not taking a Joker. Through the Joker lap goes Pierce Brown, rejoins just ahead of Patrick Ryan, so that will give the lead to Don Shannon in the Volvo S40, the orange car further up the road there. Then it's Brown, Ryan's Nova, Jess in the Metro, Leeson in the Corsa, Alan Tapscott's rear-wheel drive Corsa, next man through. BMW very sideways there, getting onto the pit straight. Pierce Brown loses some time there in the BMW E36 Compact. And Jess not giving up in the Metro either. This is going to be a close one. Waiting to see Don Shannon take the Joker lap, and he spun it. Don Shannon's gone. That's the leader. Spun there at the hairpin section just before the entry to the Joker lap. He has to take the Joker as well, so that's lost any chance of Don Shannon taking the win here, and that will give Pierce Brown the lead back. But he's now got Ryan, Jess and Leeson all on his tail. This is going to be a very close one. Is Pierce Brown going to take the win in Heat 2A for the Modifieds and Super Nationals? Irishman all the way at the front of the field, and Pierce Brown takes it. Good drive Patrick Bryant's Nova second, Gavin Jess's Metro third, and fourth place goes to Padraig Leeson in the Corsa. Fifth across the line was Alan Tapscott, then Don Shannon and Philip Kelly in the MR2 taking seventh place. Tommy Graham, of course, was a non-starter in the Escort. Well, one of the best races we've had so far here at Mondello Parks out with excellent stuff. Next race coming to the line then. Who have we got this time? This is Heat 2B for the Super Nationals and Modifieds. And this time on track it's Mike Howlin, number 15, the Welshman in the Fiesta in pole position. Alongside him another Fiesta, that of Slavomir Volok, the Polish driver, in number 60. And number 96, the Ford KA of Gareth Wood, completes the front rank. On the second row, the repaired Peugeot 206 of Stuart Emery, number 1, and number 124, James McVicker in the Renault Clio. Then we should have number 125 of George Tohill and 33 Paige Bellaby. Paige is there. I would suspect George Tohill will be out in Heat 2C because he is sharing a car, so they've got to swap him between Pierce Brown and George Tohill. They've got to swap their BMW Compact, so maybe George will be out in Heat 2C, which is coming up next, to give him a little bit of extra time, of course, to switch cars. So 6 cars out there for this one. It looks like we'll see George Tohill bumped to Heat 2C. A lot of smoke again from Paige Bellaby's Lotus there, but it gets off the line as quickly as it usually does, nearly into the back of Slavomir Volok, and contact there. Stuart Emery, Slavomir Volok and Paige Bellaby all involved. They all seem to survive that. It's Mike Howlin with the lead in the Fiesta, number 15, chased by James McVicker in the Renault Clio. Emery still all over the place. Look at the front of his Peugeot. Slavomir Volok spins to a halt. He's got some damage there after that first corner chaos. He's getting it going again. My goodness, what a messy start that was. Stuart Emery has certainly got some damage there. Bonnet folded in half on the 206. He and Paige Bellaby, we saw them crawling around with all manner of problems in Heat number 1. And chaos has struck again here in Heat 2. Seems to have struck my timing stream, which has gone blank once again as well. So Mike Howlin and Gareth Wood it is who set the pace. Here they come, Howlin sideways through turn 1. Gareth Wood giving chase, the Tynesider in the little Ford KA, the pocket rocket as some call it. Has a look on the inside as they come through Sayat corner. No way through there. Howlin still sets the pace. Anybody taking Joker laps further back? Doesn't look like it at the moment. Battle for the lead then, coming down through Irish Ferry's corner, then down towards the final corner. Howlin still heads the pack in the Fiesta, ahead of the KA of Gareth. Emery third, Bellaby fourth. Fifth position, we've got James McVicker and Slavomir Volok at the back in his Fiesta. We'll see whether he's dropped out after that spin earlier on. Cannot get that Fiesta to run properly this season. Through go the leaders. Now surely they're going to go for the Joker lap this time. Indeed they are, both together. So, is this going to give Stuart Emery? No, Emery's gone for the Joker lap as well. So Paige Bellaby could, with a spurt of power here, go from 4th to 1st in one move. She's not quite going to do this. But now he's up with the 2 leaders. Bellaby has closed in the Lotus. Emery goes down to 4th in his battered Peugeot. Not his day at all so far. Paige Bellaby. May not look like a typical Rallycross car, that Lotus, but very effective indeed. Maybe his dad Dave, the first to make a real success of it, along with Mike Dresser, the former Metro racer, was the first to campaign a Lotus, as Howlin runs wide there. Coming through turn 1 into the hairpin. Is Gareth Wood going to get the nose down the inside? No, not quite. Through the hairpin they go. Still Mike Howlin is who leads the way. Wood is not finished yet, trying to get the Ford K up alongside the Fiesta, but the Fiesta looks stronger in a straight line. Mike Howlin's got the power. And it looks as though he is going to hang on to take the victory. I saw somebody go spinning there in the background. Didn't quite catch who it was. So here come the leaders down towards the checkered flag this time. Mike Howlin is going to hang on. We'll see how his time compares with that of Pierce Brown from Heat 2A. To he comes to an end, and Mike Howlin 0.6 of a second slower than Piers Brown. Second behind him in that segment is Gareth Wood, and there's Slavomir Volok. It must have been him who spun. What a terrible season he's having. Just cannot get the Fiesta to run right. When it does, he gets involved in incidents. Very unfortunate indeed. So Mike Howlin wins that section ahead of Gareth Wood, with Stuart Emery bringing the remains of his Peugeot home third, ahead of Paige Bellaby. Then Slavomir Volok coming over in fifth position, in sixth position rather. No, James McVicker came home ahead of Paige Bellaby. I apologise, I missed him out there. Anyway, on to Heat 2C for the Super Nationals and Modifieds then. In car 103 in pole position this time, Willie Coyne with his powerful Opel Corsa. You can see it there, the green car on the left of your shot. 48 Todd Crooks in the BMW Mini alongside him, and number 14 Tony Lynch in his BMW Mini completes the front row. On the second row of this grid will be number treble 1, which is Lloyd Spendler with the white Lotus Exige. Dan Rook, the Super National points leader, alongside him. We've already heard his mum Wendy is watching on via Twitter. And on the third row will be number 190 Gordon Lynch with his BMW. We should see number 52 of Gary Simpson booked for this one in the BMW E30, but I don't think Gary is here, unfortunately. And we're likely to see as well number 125 George Tohill join the back of this grid as well, moving from Heat 2B to 2C in the interest of a little bit extra time, as he is sharing the car with Piers Brown. Piers still quickest overall, 307.234. Quick hello to Andy Bedford, who's watching via live stream. Hello to you. Keep your messages coming into us as we await the start of our next heat for the Super Nationals and Modifieds. So the cars coming up to grid then for our third section of this heat. As predicted, George Tohill has joined the back of the grid in 125, the car shared with Piers Brown. He's there at the back of the grid along with a similar BMW of Gordon Lynch. No relation to Tony, incidentally, in the number 14 BMW Mini on the front of the grid, along with the similar mount of Todd Crooks, who missed the last round at Pembrey. Dan Rook should start as the favourite for many here in the giant-killing 1600cc Citroën X. Variety of cars in this division really are part of the appeal of Super National racing. Don't jump the start, Dan Rook. Just pulled it up in time there. Away we go, and now he stalled it. Oh dear, commentator's curse for Dan Rook there. Sorry, Dan. Sorry to your family as well, who I know are watching on our coverage here today. So, Willie Coyne in the Corsa it is who leads away. A bit of pushing and a shoving behind. It's Todd Crooks who's lost out there. Tohill coming through on the inside in the BMW. There's a similar amount of Gordon Lynch. Just about got through there. Dan Rook at the back. He hasn't lost too much ground after stalling briefly at the start. So Tony Lynch and George Tohill go through the Joker lap this time through, followed by Gordon Lynch in the other Tohill team BMW. Dan Rook able to capitalise and make up some ground there as others took their Joker laps. So your leader is Willie Coyne in the Corsa, ahead of the treble 1 of Lloyd Spendler, the Kilquade driver in his Lotus Exige. Then we've got Todd Crooks and Dan Rook. Tony Lynch fifth place, the Lancashire driver, in the second of the BMW Minis, as Dan Rook attacks Todd Crooks as we go into the hairpin. Crooks flings it sideways. Dan Rook goes for his Joker lap, a last minute change of mind just there. He's already struggled off the line, so I don't think Dan will be doing any winning here. He's at the tail of the field once again behind Gordon Lynch in the big BMW 328i Saloon. There's Tony Lynch chasing the front runners here with Spendlove well behind Willie Coyne, but Coyne yet to take his Joker lap here. Coyne brothers active in Rallycross for many years here in Ireland at Mondello Park and beyond. There is Todd Brooks, the relative newcomer in his BMW Mini. The stylish driver is Todd, flinging it through the hairpin there as Willie Coyne and Lloyd Spendler both take their Joker laps there, and Todd Crooks as well. That's going to allow Tony Lynch through into second place, and George Tohill up into fourth place in the BMW Compact as well. And 3:07.234 is the time to beat here, set by Piers Brown. Will we see a heat win for the BMW Compact, I wonder? So the last lap we go this time then. Willie Coyne still out front after taking his Joker lap. Lynch in behind him. It's going to be a fairly close one, I think. There's Dan Rook further back in the order, battling with Gordon Lynch. Here's Lloyd Spendler trying to hold off the BMW number 125, that of George Tohill. Fairly close back in the midfield, but it's looking good for Willie Coyne here in the Corsa. There he goes, through Irish Ferries. Well clear of Tony Lynch in the BMW. Not going to catch the Corsa here. Willie Coyne was second to the similar machine of Padraig Leeson in heat number 1. He takes the checkered flag here, and he's going to take a clear win this time. The time is 9 seconds near enough quicker than that of Piers Brown. A dominant drive by Willie Coyne, and Lynch and Spendlove go second and third overall as well ahead of Piers Brown, but some 6 seconds down on Willie Coyne. What a dominant drive by the Corsa pilot. So Willie Coyne takes a clear win in MSA Super National and Irish Rallycross Modified heat number 2 ahead of Tony Lynch, Lloyd Spendler, Piers Brown, Mike Howlin. Patrick Ryan completes the top 6 in the Nova. So now it's on to the supercars once again then. Supercars heat 2A up next. It'll be Mad Mark in the Citroen Zara in pole position alongside Derek Tohill in the ex-Ollie O'Donovan Ford Focus. Completing the front row, Kevin Proctor in his Ford Fiesta. Second row of the grid will be number 11, which is Jeffrey Dolan, the ex-rallyman in his Opel Astra. We saw him at Croft at the start of the British season back in March. He starts alongside the championship leader Andy Scott in the Peugeot 208. Then we've got number 3, Andy Grant in his Ford Focus. Number treble 1, Noel Green in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 9. There he is. Mentioning Mark Flaherty earlier on, we said he's in a backup Ford Focus today. That's because I'm told by Alison Sharratt via our messenger that James Grint has taken the other Albatec Peugeot to the Goodwood Festival of Speed this weekend. That explains why it's not him. Thank you, Alison. Cars pulling forward then for our third supercar bout of the day. First segment of heat number 2. Andy Scott and Kevin Proctor will surely be the ones to watch here. The 2 red and white cars on the right of your picture. See what Derek Tohill can do as well. Still getting used to the Ollie O'Donovan Ford Focus. His European Rallycross touring car machine is here in the paddock. Derek Tohill, real hero of Irish Rallycross he has become. So the board is held out from the marshals on the start line then, about to get underway then. The power of the supercars about to be unleashed. Red light is on the gantry, and it's go. Great start by Mad Mark Watson in the Citroen Zara from the front of the grid. Kevin Proctor trying to get up on the outside. It's Tohill who gets squeezed on the run into turn 1. Who's going to come out of this with the lead? It's Mark Watson in the Zara. Andy Grant's come through into second place briefly, but Kevin Proctor's there on the inside, number 10. He now goes second. What a frantic first corner from the supercars. Andy Scott, meantime, goes for the Joker lap ahead of Jeffrey Dolan in the Astra, and Noel Green's in there as well. It's Watson and Proctor absolutely together as they come through onto the loose section of the circuit, and Watson it is who holds the lead. This is the best we've seen Matt Mark run this year in the Citroën Zara, holding off Kevin Proctor, the man who sponsors the British Rallycross Grand Prix at his home venue of Croft every year. Now the power of the Fiesta tells, and Proctor takes the lead. Proctor leads it. Tohill still there in third place in Ollie O'Donovan's Ford Focus. The Shannon Group car just ahead of Andy Grant in the Ford Focus. The Devonshire garage owner in fourth position. There's Tohill going for the Joker lap in car 66. Back down the order, still learning that car. Got behind Andy Scott. He's had a quiet run in this one so far. Got rather boxed in on the first corner. Kevin Proctor, who leads the way, been struggling with launch control problems with the Fiesta so far this season. Got left on the line in the A final at Lytton Hill round 2. Best Kevin has had this year in the previous rounds has been a third place in the opening round at Croft. There's Jeff Dolan, made a visit to Croft earlier this year. There's Derek Tohill, chasing after British Championship leader Andy Scott. Mark Watson still going great guns ahead of Proctor, who's just taken his Joker lap. Matt Mark hasn't taken his Joker yet, so his demise next time by will be inevitable. Proctor second, having taken his Joker, just ahead of Andy Scott, and now Scott beginning to move into the picture. He made a quiet start to this heat towards the back of the field, now making his mark in the Albatec Racing Persia. Proctor all over the back of Mad Mark, but he knows that Mark will have to take his Joker lap this time through, and there goes the Citroën. So it's Proctor versus Scott for the lead of the race then. Here they come. They're on the last lap now. Proctor in the Fiesta, Scott in the Persia. Tohill is next in the Ford Focus. This is going to be a close one. Is Andy Scott going to be able to do it? This is going to be close on the run to the line. Proctor's going to stay ahead, and Kevin Proctor takes heat 2A for the supercars just by 0.4 of a second ahead of Andy Scott. Derek Tohill third, Jeffrey Dolan a fine fourth, Mad Mark having taken the Joker lap is fifth ahead of Andy Grant, and Noel Green in the second Mitsubishi in the entry today. The other one will be out in our next segment of the heat, Steve Hill in the Evo 10. And he will be in pole position for Supercars Heat 2B alongside Ollie O'Donovan with his new Fiesta car number 2. Completing the front row for that one will be number 154 Thomas O'Rafferty in his Ford Fiesta. Then on the second row we shall see Mark Flaherty in his Ford Focus. And alongside him, the man who's started like a demon in Heat 1. Number 1, of course, Julian Godfrey, the 4-time British champion. Completing the grid for this one will be hopefully Declan Kelly. Yes, the Fiesta is there this time. Missed Heat 1 after 1 or 2 problems in practice. As the supercars are lining up, we've just had a message come through on live stream from Gary Simpson. We mentioned he was absent today. He said he's had some engine problems with his classic BMW E30 after appearing at the Coventry Motorfest a few weeks ago. He says, hope to be back out soon. We'll see you hopefully at Pembrey, Gary, for the next round on the 19th of July. Thanks for getting in touch, and hope we get the BMW up and running again soon. So that explains Gary Simpson's unfortunate absence here this weekend, the Yorkshire Terrier, as he's known, with his classic BMW E30. But the supercars pulling into line then for Heat 2B. It's Steve Hill's Mitsubishi in pole position alongside Ollie O'Donovan and the Fiesta of Thomas O'Rafferty. Then we've got Mark Flaherty, Julian Godfrey and Declan Kelly. We'll see what the reigning Irish champion can do here in IRL 1 from the back of the grid there in the Rigs for Gigs sponsored Fiesta. It should be an interesting one. Julian Godfrey will start as the favourite. Watch that green and purple Fiesta. Away we go. He makes a decent start, but it's Ollie O'Donovan who gets away best, and he'll lead the way into the first turn. Godfrey up onto his shoulder as they go round turn 1, trying to push his way through, but it's O'Donovan in the new Fiesta who leads the way ahead of Godfrey. Steve Hill, the pole sitter in the Mitsubishi, is there in third place. Been plagued by mechanical problems all the way through this year. Head gasket failed in practice at Lytton and he had to miss the round completely. Fourth place Mark Flaherty in his backup Ford Focus. There he goes. One car taking the Joker lap at the first time asking. That was Thomas O'Rafferty, and problems there. I saw what looked like a tangle coming into Irish Ferries. Yes, we've lost Mark Flaherty. He's facing the wrong way. He's hit the barrier, coming through the gap there back onto the tarmac. He's trying to recover. Just out of our shot to the right there, doing a 3-point turn under the yellow flags. As here are the leaders. O'Donovan from Godfrey. There was 0.4 of a second between them at the end of that first lap. Two Fiestas together. Get to take their Joker laps. To the back straight they go. Over the bumps. That's got going again. The yellow flag has been withdrawn. Steve Hill's Mitsubishi still there in third place. Multiple British national rally champion. Seeing a former British rally champion out in the RX 150 tomorrow. Daniel McKenna joining us. There go the top two. Are they going to take their Jokers this time? There is O'Donovan in the Shannon Group Fiesta. Throws it in. A bit sideways there. He goes to the Joker lap, so Julian Godfrey will take the lead, and Godfrey now needs to push to try and build up a big gap ahead of Ollie O'Donovan for when Julian takes his own Joker lap, which will be next time by. Steve Hill taking his Joker this time as well. Behind them, Mark Flaherty, Thomas O'Rafferty, and I think we've lost Declan Kelly once again. I haven't seen the Fiesta come through, so I think the Irish champion is out. Is that Declan there in the background, or was that Mark Flaherty? I couldn't tell through the fencing there. Have a look in the background as they come through. I think that is Declan Kelly. In fact, he is still going. Maybe just not showing up on the timing. Godfrey goes into his Joker lap then. Has he built up enough of an advantage to stay ahead of Ollie O'Donovan? This is going to be very close. They almost hit each other. O'Donovan comes out in front. My word, that was close. I thought they were going to door handle together there, the two Fiestas. O'Donovan is ahead, and the new Fiesta is going to take its first win if he can just hold on around this final corner. This is going to be a close one. Here they come towards the line. Godfrey's going to try and pull ahead. They're going to finish side by side. Oh, photo finish. Who got there? Ollie O'Donovan by 4 thousandths of a second. My goodness me, it doesn't get much closer than that. Wow, what a finish. Further back, Steve Hill came over in third place. Mark Flaherty is still going. Declan Kelly, I think, is still going as well. So Mark Flaherty, despite a trip into the barrier earlier on at Irish Ferries, is going to cross the line. Declan Kelly has made it home, I can tell you, in fourth place and 11th overall. And Thomas O'Rafferty was the man we lost early on. There's the results confirmed then from rallycrosstiming.com. Ollie O'Donovan beats Julian Godfrey to the win in Supercar Heat 2 by 4 thousandths of a second. Devin Proctor and Andy Scott third and fourth overall. Derek Tohill and Steve Hill completing the top six. Just had a little bit of background info sent through to me on the car that Mark Flaherty is using this weekend. Apparently it's an ex-Cohen Powell's car, and Andy Scott has used it as well in the past. So a little bit of background on the Ford Focus that Mark Flaherty is using. Bit of a backup car he's got here today. Thank you to Kathy Metcalf on live stream for bringing us the info there. Thank you for listening in as well. So, Retro Rallycross next up then, the Rippler Retro Rallycross Division Heat number 2. And it's number 136 of David Aiken, who's going for a second win here. He's on pole alongside Ray Morgan and Lance Foster. Barry Stewart completes the field. We haven't got Patrick Donohue's Peugeot out there for this one. That broke down in Heat 1. So just 4 cars out there for Retro Rallycross in association with Rippler Heat number 2. And it's Ray Morgan who makes the best start in the Ford Escort Mark III BDA. A poor start by David Aiken this time. He's gone from first to fourth in his Vauxhall Astra GTE. That's Foster in second place in the Mini. Reattached his wheel from heat number 1. Certainly needed some green and white Mini spares to repair that, didn't he? Barry Stewart in the Porsche. Up there in third place. Led the early laps of race 1, but now left to battle with David Aiken for third position. I thought David might have a puncture there, looking at the left rear. No, it seems okay. course, no joker laps, don't forget, in Retro Rallycross. Ray Morgan, winner of the last round at Pembrey, leads the way in the Escort Mark III, a car very similar to that used in the 80s by Mr. Rallycross himself, Martin Shanker. Lance Foster's dropped back there into 4th place with the Mini. Bit of a mistake there going into turn 1, just couldn't match the other 2 cars for power down the pit straight. David Aiken in that beautiful GM Dealer Sport liveried Astra. Likes of Malcolm Wilson and Louise Aitken Walker made those famous in rallying. Louise Aitken Water, as she became known after that infamous rollover into a ravine in Portugal. One of the luckiest escapes that I've ever seen in motorsport, certainly for her and Christina Torner, her co-driver. God, I know some rubbish about motorsport, don't I? The producer agrees with me, don't worry. Barry Stewart in the Rothmans lookalike Porsche, being chased by David Aiken in the Works lookalike Astra. We have seen a Mark II Astra out in the Super National the last couple of years. Gary Dixon, the wheel of that machine. It's Ray Morgan who still leads that into the bank there. A bit of wall of death from the Mini of Lance Foster. I thought he was going to roll it over there for a second. Just about caught that, and Lance Foster drops away. It's not his day, is it? First he sheds a wheel in race 1, and he certainly damaged the car there in hitting the bank. We'll try and see what damage he's done to the green and white Mini. He's certainly going through his green and white Mini spares today, isn't he? Certainly the sponsor earning their keep here today. Leaders being reeled in here. Ray Morgan, the leaders of Hastings sponsored Escort, and Lance Foster is indeed pulling out. Look at the back of the car there, plenty of damage. Hopefully that won't spell the end of the day for Lance Foster. We've already lost one retro car by the look of things today, because Patrick Donohue's Peugeot didn't grid for this one. So coming round towards the checkered flag, then it's going to be a win for Ray Morgan. He looked a bit subdued in race 1, but it's a win this time for Ray Morgan, the man from Hastings in the Escort. 2nd for Barry Stewart and 3rd for David Aiken. Ray Morgan, the current holder of the John Button Memorial Trophy for Retro Rallycross Driver of the Year. Picked that up at the Autosport International show in the winter. And there's the result confirmed then, just under a second, the winning margin for Ray Morgan over Barry Stewart. With David Aiken 3rd, Lance Foster, of course, was a non-finisher. Let's hope he can repair that Mini for heat number 3 later on. But we should now be heading into a rather reduced lunch break with all the delays we had early on. So it is now officially, I think, a short lunch break here at Mondello Park. Hope you've enjoyed the action so far, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your messages coming in on live stream and on Twitter at Mid Sports Media, the place to tweet me. We're waiting to see if there are any cars in the assembly area and whether the lunch break has been canned due to the earlier delays, but our camera team certainly will need to have a spot of lunch, I think. And I certainly need a lunch break as well, so we're going to have a very quick break, I think, now before the 3rd round of heats. So I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. I'll be back with the 3rd round of heats in just a few minutes from now, we think. We'll keep you posted.
I'm just going to power off then.
Well, normally now would be the lunch break here at Mondello Park, but unfortunately with all the delays we had for various incidents this morning, we are going to go straight in with the third round of heats here at round 4 of the MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group, and I think we just may have had a false start there with the third heat for the junior category. I don't know whether we're going to see a red flag go out there, but the 4 Suzuki Swifts lead them off. We've got Jake Dooley out there for the first time today in the Toyota Starlet there as well. Well, it looks like that race has got underway. So number 10 Sam Jones it is who leads the early going. There's Jake Dooley's number 412 Toyota Starlet, the reigning Irish junior champion. There he is. He had a wheel bearing break in practice this morning, so has missed the first 2 heats, but now challenging Sam Jones and Drew Bellamy for the lead here. A look on the inside for second place, trying to go through past Drew Bellamy. He's done it. The youngster in the Toyota Starlet goes up into second place, and Brian Martin is there as well in 4th place in the Nissan Micra, but under fire from Brad Durden, who made a slow start to this one, but now getting aboard. He goes through into 4th place ahead of the Micra. Jenny Hawkes at the back in number 13, and 412 car is spun out there, contact with Drew Bellamy. Jake Dooley spins aside there. Just not his day at all, Jake Dooley. He missed the first 2 heats with a broken wheel bearing and now gets pushed out of the way by Drew Bellamy. Sam Jones leads it. There you can see the evidence on Drew's car, the headlight cover hanging off. Bradley Durden now chasing her. The last thing Drew wants is to be beaten again by the 96 car, and she gets hit there by Bradley Durden. Onto the grass goes Drew Bellamy. I think that's the equaliser from the contact earlier in the lap. More like stock car racing than rallycross. So number 10 Sam Jones leads from Brad Durden. 3rd is Drew Bellamy. 4th place the Nissan Micra of Brian Martin. Has Jake Dooley got going again? I'm not too sure. Jenny Hawkes has come through in 5th position. Race now settling down slightly. We've worked out the juniors aren't running joker laps today, as we've already seen. Still your leader is number 10 of Sam Jones, the youngster from the West Midlands. Looking for his first win. Bradley Durden in 2nd place. Paige Bellamy's all over the place. She's really struggling today with that car. Normally the dominant force in junior rallycross. Sam Jones runs a bit wide there onto the grass. Coming through turn 1. Brad Durden closing up then. Can he make it another win? Having a look on the inside as they come through the hairpin. This is his opportunity. Bradley Durden. He always seems to start off slowly and then get quicker and quicker as the race goes on. Has he left it too late here though? Runs a bit sideways there through Sayat corner. Still your leader, Sam Jones. This is going to be the closest finish so far today in the juniors. He'll try and cut his way up the inside around the last corner. Brad Durden, can he do it up on the curb? Sam Jones defending rigorously to try and slipstream him on the run down towards the checkered flag this time. This is going to be a very close one indeed. They're going to cross the line side by side, and Jones has just held it. Whoa, that was a close one. 700ths or so of a second in it at the line there. There's Jake Dooley, who's not going again after being spun out by Drew Bellamy early on. Bellamy crossed the line in 3rd place. Brian Martin takes another win in the Irish junior category. Jenny Hawkes will come over the line in 5th position. And there in the background we see Jake Dooley coming home at the wheel of his little Toyota Starlet. What a terrible day he's had so far. Hopefully better fortunes come the final later on. So well done Sam Jones. Makes it 2-1 in the juniors. Bradley Durden. First time this season Drew Bellamy goes without a heat win. That doesn't happen often. So next up in this 3rd round of heats for the MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group is the Power Maxed Swift Sports division, and heats 3A for them will be number 38 of Jack Brown in pole position alongside Darren Scott in number 25, number 8 of Aidan Hills, our earlier winner, completing the front rank. Second row of the grid, number 96, which is Alex Spencer. And alongside him, number 17 of David Ellis. Tristan Ovenden starting at the back of the grid in number 1. Hello to Michael Coyne, watching the live feed from Mondello, wishing all the drivers best of luck. That's Michael Coyne tweeting in all the way from Australia. Nice to hear from you, Michael. Your tweets coming into at Midsports Media. Heat 3A then for the Swift Sports. Tristan Ovenden will be the one to watch from the back of the lineup here in the red car. Let's see if he can make up the ground quickly. Jack Brown, Darren Scott and Aidan Hills on the front of the grid. Aidan will be the other favourite for this one. Waiting for the green light. Here we go with Swift Sports Heat 3A. Fairly even start then for the front row together. Aidan Hills will just get the advantage around the outside line. Yes, he pulls into the lead on the first turn, and Tristan Ovenden spins Alex Spencer aside there on the run into the first turn. Tristan perhaps getting a little impatient here. He wants a heat win. Jack Brown in second place, then Darren Scott, Ovenden and David Ellis in number 17. This is the battle for second place then. 38, Jack Brown, the Yorkshireman. 25, Darren Scott from Kent. The leader is Aidan Hills in car number 8. We come round towards the end of lap number 1. Tristan Ovenden up there in fourth place, the Goody Demolition sponsored machine. Chasing down on the back of Darren Scott. They move up into third place here into turn 1. No, Scott closes the door on him. Still Aidan Hills out front. I wonder if we could see him lower Tristan Ovenden's colours and become the second driver this year to win an A final. We'll see a little later on in the programme. David Ellis still there in 5th place behind. Into the Joker lap goes Darren Scott, so does David Ellis. They're leaving it late to take their Jokers here. Making a mistake there through the loose section. Is that a problem for Tristan Ovenden, I wonder? Seems to be slowing up a little there. Darren Scott has dropped back, of course, so it's still Hills and Brown who lead the way. Are they going to take their Joker laps this time through? Into the hairpin they go. So on the Joker lap section there is 38 of Jack Brown, the former Brisker Formula 2 stock car racer. He rejoined in second place, still Aidan Hills there at the front. No, he's down to third now, sorry, Jack Brown, because Tristan Ovenden has got through. There's Darren Scott in fourth place in number 25. David Ellis and Alex Spencer rounding out the field in this heat 3A for the Swift Sports. The last lap we go then. Your leader is Aidan Hills. There he is in car number 8, the former champion. Through the Joker lap section he goes. Now, has he built up enough of a gap here? Is he going to come out still with the lead? Indeed he is, yes, a dominant performance from Aidan Hills in the number 8. Towards the right-handers at the end of the lap they come. Jack Brown still in there behind him. Tristan Ovenden does seem to be losing ground here. Whether he's got a problem, I'm not too sure. But it's going to be another win for number 8 of Aidan Hills. He takes the checkered flag. The champion scores again. Winning time of 3 minutes 4.405 this time. That's over 3 seconds clear of Jack Brown, Darren Scott, and a disappointed Tristan Ovenden down in 4th place. David Ellis will come through for 5th. Alex Spencer should complete the finishers in car number 96. Yeah, he is just going to get a shot in the background. So Aidan Hills takes another win then in car number 8. We've got the second half of this heat coming up next. Heat 3B for the Swift Sports. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Number 18, Andy Hawkes, will be on pole alongside Nathan Heathcote in 55 and 66 of Jeff Hankin. Second row, Jake Taylor in number 3, Rob Maynard in 76. This is going to be a very open and very close race, I reckon. grid pulling into line for Heat 3B then. The time to beat, 3 minutes 4.405, set by Aidan Hills to win the heat overall. So 30 races down, 27 to go here at Mondello Park here today, round 4 of the MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group. So almost ready to rumble then. Who's it going to be this time? Any one of these 5 drivers could win this. Could be our closest Swift Sport race of the day so far. The 5 drivers get underway then. Nathan Heathcote from the middle of the front row gets away well in car 55. Andy Hawkes trying to get through on the inside. They're side by side into turn 1. Rob Maynard trying to cut his way through on the inside as well. Heathcote runs wide, so does Jeff Hankin in car 66. Hawkes has come out with the lead in the number 18 car ahead of Maynard. Jake Taylor, the 17-year-old from Nottinghamshire, in 3rd place as Nathan Heathcote goes into the Joker lap in car 55, followed by the 66 of Jeff Hankin. Back onto the tarmac they come in. The first 3 get away at the front then. Andy Hawkes in number 18, the Hawkes Fire Machine, leads the way with Rob Maynard on his tail in number 76. Quiet start to the day for Rob, but he's going for the lead here. Down the front straight, he's going to take the lead into turn 1. Yes, he goes through. Good driving by Rob Maynard in car 76. Side by side across the line, but Maynard pulls ahead at turn. Bit of a lock up there, he slides it through. Hawkes runs wide. Jake Taylor's in there behind them as well in car 3. None of them go for the Joker lap this time, they're all too busy fighting it out with each other. Further back, Nathan Heathcote and Jeff Hankin, they've already taken their Jokers. Maynard leads them. There's Jake Taylor, first ever Rallycross MSA Academy student. 3rd place in last year's junior standings behind Charlie Bean and Drew Bellamy. Still your leader is Rob Maynard. How are his lap times comparing to those of Aidan Hill? A couple of seconds down at the moment, so it looks like Aidan is likely to become the overall winner in number 3. Sports. Jake Taylor's gone for his Joker lap, but he's gone very wide there. It's very deep into the turn, bit of understeer there for the youngster. He joins the loose section ahead of Jeff Hankin, 6. And there is Nathan Heathcote, who had a disappointing first lap. He's back in 3rd place now, but still Maynard from Hawkes. The last lap board is out. Maynard from Andy Hawkes by about 1.5 seconds there at the line. Rob Maynard going to be able to put a spurt on and close up on Aidan Hills here, I wonder, and close on his time. They go for the Joker together, Rob Maynard and Andy Hawkes. They had to take it this time through. It's the last lap, so Nathan Heathcote, having already taken his, he's going to pounce and goes through. Nathan Heathcote takes over then from Rob Maynard. Was quite going to close up enough there, but he's put a good spurt on in the 2nd and 3rd laps. Now, how's his time going to compare to that of Aidan Hills? It's going to be Heathcote that comes home in front. There's the checkered flag for Heat 3B for the Swift Sports. And does he overhaul? No, he doesn't overhaul Aidan Hills. A 309.561 for Nathan Heathcote. That's only good enough for 4th fastest overall behind Aidan Hills, Jack Brown and Darren Stott. Tristan Overton only 5th fastest overall, and Rob Maynard completes the P6. Jeff Hankin crosses the line. He's 10th out of the 11 in that one ahead of Alex Spencer. There's your result confirmed then. Aidan Hills the winner by over 3 seconds, and we saw it for a split second there before the timing screen updated itself for the RX 150. Cheers, Rallycross timing. Better than going completely blank like it did earlier though. LHMC RX 150s. Next up then, Mark Scott will be the man going for a hat-trick of wins in buggy number 1. He should be starting right at the very back of the grid. Yes, there he is. In pole position, this one, number 9 of Stephen Jones. Alongside him, George Tracy in number 7. Completing the front row, Mitch Flaherty, who crashed out of Heat 2, thankfully none the worse. He's back out for this one. Second row, number 99, which is Chrissy Palmer, and 87 of John Kenny. Completing the field, Mark Scott, the reigning champion in number 1. So the RX 150s in position on the grid then. Let's see what's going to happen this time. Will it be 3 out of 3 for Mark Scott, or will we see an upset? Chrissy Palmer's certainly capable of one. Watch that blue 99 buggy here. Waiting for the signal from the marshals then. Here we go, the red lights come on. RX 150's about to go racing for the 3rd time today. They get underway in a cloud of tyre smoke, and a great start by George Tracy in the green, number 7. He leads Chrissy Palmer into the first turn. Mark Scott coming through for 4th place. One buggy struggling off the line there. That was John Kenny in 87, still getting used to the rigours of Rallycross. It's George Tracy in number 7 who leads the way. Could we see an upset from our Irish guest driver here in the X-James grid machine? Chased by Stephen Jones in 2nd place. Chrissy Palmer is there in 3rd. Mark Scott only up to 4th place in the number 1. We've got Mitch Flaherty and John Kenny. So Palmer and Scott, they've been the dominant force so far today. 3rd and 4th at the moment. Can George Tracy hold them off? Here comes Palmer, under braking for turn 1. Doesn't make it through though. Stephen Jones closes the door on him. Jones having a look for the lead here as they go into the hairpin at Hole in the Hedge. Look on the inside, no joker laps of course in RX 150. Number 7 it is. He still leads the way, George Tracy. Now here comes Mark Scott, all over the back of 99 of Chrissy Palmer. Tracy still ahead of Jones. So last corner they come. We're going to see a first win of the season for Stephen Jones on. Can he catch George Tracy? Championship regulars won't want to see him up front. He'll be taking points off them as they fight for the championship. Palmer all over the back of the number 9 now, trying to take 2nd place away, and he's done it. Palmer goes up into 2nd place, and Scott goes through into 3rd place. Can he get the car stopped for the hairpin? Only just there. I thought he was going to spin it on the entry to the hairpin there, Mark Scott. So now it's Palmer against Scott for 2nd place. They've got to catch this man, George Tracy, to keep up their championship fight. Can the Irish guest driver hang on and complete their 3rd lap? Right, line astern, 3 of them. Closest race today so far for the buggies. Palmer having a look as they come onto the pit straight down towards turn 1. Palmer goes to the inside. Last of the late breakers, he's going to take the lead. Yes, he's done it. Tracy runs wide. Surely Scott will go through as well. Indeed he has. Good effort by George Tracy, but sadly runs wide there at turn 1 and drops back into 3rd place. So it's Palmer that leads now. Mark Scott held him off to win the first 2 heats. Now roles are reversed on the last lap of this heat 3 for the RX 150 buggies. Here they come down towards the final corner. Scott to the inside. This is going to be close on the run to the line. Here they come. There's the checkered flag. Scott's not going to do it, and Palmer takes the win this time in the 99. Ahead of Mark Scott. George Tracy, good effort on his way to 3rd place. Who's going to be 4th? We seem to have lost Stephen Jones, so 4th place goes to Mitchell Flaherty, and 5th will be John Kenny. We've lost Stephen Jones somewhere out of our view. Whether he's had a problem somewhere, we'll pick that up in a moment, but Chrissy Palmer the winner by half a second ahead of Mark Scott there. Mark Scott, I'm sure, though, will take pole position for the final a little later on. I'm not sure what's happened to Steve Jones. He had a problem on the 3rd lap by looking at the lap time, a 1:07, while the others were in the low 40-second laps. So Stephen Jones looks like he is a retirement from heat number 3 for the RX 150s. Now we're moving on 2, the BMW Minis hot hatches, and hopefully for the first time today our 2 Super 1600 competitors, Craig Lomax and Andrew Toomey in their Citroën C2s. So David Bell and Martin Hawks with one apiece so far in the BMW Minis. Yes, they're both there. And we have got Andrew Toomey, there he is, the red Citroën C2, the local man. Mechanical problems in practice this morning, preventing him from racing in heats 1 and 2. But he has made it out for this one. Now is Craig Lomax, the current Super 1600 points leader, the Yorkshire-based plumber and heating engineer, going to join him. Has he been able to repair?
Thank you very much.
We shall see. Thomas Velgosh is there. Looking for another hot hatch win. Paul Maybourne is there. We don't have Robert Potier at number 18, who should have been on pole position. We've got both the BMW Minis. David Bell, of course, picked up a puncture last time out in Heat 2. And we haven't got Craig Lomax, so it looks like his repairs have proved ineffective, sadly, or he's run out of time. So we have got Andrew Toomey out there, so he'll be going for Super 1600 honours. We are away with heat number 3, and it's a good start by Paul Maybourne. Goes level with Andrew Toomey into the first turn. It's England versus Ireland for the lead. Maybourne's got the inside for the hairpin, so the Saxo will take the lead ahead of that very smart Citroën C2. Thomas Velgosh up there in third position, ahead of the 2 BMW Minis. Bell ahead of Martin Hawks. They go for the Joker lap first time through as Velgosh goes through into second place. He's gone too wide there. Mind the bank, Thomas. Just gets the car slowed there. Back onto the racing line. He's lost second place again to Paul Maybourne. It's Andrew Toomey who leads the way then. The most powerful car out there, the Super 1600 Citroën C2. Making up for lost time here. Missed the first 2 hits. David Bell heads the 2 BMW Minis. Velgosh back up the inside of Paul Maybourne. His only hot hatch rival now, with Robert Potier seemingly out of the meeting. Thinking let him down in heat 1. Down into the hairpin they come. Velgosh flicks the tail of the Peugeot out. Toomey goes for the Joker. Raced in hot hatch last season, came over to Linton Hill towards the end of last season to contest the British Championship round. Maybourne takes the Joker as well. They fall behind David Bell in his BMW Minis. The battle for second place now, with Toomey and Maybourne having taken their Joker laps, has left Thomas Velgosh out in the lead in his Peugeot. 3 different nations in the top 3 places. Is that smoke I see from Andrew Toomey's car? It is. It looks like his repairs have failed him. Andrew Toomey's in trouble again. Oh no. Well, if yeah, he's pulling off, and if Craig Lomax can't get back out for the final here, the Super 1600 class could go down as having no finishers today. I can't recall that ever happening in Rallycross before. So, wait to confirm who's leading then. There goes Thomas Velgosh. He's just come out in the lead after his Joker lap ahead of David Bell. Paul Maybourne third, and Martin Hawks in fourth. So Velgosh has taken the Joker. He's just ahead of David Bell in the BMW Mini. Thomas Velgosh is heading for a hat-trick of victories in hot hatch. 1 more lap to go this time. And it's such a shame for Andrew Toomey. He worked all day after those problems in practice, and the car's let him down again. So Thomas Velgosh for Poland, David Bell for England in second place. The Irish Challenge sadly out of the race. Taken their Joker lap, so through the loose section towards Irish Ferries. David Bell, BMW Mini, just not quite having the power to catch the nimble Peugeot 106 of Thomas Velgosh. In the seatbelt service car, whoa, he nearly loses it there. David Bell could catch him here, a big mistake there by Thomas Velgosh, a rare mistake as well. He's just about gathered it up in time, and he's going to take the win. Velgosh makes it 3 out of 3 in hot hatch. David Bell takes his second BMW Mini win of the day, a second between them at the line. Paul Maybourne comes over in third, Martin Hawks. Well, you have to feel for Andrew Toomey there. You can see his car on the left of your picture as we await the stock hatch 8 valve category to come out for their 2 segments of Heat 3. Next up then, along with the Honda Civics. But a little bit of info come in from Michael Coyne, who's the brother of Willie Coyne. Coyne brothers, we've already mentioned, raced together in Ireland for many years, but Michael now emigrated to Australia, involved with the new Australian Rallycross Championship. Keep an eye on details of that. And he says, Michael Coyne says, the Astra of Davy Aiken in the retro class is an ex-Tony Bardi car. One of Britain's longest serving rallycross drivers, Tony Bardi, still competes in rallying as well. A lot of history there, certainly is, Michael. Thank you very much indeed for the info. Michael Coyne down in Australia, and all the best with the new Australian Rallycross Championship as well. Maybe an excuse for me to take a trip to Australia to do some commentary someday. So awaiting the third round of the stock hatch 8 valvers next up, and in pole position for next up race 34 on the programme. We were number 803 of Peter McGarry. We saw him take a win last time out, alongside Stephen Jess in 815 and 879 Robbie Herbert, but he of course won't be out after breaking down in practice. Second row of the grid will be 874 James O'Shea and 805 of Kieran Murphy, and number 880 of Leanne Sedgwick in the Civic rounds out the field. Some good drivers out in this next race of the day. Peugeots and Honda Civics pulling into line then. We'll be missing one car for this one, which is Robbie Herbert from Clane in his Peugeot 205. Hopefully we'll see him out again repaired tomorrow. So just the 5 cars on the grid for this one. Here we go then. They're away with 803 Peter McGarry from Tallaght, leading them away in his Peugeot. To second goes James O'Shea. He makes a good start in number 874. So it's Peugeots to the 4 once again in the stock hatch 8 valvers. There's Leanne Sedgwick in her Civic, former stock car racer in behind them, chasing the Peugeots on the tail of Steve Jess there in the 815 car. 805 of Kieran Murphy, winner of Heat 1 today, goes into the Joker lap. So does Leanne Sedgwick. Through the chicane they go. Rejoin at the back of the field. It's Peter McGarry, 803, who leads the way then in the red Peugeot 205. Down the home straight they come then. James O'Shea weaving about there a bit in second place. Stephen Jess in third position in number 815. The green and blue Peugeot goes through. Fairly well strung out now. It's Pops McGarry who leads the way in the Melco Developments 205. Had hoped, as we say, to see him out in the modified class this weekend as well, but so far he hasn't raced in his other 205. Maybe we'll see him out in that tomorrow. Join us here on AMG TV tomorrow morning for more live rallycross. Close battle here between James O'Shea and Kieran Murphy, and Murphy dives ahead there. O'Shea having just taken his Joker lap. Here's this battle coming out of the final corner. It's still McGarry who leads the way up front. Murphy against O'Shea for second place now. Then we've got Stephen Jess, and at the back Leanne Sedgwick in the Civic. Going to go around the outside there, James O'Shea. It may have worked for him at Vauxhall Stadium in Ipswich, but doesn't work so well at Mondello Park. Leader takes his joker lap, still comes out with the lead. The dominance, Peter McGarry in car number 803. Certainly close between these two. 205s for second place. They're closing up on McGarry after he lost a bit of time with the joker. Managed to hold his advantage by about 3 or 4 car lengths. So we'll see what the gap is as they cross the line. Stephen Jess is up there as well in 815 now. So an advantage of 1.2 seconds for Peter McGarry at the line there. Leanne Sedgwick at the back in the Honda Civic, with Patricia Higgins having hit problems in her earlier heats. Looks like Leanne will be the favourite to win the Civic RX class here today. There's Kieran Murphy, and wallop straight into the barrier there goes James O'Shea. Just went straight on there. I thought his throttle had jammed open for a second there. Meantime, Kieran Murphy is catching Pete McGarry. I don't think he's quite going to catch him before the checkered flag. Here they come, and it's going to be a win for Pete McGarry in this segment of the heat, ahead of Kieran Murphy. James O'Shea has managed to get going again there. Finishes side by side with Stephen Jess, who got third place there. O'Shea actually got it by 300ths of a second. Leanne Sedgwick completing the finishes. Oh, I do not know what happened to James O'Shea there. I thought he was going to go flying up the banking. Luckily, he not only managed to save it, but beat Stephen Jess to the line for third place. Here's the other segment of this Heat 3 for the stock hatch 8-valve and Civic RX contenders next. 839 will be on pole position for this one. Damien Farrell, alongside him 884, which is the Civic of Patricia Higgins. And we've got 811, which is Dan Dowling in the red Saxo there. Second row 816, which is Adrian Farrell, and alongside him treble 8 of Patrick Bateman. 812 completing the grid, which is Tom Murphy. Have we got all 6 of them? See 5 cars in shot. There's the 6th, Tom Murphy. So a full complement of cars for Heat 3B. For the stock hatch 8-valvers and the single Civic of Patricia Higgins. We've gone quiet on Twitter. Get your tweets coming in, ladies and gents, to @MidSportsMedia. So 3:11.405 is the time to beat for these 6 intrepid racers if they're going to win this Heat 3 overall. Let's see if they can do it. A rather juddering start there by Dan Dowling in the Saxo from the outside, but he's held it together and holds the lead as they come up into the first corner, chased by the 839 car, which is Damien Farrell. With a slip and slide there towards the back, they've all held it together. Damien Farrell in second place, Adrian Farrell in third, the 2 white Peugeots. Then we've got Tom Murphy in 812, Patrick Bateman and the 884 of Patricia Higgins at the back. Through go the leaders. Dan Dowling in the red Saxo. Can he beat all the 205s this time? There's the gap out of Irish Ferries into final corner. Farrell's second and third ahead of Patrick Bateman. Bumper fell off in Heat 1. His bonnet came loose in Heat 2. Hope nothing's going to fall off his 205 this time. Chasing down the third place man there, Adrian Farrell. It's certainly one of the cheapest ways to join the Irish Rallycross Championship, the stock hatchers. Anybody heading for the Joker lap? Yes, there's Adrian Farrell. Car number 816, the Kelbridge driver. Through the chicane. As our second place man, that's number 839. That's Damien Farrell, still chasing Dan Dowling for the lead. Bateman still there in third. There goes the Civic, the Doggy Lodge sponsored machine of Patricia Higgins, number 884, her battered Civic after that incident in practice this morning. Patrick Bateman still up there in third place. It's like the 205 holding together fairly well this time. Still there in third. Dan Dowling now goes for his Joker lap. This could change things. Where's he going to come out in relation to the Farrells? Taking the Joker there is Bateman in treble eight. Behind them, Adrian Farrell, so that means Damien Farrell, I think, has gone through into the lead. Take a look at the home straight here. Yes, there goes Damien Farrell, your new leader. He will have to take his joker lap this time through. And Dowling in second place. He could well get the lead back here, as Damien Farrell built enough of an advantage. Through the head. There's Damien Farrell taking his joker lap in 8:39. Is he going to come out ahead of Dan Dowling? No, he's not. Dan Dowling goes into the lead in the Saxo, so it looks like he is going to beat the 2:05s. But how are his lap times comparing to Pete McGarry from Heat 3A? They're around a second up, actually, so I think we're going to see Dan Dowling win this heat. Wait and see as he crosses the line to take the checkered flag. Can he beat Pete McGarry's time? Yes, he can, by a full 4 seconds. That's impressive stuff. Damien Farrell goes second overall, so Dan Dowling wins Heat 3 for the stock hatch 8 valvers. There they are across the line. 2.6 seconds in it at the line between Dan Dowling and Damien Farrell. Patrick Bateman third overall. Pete McGarry has to settle for fourth. Then Kieran Murphy, Adrian Farrell round at the top 6. Then O'Shea, Stephen Jess, Tom Murphy, Leanne Sedgwick and Patricia Higgins. Well done to Dan Dowling. Then celebrates Martin Shanker style with the door open. And we move on then to the stock hatch 16 valve category. John Ward and Michael Duke, the winners of their heats so far. 761 Ian Fishbourne, 760 Owen Murray, the two teammates on front of the grid this time, along with 720 of Eugene Ward, the father of John. John will be on the second row along with 799 of Keith Kershaw. Then the third row of the grid, Michael Duke, 795 of Derek Lenihan and 789 of John Dowling. That will be your grid for the next race here today, race 36 of the day. Still over 20 more to go here at Mondello Park this afternoon. Hope for no more major delays or we're going to be needing floodlights. Rallycross under floodlights, how awesome does that sound? We are in the longest days of the year at the moment. It is the middle of June, so we may not need floodlights after all. And these cars, as you can see, have got headlights after all. Ian Fishbourne and Owen Murray on the front of the grid then, along with the 720 of Eugene Ward. Watch for Keith Kershaw, still developing that Citroen C2, the first one to be raced in Irish Rallycross, along with Andrew Toomey, and we saw what happened to his earlier on, unfortunately. So let's see how Keith goes here up against the horde of Peugeot 106s. About to get underway. Heat number 3 for the 16 valve stock hatch category. They're away. And a slow start by the pole sits there. A poor start by Ian Fishbourne. Owen Murray goes side by side with Eugene Ward into turn 1. It's Murray who's got the lead. He's led through there many times in all variety of saloon cars over the years. John Ward in 711 up into third place ahead of Derek Lenihan and the 761 of Ian Fishbourne. Michael Duke and Keith Kershaw stuck at the back. One non-starter for this one, number 789 John Dowling in the Saxo. Looks like he hasn't made it out. So there go your leaders, 5 of them. Line astern. Owen Murray, the 760, the ex-touring car racer leads. Eugene Ward in second place, his son John in third place in 711 ahead of Derek Lenihan, still without his wing mirror after a collision on the very first corner of the day. Into the second lap they go then. Murray leads by just under a second from Eugene and John Ward. There's Michael Duke, winner of heat number 2, but a more subdued performance this time. Into the joker lap goes John Ward in the black and green 106. Michael Duke following suit. There's the 3 leaders then heading down towards the end of their second lap. No jokers from them yet. Derek Lenihan keeping pace with the 2 silver machines there of Owen Murray and Eugene Ward. I don't think they've got enough of an advantage unless they all take their joker laps together, all 3 of them here. How big's the gap back to 4th position John Ward? It was about 5 seconds last time through. Will that be enough? Into the Joker lap goes Eugene Ward in number 720. And from me. Chicane, he's dropped behind Derek Lenihan. Is he going to come out ahead of John Ward? No, he's not. His son pulls ahead of him there. 5-second gap, not quite enough, and Michael Duke in behind them too. In number 709, Ian Fishbourne and Keith Kershaw at the back of the field, or up on the curb there for Eugene Ward. Out in front, missing all the fun, battling further back, is Owen Murray. He and Derek Lenihan should take their Joker laps, I think, this time, if my calculations are correct. Keep an eye on the Joker section. Yes, there is number 760 of Owen Murray. And Derek Lenihan following him. Has he done enough then? Owen Murray to hang on to his lead, I think he may well have done. Out they come. Derek Lenihan's going to rejoin right in the middle of this battle, right between Ward and Duke there. But Owen Murray, I think, has done enough to hold his lead. Checkered flag will go out this time on heat 3 for the 16 Valvers. There it is, Owen Murray, number 760, takes the win. A well-judged drive there. John Ward comes over in second. Pretty close for third between Eugene Ward, who just pips Michael Duke, Derek Lenihan and Ian Fishbourne. Keith Kershaw completing the 7 finishers. Owen Murray the winner by 3.3 seconds at the line there over John. Good stuff there from the Stock Hatch 16 Valvers, and the result was confirmed there for about half a second before the timing screen changed again, and we move on now to the Modifieds and Super Nationals. 3 segments coming up for them. It is frustrating when that happens. Water cart has appeared out on track, as you can see once again. So that at least gives me a late lunch break, and we're back underway very shortly with the first of 3 races for the Super Nationals and Modifieds. See how many cars have survived the earlier heats for that one in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, there's some across. Should be alright, I've already had a bottle.
Getting ready to get back underway then, heat number 3 for the Super Nationals and Modifieds. Heading up to grid now. This is heat 3A, race number 37 on today's programme. Gordon Lynch's BMW will be on pole position for this one, number 190, alongside Alan Tapscott. He's had a fairly luckless day so far, unfortunately, with the number 91 Vauxhall Corsa. Alongside them will be number 60 of Slavomir Volok, but he doesn't seem to be there on the grid. He's had repeated problems, as he has at every round this year, unfortunately, with his Fiesta. We then should see Tommy Graham, but he broke down right at the start of Heat 1 in the Mark II Escort, so we haven't got him. We haven't got Gary Simpson, we know he isn't here with the BMW. Pierce Brown is there with the BMW Compact. Stuart Emery has repaired his Peugeot. He is there. And 166, who by my grid sheet shouldn't be out until Heat 3C, Philip Kelly, is also there in the MR2. So we've had a bit of rejigging of the grid orders once again here. It's mainly caused by those two drivers sharing the BMW Compact, Pierce Brown and George Tohill. So we've got 5 cars out there then. Let's see how well Stuart Emery's repairs have worked on the Peugeot 206. Away we go with Heat 3A, and Gordon Lynch gets a belter of a start in the BMW 328i. Now, who is it there in second place? It's 105. It is Pierce Brown in the BMW Compact there in second place, ahead of Alan Tapscott. Stuart Emery's repaired Peugeot, and Phil Kelly, who's moved up a couple of runs in the Toyota MR2. There is Pierce Brown. You can see 105 instead of 125 on the side for this one, taking the Joker lap ahead of Tapscott and Kelly in the MR2. Slightly unusual for an MR2, that car without a rear wing, doesn't it? Gordon Lynch leads the way then in his BMW saloon, the man from Chapel-Lizon near Dublin. Tapscott from Devon up there in second place in the rear-wheel drive Corsa. Fourth place, I should say, because here are our leaders. Stuart Emery has come through for second place with the couple of cars having taken their Jokers that time through. It is Pierce Brown in the BMW Compact there in third place, ahead of Tapscott and Kelly. Stuart Emery's repairs seem to have proved effective after a bit of a shunt in Heat 2. Chasing Gordon Lynch, who's doing very well indeed here, the local man in number 190 with the BMW 328i Saloon. Company 46, quite a late BMW that one. Stuart Emery in the Peugeot, the reigning MSA Super National champion, is going to try and take the lead as they go into turn 1. He's done it. Through goes Emery, the man from Kent takes the lead in number 1. He's been pushed sideways there by Gordon Lynch. Get off, says Stuart Emery, and he manages to keep the lead. Needle creeping into the play, and the circuit looking a little damp out there now as well. There are a few spots of rain falling once again here at Mondello Park as the two leaders head through the Joker lap section together. They're coming up on looks like, oh, Stuart Emery's run wide there, he's into the banking. They're coming up on Pierce Brown. He's had a problem somewhere out of our sight there around that third lap. He's about to be lapped, I think, by our two leaders, unless I have miscalculated here. Let's have a look as they go across the timing line. Have these two lost the lead to him? Yes, they have, sorry. Stuart Emery, has he got some more damage here as a result of that contact? Yeah, something up with the right rear, I think. Yeah, he's definitely slowing down. More problems for Stuart Emery. He couldn't buy a race win today, could he? Alan Tapscott's having a go at him now, so it is Pierce Brown who leads the way. I thought he'd already taken his Joker. I'm sorry about that. He's out in front then, ahead of Gordon Lynch now. And it's Emery, Tapscott and Kelly. Making a complete mess of this one. Emery runs wide again there. There's definitely something amiss with, I think, the rear end of that Peugeot. He's dropped to the rear of the field. Something up with the left rear, did I notice there, where he hit the bank earlier on. Quite possibly. Checkered flag is out though, and it's a win for Pierce Brown ahead of Gordon Lynch by over 4 seconds. Let's have a look and see if we can identify what's wrong with poor old Stuart Emery's Peugeot. He's had so many problems and so much damage to this car this year. He finishes at the tail end of Heats 3A for the Super Nationals. So it's a win for Piers Brown. 4.7 seconds clear of Gordon Lynch and the two BMWs there. I don't know how he did that, slipped away at the front unnoticed. Let's move on, shall we, to Heats 3B for the Modifieds and Super Nationals. Number 124, James McVicker in the Renault Clio, will be in pole position for this one, alongside number 48, Patrick Ryan with the Vauxhall Nova, and the other number 48, UK 48, Todd Crooks in the BMW Mini. On the second row, 302, which is Don Shannon with the Volvo S40, spun the lead away in Heat 2, and alongside him number 15 of Mike Howlin. And then the third row of the grid, it'll be number treble 1. Hang on, who's that at the back? That's Craig Lomax. That's our second Super 1600 runner. He's completed his repairs, and it looks like they're allowing him to race with the Super Nationals instead of, as he was programmed with the hot hatches and BMW Mini. So Craig Lomax joins the grid for the Super Nationals, lining up alongside Lloyd Spendlove in the Lotus and Willie Coyne in his Corsa. So we have an extra entry in this one. It is Craig Lomax in the number 24 Super 1600 machines, and we are underway with Heat 3B. James McVicker will lead them off in the Clio. Into turn 1 they go. Craig Lomax not as powerful as the other cars, of course, so he will drop away at the beginning of this one. Good start by Lloyd Spendlove from the back of the grid there in the Lotus XCs. These Lotuses are like lightning off the grid. Many cars going for the Joker lap. Yes, quite a few of them. There is Don Shannon in the Volvo S40, Spendlove, and also Willie Coyne, the earlier heat winner in his Corsa. He took Heat 2. It's been Irish Corsas all the way because Padraig Leeson took Heat number 1. So James McVicker it is who leads the early going in this one in the Clio. Todd Crooks going well up there in second place in the Mini, the BMW Mini of course, and then with the windscreen washer working frantically, Patrick Ryan in the Vauxhall Nova. He's up there in third position. These three have pulled away slightly at the front of the field. This one, anybody going to take their Jokers this time through? Sharp right out of the hairpin, anyone? Yes, says Todd Crooks, I'll take the Joker. And his number's sake, the other number 48, Patrick Ryan, takes the Joker as well. And James McVicker, is he slowing down there? Yes, I think he might have a problem, James McVicker. Mike Howlin, meanwhile, has got a problem. He slides wide through the loose section there. He'll lose out to Don Shannon, and the gap is definitely coming down to our leader, James McVicker. Can he keep it going? There's a bit of smoke there from the left front. James McVicker's in trouble. Every car seems to have had some sort of mechanical problems. There's Willie Coyne, he's looking for his second heat win of the day. And McVicker has got something amiss with the Clio, but he's trying his darndest to keep going. He needs the points, needs the placings ahead of the finals, of course. Closing up, here comes Patrick Ryan in the Nova. He's going to go past Todd Crooks in the Mini, who runs wide there, and Ryan is going for the lead here. The two Irishmen battle it out for the lead. Patrick Ryan pulls ahead in the Nova. They come back onto the tarmac. Vicker down to second, then it's Crooks, Don Shannon, Willie Coyne in the course. Across the line they come to complete lap 3. Willie Coyne past Don Shannon there into turn 1. The Corsa ahead of the Volvo. Todd Crooks now fighting it out with the Clio of James McVicker. Certainly something wrong with that left front on that car. Patrick Ryan already taken his Joker lap. He's heading for victory. Vicker now takes the Joker. Todd Crooks goes through for second. Willie Coyne in the Irish Auto Parts Corsa in third. And Don Shannon further back into Vicker ahead of Lloyd Spendlove in the Lotus. So the checkered flag is up ready this time, and it's a win for Patrick Ryan. Does he get the fastest time overall? Not quite, a couple of seconds down on Piers Brown in the BMW. Todd Crooks, Willie Coyne next home, they're third and fourth quickest overall. McVicker does make it home ahead of Spendlove. There's Craig Lomax, at least completes his Super 1600 run ahead of a rather wayward Mike Howlin. So eventful stuff again from the Super Nationals and Irish Modifieds. Then we've got race number 39 coming up next, which is Heat 3C. For this category, Dan Rook in number 40 will be in pole position in the AX. Alongside him, Padraig Leeson in the red number 200 Corsa. Alongside them it will be number 166, well, it should be 166 Philip Kelly, but I've got a feeling we're going to see 125 of George Tohill out here instead. I think he swapped heats with Philip Kelly due to the car sharing issue. Number 14 will be next on the grid for this one. That is Tony Lynch in his BMW Mini. Alongside him the 33 car, which is Paige Bellaby in her smoky Lotus Exige. Gareth Wood in number 96 will start from row 3, along with Gavin Jess in the Rover Metro number 13. That should be your lineup for Heat 3C. There they are. Now, have we got them all on the grid for this one? Yes, Dan Rook is there. Leeson. The 125, which is George Tohill, swapping places with Phil Kelly in the lineup for this one. Then Tony Lynch, Paige Bellaby, Gareth Wood and Gavin Jess. We've got a full complement for race number 39 of the day, Heat 3C, Super Nationals and Modifieds. Very modified, very specialist cars out there indeed. Very little of the original of that Metro left, I can tell you, of Gavin Jess, the Rover Metro. 7 cars on the grid then for 4 more laps of Mondello Park Circuit. Another cloud of smoke from Paige Bellaby's Lotus as she gets underway. It's a great start by George Tohill in the Beamer, and he leads the way into that first turn. Bellaby trying to get around the outside. A poor start by Dan Rook, the championship leader. He drops back into 3rd place. Tony Lynch on his tail in the BMW Mini. There's Gareth Wood and the Metro of Gavin Jess at the back of the field. Gavin Jess and Paige Bellaby both go straight on at the hairpin. That tells you how slippery it's becoming. Tony Lynch and Gareth Wood both going for the Joker lap there, and we have a change of leader. Padraig Leeson in the Corsa has taken over in front ahead of George Tohill in the Pierce Brown BMW. And Rook is up to 3rd place in the AX. Then we've got Gavin Jess in the Metro, despite overshooting the hairpin, is there in 4th place. Tony Lynch is 5th ahead of Gareth Wood. Unfortunately, Paige Bellaby after an off on the opening lap is 7th. Here's the fight for 2nd place. Still your leader, Padraig Leeson, going for his 2nd heat win of the day. Sharp rights for Dan Rook, chased by Gavin Jess. They take their Joker laps. Been a frustrating day for Dan Rook, been mired in the midfield. Going to lose out to Gareth Wood there, and Tony Lynch, Mini and the Ford K8. Dan Rook running a bit wide, very easy to do that in these wet conditions. For what's I said during the heats earlier on, when it rains at Mondello Park and the rain gets into the mud section. Anyone for mashed potato? Mud porridge, or whatever you want to call it, what these drivers refer to it as. I can't repeat everything they call it, of course, here on the air. Oh dear, oh dear. Gavin Jess, meantime, having a go at Gareth, and he goes through Metro, past Ford K8, Dan Rook in behind them. A bit of a water splash there as BMW takes its Joker lap. It's going to be a 4-way fight here. So George Tohill rejoined. It's Padraig Leeson still with the lead in his Vauxhall Corsa. The heat win number 2 today. The supercars are waiting patiently in the assembly area to come out for their 3rd heat of the day, as there's Leeson just disappearing into turn 1. He'll have to take his Joker lap this time though. Tony Lynch up there in 2nd. Now, is he going to be close enough to capitalise, I wonder? The Wigan race driver in the Lucas Oil BMW Mini. Padraig Leeson will go for the Joker lap, I think, this time. Here's our 2nd and 3rd place side. Gareth Wood in 4th position. And has Tony Lynch done enough? No, I don't think they have. Where is Padraig Leeson? There he is, going towards the checkered flag, takes the checkered flag. There's a good race on for 2nd here. Gavin Jess trying to usurp Tony Lynch on the run to the line. He's done it right on the line. The Metro snatches second. The BMW Mini. I can tell you, Padre Gleeson's time was comfortably quickest overall there as well. Well up on the likes of Pierce Brown, and Padre Gleeson wins the heat. Fully 6 seconds ahead of Gavin Jess, who was second overall. Tony Lynch third overall, then Gareth Wood. So that heat by far that segment by far the quickest of the three in that heat. Padre Gleeson will therefore take pole position, I would think, for the A final later on. See a B final for these cars as well, given the numbers. And now it's on to the NSA Odyssey Battery Supercars. First of their segments of Heat 3. Heat 3A will see number 26, Andy Scott in pole position in the Peugeot. Julian Godfrey alongside him. And the number 66 of Derek Tohill alongside him. What a lineup that is. Scott, Godfrey and Tohill on the front of the grid. Second row. Get this as well. Number 5, Steve Hill. Treble 1 of Noel Green, and then Kevin Proctor and Mark Flaherty in the ex-Cohen Powell's car on the third row. Very impressive lineup indeed for Heat 3A for the MSA Supercars. But I really can't see the front row being beaten here. Andy Scott, the British Championship leader. Julian Godfrey, the 4-time champion. And Derek Tohill, the European Rallycross Touring Car champion. In the Ollie O'Donovan Focus. What a front row. Steve Hill's Mitsubishi and the earlier Mitsubishi Lancer Evo of Noel Green alongside him. Then Kevin Proctor. If he gets the launch right here from the back of the grid, he could be a factor. And Mark Flaherty alongside him in number 77. Who's going to be our supercar winner this time then? We're about to find out. Heat 3A about to get underway. The power comes on and away we go. A bit of a stuttering start from Derek Tohill. It's Andy Scott who gets away well. He's going to outpace Julian Godfrey into the first turn. Look at Steve Hill trying to move up the inside. He's had a cracking start in the Mitsubishi. He's trying to force his way past Julian Godfrey. He's past Godfrey up into second place, but coming through on the inside is Proctor. 3 into 1 ain't going to go there. Proctor nearly hits the tyres on the inside. He goes for the Joker lap ahead of the 77 of Mark Flaherty. Now who has come out of that with the lead? I think it's Andy Scott. He needed his. Steve Hill has stayed ahead of Godfrey. That's a fantastic first turn by the Mitsubishi pilots. So the race settles down then. There is Hill ahead of Godfrey. Can he stay there? Andy Scott, pole sitter, who leads the way in the Peugeot 208. Fourth is Derek Tohill. A bit of a strutter off the line for him. Steve Hill doing great guns here, but he's gone a bit wide there coming out of turn 1. This is Godfrey's opportunity. And he points and squirts the Fiesta up the inside. He's going to go through. Oh, Hill's overshot the hairpin and does all his good work. That is so frustrating for Steve Hill, the Oxfordshire garage owner. Drops back into third place ahead of Tohill. Kevin Proctor, you can see the bit of damage on the right front there where he clipped the tyre, the hairpin on the first lap. There wasn't quite room for him to get through on the inside. See how muddy it's getting out there as well. The state of Derek Tohill's car. Proctor behind him, the coach company boss from North Yorkshire. Behind them is Mark Flaherty in 77. So having a look at Tohill there, England versus Ireland into turn 1. Next, and then it's Noel Green in his Mitsubishi at the back in 7th place. Godfrey looks like he's taken over the lead now. Yes, Andy Scott has taken his Joker lap. Godfrey has gone to the front. Proctor's there in 4th place. So it looks like Tohill has gone for the Joker as well. Indeed, he has. There goes Julian Godfrey. Look at the speed of that Fiesta in a straight line. The Sussex-based engine tuner and builder. Second place in Andy Scott, the man from Dumfries. Switches Steve Hill ahead of Yorkshire's Kevin Proctor. There's Godfrey taking the Joker lap. Is he going to come out ahead of Andy Scott? This is going to be close. Scott gets his foot down and he retakes the lead. Well judged, Andy Scott. That was very close. So Godfrey, is he going to be able to fight back here on the final corner? We could see a drag race to the line between these two, and Godfrey's pushing him there, literally. round the final corner. The checkered flag is in sight. I don't think Godfrey's quite going to do it. This is going to be a close one. Scott just gets there. Third goes to Kevin Proctor. Cracking race. Derek Tohill comes over for fourth. Steve Hill, for all his efforts early on, finishes back in fifth. Noel Green is going to take sixth place by looking ahead of Mark Flaherty. Winning margin for Andy Scott there, 0.2 of a second over Julian Godfrey. Noel Green sixth ahead of Mark Flaherty. Another 6 supercars to run then in heats 3B. And then the Retro Rallycross boys, then we wait to get the final grids ahead of our main events here at Mondello Park today. Race number 41 up next. It will be Andy Grant in the number 3 Ford Focus who will go from pole position alongside number 154 of Thomas O'Rafferty. Can't see O'Rafferty in the assembly area though, unfortunately, so there could be a blank space there. And Ollie O'Donovan in number 2 will take the outside of the front row. Looking in the background there, good to see Lance Foster has repaired his Mini again for the Rippler Retro Rallycross race, which will be coming up after this. Declan Kelly's there, the Irish champion in number 1 with his Fiesta ST. Starts alongside Mad Mark Watson, who's had a good day so far in the Citroen. Finally on the grid for this one we should see Jeffrey Dolan in the Astra. Get in touch with me on Twitter. Again, the address is @midsportsmedia. That's MID Sports Media. We'll have the Twitter feed up and running all day tomorrow as well. Join us for around 10:30 tomorrow morning. Hopefully a few less delays between races early on tomorrow. We had a lot of incident this morning. Thanks for sticking with us here at Mondello Park. We're pulling into line then for the last of the heats for the supercars, Heat 3B. We don't have Thomas O'Rafferty, so only 5 cars out there for this one, and the favourite should be Ollie O'Donovan from the outside of the front row in car number 2. Declan Kelly could be one to watch here if he's got his Fiesta running properly though. The race about to get underway. Andy Grant in the red Focus in pole position. He makes a super start, so does Mad Mark in the Citroen, but it's Grant who leads them off. O'Donovan slots into second place. Poor start though for Declan Kelly in car number 1, the Irish champion. There's O'Donovan fighting it out with Andy Grant. He had a great start. O'Donovan trying to go around the outside. He's overshot the hairpin though. Tries to take the lead. It doesn't work. Trying just too hard there. Ollie O'Donovan. Grant who leads. Jeffrey Dolan in the Astra goes for the Joker lap there in the background. He'll come out in 5th place behind Declan Kelly. So your leader completes the first lap then. He's Andy Grant still ahead of Ollie O'Donovan. Could be a major scalp for Mr. Consistent Andy Grant if he could beat Ollie O'Donovan. The time to beat from Andy Scott in heats at 3A is 2:43.394. Fiestas and Focuses pop and bang their way around Mondello Park. Andy Grant still holding the lead, but I think he's going for the Joker lap. Indeed he is. And he'll lose his advantage to Ollie O'Donovan. And Mark Watson will go through as well. That's Citroen, the best we've seen it run this year. Up there in second place. Declan Kelly there in 4th. There's a bit of damage there to the back of Andy Grant's Focus. You can just see there on the left rear, maybe a bit of contact on the first corner. Dolan behind them, the ex-rally driver. The Scapex-sponsored Opel Astra. Now he's the leader, going to take his Joker lap this time. There is Ollie O'Donovan, the London-based Irishman, owner of the Shannon Group of businesses. Yes, he does take the Joker lap in the Shannon Group Fiesta. Is he going to come out still with the lead? Mad Mark's taking the Joker lap as well, but never mind that because here comes Andy Grant. He's going to come out behind Ollie O'Donovan. So O'Donovan takes over the lead from the older Ford Focus of Andy Grant, the ex-Will Gollop car. Doyen of British Rallycross drivers. It'd be wonderful if we could get him back out in his Silkaline 6R4 in the Rippler Retro Rallycross, joining Rob Gibson. Maybe someday. Jeffrey Dolan's up to 3rd place because Matt Mark has taken his joker run, as has Declan Kelly. Looking for Declan there, I can't see him at the moment. Don't tell me we've lost the Fiesta again. Astra goes through the hairpin ahead of the Citroen Zara. Weather must be clearing up a little as well. And O'Donovan heads for victory, and he beats Andy Scott's time. That time he spent behind Andy Grant early on could cost him here and give Andy Scott the heat win. Let's see. They come up towards the checker flag. What's the time going to be for Ollie O'Donovan? Only good enough for fourth fastest. Those few seconds he lost early on behind Andy Grant proved crucial. And Andy Scott will take the win in Supercar Heat number 3. There's Declan Kelly. Problems again for the Fiesta ST. He'll come home at the tail of the field. At least he got out there though. Tommaso Rafferty was a non-starter. So Andy Scott the winner by 2/10 of a second ahead of Julian Godfrey. Kevin Proctor third, and Ollie O'Donovan, Andy Grant and Derek Tohill rounding out the overall top 6 Supercar Heat number 3. Next up, Rippler Retro Rallycross. See that Marshall's okay after taking a tumble off the barrier there. Yes, we saw you. So we're back up to a full complement of cars then for Rippler Retro Rallycross Heat number 3 into the finals. After this race, Lance Foster's repaired that Mini again, and he'll be out in pole position here, number 45. The tailgate slightly skewed there, as you can see, but he's out there, starts alongside the number 66 of Barry Stewart in the Porsche, and 136 David Aiken, the ex Tony Bardi Astra. The second row, we shall have number 909 Patrick Donoghue, missed Heat 2 with the Peugeot 205, and Ray Morgan, the winner of Heat 2 in the Escort. Should have 6 cars, of course, but Peter O'Brien is only racing tomorrow. There's going to be a few extra cars racing tomorrow. We've got another class racing tomorrow as well. The Ford Fiestas will be out on track tomorrow as well. Normally circuit racers, those ladies and gents. So interesting to see how they go. We're expecting, I think, 5 Ford Fiestas. Ready for the course car to get clear there up at turn 1. Before we get underway with our 42nd race of the day, the last of the heats before we go into finals time here at Mondello Park today. Five cars for 4 laps then for Retro Rallycross Heat number 3. About to get the all clear then from the marshals. The board is held out, 5 seconds, the red light comes on. Will it be Porsche, will it be Peugeot, will it be Ford, Vauxhall or Mini? We're about to find out. And a flying start by the Porsche of Barry Stewart. Not such a good start by Lance Foster in the Mini. I wonder if his repairs haven't been as effective as he thought. But Barry Stewart leads in the Porsche then ahead of David Aiken in the ex-Tony Bardi Mark II Astra. There's that lovely Works lookalike Peugeot 909 Patrick Donoghue. Ray Morgan in 3rd place in his Ford Escort, running a bit sideways there through Sayat corner, and loses 3rd place to Patrick Donoghue. That's Escort rather evil handling today. And Lance Foster, the repairs haven't worked. Sadly, the Mini is back in the paddock. Hopefully we'll see him back for the final though. As Barry Stewart leads the way in the Porsche, completing the first lap ahead of Dave Aiken, the winner of Heat 1 with the Vauxhall Astra. A couple of seconds in it as they complete the first lap, then Donoghue in 3rd. Beautiful flat-nosed Porsche 911. Most famous Porsche off-roader, of course, was the Group B 959, winner of the Dakar Rally. So Jackie Ickx were famous at the wheel of that, the great Porsche racer and rallyer. René Metcher as well from Belgium, and Saeed Al-Hajri, the Middle Eastern driver. Stewart still leads. Davy Aiken, the local man, trying to reel him in, the man from County Armagh. Here's the battle for third place. This is getting interesting. Peugeot of Patrick Donoghue from Drumree, and Hastings is Ray Morgan in the Escort. Took the Heat 2 win, but it's been a bit of a yo-yo sort of day for Ray Morgan. Last year's Retro Rallycross Driver of the Year, receiving the John Button Memorial Award. Pioneer rallycrosser, the father of Jensen Button, of course, famous for his campaigns in VW Beetles in the early days in the 70s. So 2 races in 1 here, with the Astra closing in on the Porsche at the front. Here they come, 1 lap to go. Harry Stewart still leads. No, it takes the checkered flag, in fact. I thought there was 1 more lap to go there, but I've miscalculated again. So the win goes to Barry Stewart ahead of David Aitken, Ray Morgan, and Patrick Donoghue and Ray Morgan. I can't even call the places in the right order now, for goodness sake. Someone get me a Guinness. Right, we're going to wait and see what happens next now, whether there will be a short break ahead of our finals, because it's finals time up next. We should be starting with the C final for the Modifieds and Super Nationals. Then the B finals for Swift Sport, stock hatch 8 valve, B final for the Modifieds and Super Nationals, Supercar B final, and then into a total of 9 A finals. So should be 15 more races to come if we get the full complement of races here today, ladies and gents, at Mondello Park. And then, of course, we're back again to do it all again tomorrow. We're going to take just a couple of minutes break then while we get the grids for the finals, hopefully. And then it'll be into the finals, hopefully starting with the C final for the Super Modifieds and Super Nationals. Just a couple of tweets to bring you before we do so. Hello to Helen Yates. She says, great day of racing from everyone, loving the live streaming, watching brother Patrick Ryan in the Super Modifieds in Nova number 48 from Rhodes in Greece. Thanks for getting in touch, Helen Yates. Pleased to hear you're enjoying the action. And hello to Shirley Gibson as well, one of the organisers behind Rippler Retro Rallycross. Wish I was there with you all. Looking forward to the Retro Rallycross team out next. Well, we saw them there. Didn't quite get to read your tweet out. Sorry, Mrs. Rallycross, Shirley Gibson. We hope to see you and Rob in action at the next round on July the 19th at Pembrey, where we'll be live streaming the action as well once again. So thanks for getting in touch via Twitter. We're going to take hopefully just a couple of minutes break now before the finals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Mondello Park, where it is finals time. 42 heats completed, the grids are set, and it's time for our first final, the Super Modified and Super National C Final. Winner of this race goes onto the back of the grid for the B final. In pole position, we've got the BMW of number 190, that's of Gordon Lynch. Alongside him, Paige Bellaby in number 33. She's had a disastrous day with the Lotus Exige, and James McVicker in his Renault Clio completes the front of the grid. Then on the second row of the grid, we'll have Don Shannon in his Volvo S40, Alan Tapscott, very unusual to see him all the way down in the C final, and also Phil Kelly and Slavomir Volok. Stuart Emery should have been out in this one as well, but Stuart's car is hors de combat after earlier on. We're underway then with the C final, and Paige Bellaby it is who rockets into the lead ahead of Don Shannon in the Volvo S40. So can Paige Bellaby's luck change for the better? But the real big loser in this one will be Stuart Emery down in the C final and a non-starter. That is really going to hamper his chances of retaining the MSA Super National Championship this year. There's Slavomir Volok. He's had a rubbish day, he's had a rubbish season so far, to be honest, the pole. Paige Bellaby leads the way then. Hit the bank earlier on in her first heat. It's gone from bad to worse since then. She leads as they complete the first lap ahead of Don Shannon in the big Volvo. Will Turling, who's made a success for Volvo S40 in Rallycross on the continent as well in the Dutch Championship. They're clear at the front of the field. It's the hairpin they go. Although having a look there, James McVicker still up there in third position in the Renault Clio, leading his heat earlier on, had a few problems. Philip Kelly in the MR2 taking the Joker lap there we saw in the background. Paige Bellaby still holding off Don Shannon. Big lock up there though into the last corner as they came off the loose, and this is Don Shannon's opportunity. Pulls the Volvo up alongside Paige Bellaby. Now Don Shannon is registered for Super National Championship points as well as the Irish Super Modified series, and he's just taken the lead away from Paige Bellaby. Don't forget the winner goes onto the back of the grid for the B final a little later in the programme. Bellaby goes for her Joker. Shannon needs to push on now and increase his lead. When he takes his own Joker, he won't lose out much. Vicker goes through his as well. There's Phil Kelly. Gordon Lynch takes his Joker lap as well in the background. There's Alan Tapscott. The championship contenders today in MSA Super National all had such poor days. Stuart Emery we know. Alan Tapscott's down in the C final as well. Dan Rook hasn't fared much better either. So the big winner here today could well be Gareth Wood in the KA, depending on how he gets on later on. Alan Tapscott fighting it out with James McVicker's clean. As Paige Bellaby heads through the hairpin. Don Shannon still yet to take his Joker lap. Finals, if I remember rightly, are 5 laps, so he's got an extra lap to do so. Also versus Clio, further back in the order, Tapscott versus McVicker. Irish ferries they go. There is Don Shannon in the Volvo. Slavomir Volok almost a lap down the Fiesta, a real season to forget for him. Don Shannon, is he going for the Joker lap? No, he hasn't. Has he already taken his Joker lap earlier on and I haven't spotted it? If he has, he's quite a long way clear of Paige Bellaby. Look at the state of Slavomir Volok's Fiesta. Leader's going to lap him, Don Shannon, as they come across the line. Checkered flag then for Don Shannon in the Volvo. He's heading through to the B final, I believe. He took his Joker lap on the first lap and we didn't quite spot him. So Don Shannon goes through ahead of Paige Bellaby with Phil Kelly's MR2 in third place. Alan Tapscott only 4th. That's his worst result in a very long time. James McVicker's Clio is 5th. Gordon Lynch will come over in 6th place in the BMW. Then we've got Slavomir Volok in what's left of his Fiesta. Stuart Emery, of course, a non-starter. Last place overall out of a field like that is really going to harm Stuart Emery's championship chances. Especially after he effectively miss the first round at Croft, but his engine blew in the very first heat of the day. Two virtual no scores like that will not win you a title. So moving swiftly on then. It will be the B final next up for the Swift Sports, if my information here in the commentary box is correct. And in pole position for this one looks like it's going to be Andrew Hawks. We haven't got the printout of the grids yet here in the box, with not much of a break before the finals got underway, so we're having to play it by ear at the moment. We haven't yet got the printout of the final grids here in the box. But it looks like it is Andrew Hawks that's going to be on pole for the Swift Sport B final. Jake Taylor's out there, David Ellis, Alex Spencer and Jeff Hankin. Looks like that's our lineup. Winner of that race will go through, of course, to the A final. Now the last two rounds, it's been breaking news coming up on the timing screen. I was right, Don Shannon did not take a joker lap in that C final. I didn't think he had, and he has been excluded from the results. So Paige Bellaby inherits the C final for the MSA Super National and Super Modified division, and she goes through to the B final. Don Shannon excluded for failing to take a joker lap. I didn't think I'd seen him take one, but once my intuition proves correct. So Paige Bellaby wins the C final then by 4 seconds ahead of Philip Kelly, Alan Tapscott, James McVicker, Gordon Lynch and Slavomir Volov. Paige Bellaby will see out again on the back of the B final grid in a few races from now. Now it's time for the B final for the Swift Sports. We've got 5 of them coming out for this one. Andrew Hawks will be in pole position. The winner of this race goes onto the back of the grid for the A final. As you mentioned, the last 2 rounds, the B final has been won each time by Jake Taylor in number 3. He's out for this one. He'll be starting in the middle of the front row alongside David Ellis, Jeff Hankin and Alex Spencer, completing the 5-strong grid. Last time Andrew Hawks appeared in a B final was at Croft in the opening round of the year, and ended up rolling out of it after contact with, if I remember rightly, David Ellis. Five cars out there. This will be a 5-lap race. Looks like we're about to get underway. We get a thumbs up from the marshals on the grid. The board is held aloft. 5 drivers, 1 will go through to the A final. Who's it going to be? We'll find out over the next 5 laps then. Away we go. Decent getaway by Jake Taylor from the middle of the front row. Trying to take the lead away from Andrew Hawks. They're side by side, always rubbing door handles on the run into it. Hawks muscles Jake Taylor, he really muscles him out wide there, and just about holds the lead. Taylor in second place, third is David Ellis, then Spencer and Hankin. They're all around the first turn okay. Who's going for the joker laps then? Well, not Hawks and Taylor, they continue to duel for the lead. David Ellis it was who went into the joker section, so Alex Spencer will go up into third place in the black number 96 car. So it's looking likely to be a duel between these two then. Andrew Hawks in number 18. Seen his brother Martin out today in the BMW Minis. Young Jake Taylor, real motorsport star of the future, this man. Pushing on in second place. The turn 1 leg. Already clear of their opposition. Alex Spencer and Jeff Hankin holding third and fourth ahead of David Ellis, and Andrew Hawks has overshot the hairpin. He clips a tyre stack there. That could be a very costly mistake indeed. He could have just cost himself the B final win. Jake Taylor then takes up a rather familiar position, looking to win his third B final on the trot. Down the far straight they go. Andrew Hawks trying to close in. They've still yet to take their joker laps. Over the curves they head onto the pit straight once again. Battle is on for third as well between David Ellis and Alex Spencer. Jeff Hankin has dropped away in car 6060, relative newcomer. Spencer holding third. This is a good performance, holding off the more experienced David Ellis. Jake Taylor continues to lead from Andy Hawks. Into the joker lap goes Alex Spencer in car number 96. I've just been handed a printout of final grids, many thanks. Jake Taylor still leads from Andy Hawks back into the final corner. They still haven't taken their jokers. Maybe they're trying to psych each other out, perhaps one daring the other to take it first. They're going to end up taking it together on the last lap, I reckon. Increasing his lead slightly now, Jake Taylor in the number 3 into the hairpin. Take the joker. No, they still don't turn right there out of the hairpin. They're going to take, either they're going to have to take it together on the last lap, or one of them's going to forget. More commonplace than you might think if you've not viewed Rallycross before. It's quite easy when you're in the heat of battle to forget to take that extra little loop at the end of the midpoint of the lap. Alex Spencer still going well up there in 4th place. Into the last lap they go then, so they're going to have to take their jokers this time. Playing a psychological game with each other, these two. Jake Taylor, only 17 years old. Is he going for the joker? Yes, he is. He's Andy Hawks going for the joker. We shall see. Has he remembered? Yes. So they both take them together as expected. On the last lap, David Ellis is going to move into the picture as well, and he's closing up on Taylor. Could we see David Ellis? Where's he come from? He's certainly made up some ground. Could he make a move here on Jake Taylor on the final corner? This isn't over yet. Suddenly from nowhere, David Ellis is into the picture. Could he make a move here as they come down? Could he try and draft his way into the lead on the run to the line? I don't think he's quite going to do it, and for the 3rd round in a row, Jake Taylor wins the Swift Sport B final. Ellis a fine 2nd. Andy Hawks gets 3rd. Alex Spencer and Jeff Hankin will be the other finishers. The margin of victory, 0.4 of a second for Jake Taylor over David Ellis. Spencer comes over in 4th, and Jeff Hankin will take 5th. So, close stuff there. Where did David Ellis find the speed from there in the closing stages? That was excellent stuff. Now, next up, it will be the B final for the stock hatch 8-valve cars, the Irish Championship. In pole position for this one will be 815, which is Stephen Jess. Alongside him will be 812, which is Tom Murphy, and 874, James O'Shea, completes the front row. And then we've got our 2 Civic RX drivers, Leanne Sedgwick and the 884 of Patricia Higgins. Winner of this race goes into the A final, take on the faster of the Peugeot 205 racers. I think the Civics have got the wrong way round there. Yes, Leanne Sedgwick needs to be on the inside. She outpaced Patricia Higgins comfortably in the heats. This is the stock hatch 8-valve category, along with the Honda Civics. Again, the winner goes through to the A final. Next up, it will be the B final for the Super Nationals and Super Modifieds, and then the B final for the Supercars before we get into a total of 9 A finals here at Mondello Park today. So the red lights come on then. 5 cars on the grid, 5 laps in the race. Away we go with the stock hatch 8-valve, the final. Cracking start there by 812 of Tom Murphy, the black 205, leads James O'Shea into the first turn. I hope James O'Shea's not going to overshoot the hairpin and hit the barrier this time. Look at the state of the front of his car there. 874 from County Dublin in second place. Stephen Jess, not such a good start from pole position. He's there in third place as O'Shea heads into the Joker lap. See the fan spinning in his radiator there. He'll drop to the rear of the field behind Patricia Higgins in her Honda Civic. Leanne Sedgwick in her first ever Rallycross up there in third place. It looks like she's going to win the Civic RX category. Not quite on the pace of the 205s. Tom Murphy it is who heads the pack in 812. From 815 is Stephen Jess from County Down. 880 Leanne Sedgwick over from Kent. Very different, the armoured 1300cc stock car that she has raced in the past on the short ovals of the southeast of England. Up there in third place. James O'Shea in fourth. Sedgwick takes the Joker lap then. Still your leader, and a spin there for Higgins in the second Civic. I believe today is her Rallycross debut, and it's, as we said, it's certainly showing. She's struggled a bit today, Patricia Higgins. But we all have to start learning some. 812 Tom Murphy continues to lead Stephen Jess. Two Peugeot 205s to go. Down into the hairpin. Jess brings it sideways. He's going to go for the Joker lap though. Don't think Tom Murphy has yet taken his. 815 Stephen Jess, whoops, nearly hits the tyres. He does hit the tyres. Now, I bet some people watching have been waiting for somebody to do that all day. And Stephen Jess finally obliges by walloping the tyre wall. He gets it going again, losing a place to Leanne Sedgwick there. I think she's up into second overall, possibly as a result of that. Well behind Tom Murphy though. No, third overall, sorry, because James O'Shea is still there in second place. There's Tom Murphy, clear in the lead in his black 205. Continues to lead. James O'Shea in second. Patricia Higgins is the lap down. He's just taken her Joker lap. Murphy continues on, he's heading for the A final. Being chased though by James O'Shea in the 874. Round to complete lap number 4, and he's being reeled in here by James O'Shea. Set a frantic early pace, Tom Murphy in 812, the man from Clane. Is he going to hang on to the flag? Down to the hairpin for the last time. Takes his Joker lap. I don't think he's done enough here against James O'Shea, who's picked up his pace. The race has gone on. No, O'Shea takes the lead, and he's heading for victory. So the ex-hot rod racer is heading for the A final in what's left of his Peugeot 205. Call it a Peugeot 202.5, couldn't you? What's left of it. Here he comes towards the flag. James O'Shea takes the B final for the 8-valve stock hatch category. Tom Murphy, quick to begin with, but slowed as the race went on somewhat. He takes second. Third will be Stephen Jess in his 205, ahead of Leanne Sedgwick, who gets the consolation of winning the Civic category. A lap ahead of Patricia Higgins. So James O'Shea will be out again in the A final as we move on to race 46 will be next up. Which will be for the Super Nationals and Super Modifieds. And it says on the grid sheet I've got that the top two from the C final will be promoted instead of just the winner. I've never known that before. Well, they're showing on the timing screen, yes, Philip Kelly has been promoted along with Paige Bellaby, and he's on the grid for this, the B final for the Super Nationals and Super Modifieds. I've never known the top two be promoted before. So in pole position for this one, we're number 48, which is the Nova of Patrick Ryan. Alongside him will be number 125, which is the BMW of George Tohill, and Dan Rook should start as the favourite here from the outside the front row in number 40, the championship leader. On the second row, treble one, Lloyd Spendlove in the Lotus Exige, and the other number 48 of Todd Crooks in the BMW Mini. Third row of the grid, Mike Howlin in the Fiesta, and then Paige Bellaby and Philip Kelly are two graduates from the C final, with the top two having qualified through. Phil Kelly, of course, qualifying on the disqualification of Don Shannon's Volvo, who didn't take a joker lap. Got 8 cars out there then, and just looking forward through the grids, the top two from this race go through to the A final. So it's the top two being promoted from each B and C final today. I apologise, I wasn't informed of that. Away we go then with the B final. Good start by Patrick Ryan in the Vauxhall Nova. Dan Rook gets out with him. To look on the outside around the first corner. Up there on the inside, Lloyd Spendlove. He's got away well with the Lotus. So has Paige Bellaby in her similar machine, side by side with Todd Crooks in his BMW Mini. Round the hairpin they go. Bit of smoke there from the MR2 of Phil Kelly at the back of the field as Bellaby and the BMW number 125 of George Tohill take the joker lap early on. There go the leaders. Patrick Ryan in the nose, Lloyd Spendlove in the Lotus, Dan Rook in the Citroen in third ahead of Crooks. Then Mike Howlin in his Fiesta. He's struggled all day today, it's sliding around all over the place, the Welshman. Behind him, the 166, which is Phil Kelly in the MR2. Anybody going to take their joker laps this time through? 4, 1 and 2 on the first lap. Patrick Ryan won't be, he continues to lead. Dan Rook goes into the joker lap, so does Mike Howlin, sideways there in his Fiesta. Through in his BMW Mini, followed by Dan Rook, and also taking the joker Phil Kelly. There's Paige Bellaby, the winner of the C final. Chasing down Dan Rook. He's a 300cc engine based on a Citroen Zara Picasso MPV engine. People really will race anything. Patrick Ryan leads then in the 48 Vauxhall Nova. Going to take the joker this time. No, he's not, nor is Lloyd Spendlove. Todd Crooks is though. He was in third place. He could be on for an A final place here if either of the two Irishmen ahead slip up. Oh, he's clipped the tyres there though, Todd Crooks. Hope that hasn't damaged the car. He joins right in front of George Tohill's BMW Compact. There behind Dan Rook now in the number 40 and Paige Bellaby in the 33 machine. Good stuff. Two leaders heading into turn one. Ryan ahead of Spendlove. Are they going to take their jokers this time? Nova and Exige together. No, Patrick Ryan continues. Lloyd Spendlove takes the joker lap though. Now has he done enough to remain in the top two positions? Dan Rook is pushing on behind him. Tips one of the loose tyres there. That slowed him up enough, and Dan Rook goes through into second place. Now here come Todd Crooks, Paige Bellaby and George Tohill's BMW. So Dan Rook moves into the top two. Now Patrick Ryan, by my calculation, has got to take his joker lap this time. Has he done enough to stay in the top two? I think we could be about to see Dan Rook take the lead of this B final. Here he comes. Is he going to take the lead? Dan Rook in the AX. Patrick Ryan, has he taken the joker lap this time? Yes, he has. He's going to lose the lead to Dan Rook, who goes through, but Ryan crucially retains second place ahead of Lloyd Spendlove in the just wallop into the banking there. Who's that? I think that's Todd Crooks in the BMW Mini. I think that was Todd Crooks who's crashed out. He's ripped a wheel off the car. Now on the checkered flag, it is Todd Crooks. The checkered flag is going to go out. Dan Rook and Patrick Ryan are going through to the A final. There they are. Lloyd Spendlove comes in third. Fourth goes to Paige Bellaby. Fifth, it is George Tohill. Sixth is Todd Crooks. We've lost Philip Kelly in the MR2, it seems. I saw a bit of smoke from that car earlier on, and a very definite non-finisher is Todd Crooks. Let's hope he's okay. there you are, Wendy Rook, watching on Twitter. Your son has just qualified for the A final. Could save his championship chances. There is a very angry, but thankfully unhurt, Todd Crooks. Needs to go looking for his front wheel, I think. Somewhere over on the other side of the track. The main thing is that Todd is okay. He's more concerned about his car. See the tyre marks there where he slid off. Very easy to do with a few damp patches on that section of the circuit. Don't take it out on the marshals, Tom. So a brief pause then while Todd Crooks' car is cleared away. And next it will be the B final for the MSA Supercars, for which the grid should read as follows. Andy Grant will be in pole position in the red Focus, number 3. Alongside him, Mad Mark in the Citroën Zara. And number 66, Derek Tohill, completes the front of the grid. Oh, a souvenir, I'll have that. Second row will be number 77, Mark Flaherty. That was a rapid bit of tyre movement, wasn't it? And alongside Mark Flaherty will be number treble 1, which is Noel Green's Mitsubishi. And then on the third row will be Declan Kelly in his Fiesta, and 154 of Thomas O'Rafferty, assuming the 2 Irish Fiestas make it out. The top 2 again to go through to the A final. I'm going to take a brief pause then while we check on Todd Crooks and get his car removed. We'll be back underway as soon as the circuit is clear. So the track is clear and we are back in action with the B final for the supercars. Andy Grant in pole position alongside Mad Mark in the Citroen, Derek Tohill in the Ollie O'Donovan Focus. Then we've got Mark Flaherty and Noel Green on the second row. Behind them, Declan Kelly with his Ford Fiesta. 6 cars out there. First 2 finishers go through to the A final. They're about to get underway. Away we go. A poor start by Noel Green in the Mitsubishi. It's Andy Grant who will lead into that first corner. Mad Mark giving chase. A poor start by Derek Tohill as well, but again, not all that used to the car. That's Flaherty attacking here in number 77. He almost assaults Mark Watson there through the hairpin. Goodness me, and off goes Tohill further back in car 66. He's off onto the grass. He's gone through the Joker lap in recovery there, chased by Noel Green. So who's leading this? It's Andy Grant in number 3 in the Mark 1 Ford Focus, the ex-Will Gollop car. Mark Flaherty has managed to get through there for second place ahead of a rather disgruntled Mad Mark Watson in the Citroen. Smoke coming from his rear tyre. That's rubbing against the bodywork where he took a battering from Mark Flaherty into the hairpin for the first time. You can see there the tyre fouling against the wheel arch. He'll do his best to keep going until that tyre blows. Though they don't call him Mad Mark for nothing, the Barnard Castle-based driver. Fourth is Declan Kelly as Mark Flaherty takes the Joker lap. He'll drop to 4th. Mad Mark Watson and Kelly go through, and there's Derek Tohill recovering after briefly going off earlier on. Don't forget the first 2 go through to the A final. 3 Fords, line astern, coming through final corner there. Still smoke pouring off Mad Mark Watson's Citroen, but he's still second, and he's determined to push on. Look at this, for third place, Mark Flaherty. I think he'll be named Mad Mark soon with driving like that. Leans on Derek Tohill and then promptly overshoots the first corner, and Derek takes the place back again. God, goodness me. The Ford hordes in the midfield really squabbling with each other. Declan Kelly wants a piece of this as well in his Fiesta. Andy Grant's taken his Joker lap, comes out ahead of Derek Tohill and Mark Flaherty. Mark Watson's taken his as well. So, who's leading this now then? I think this might still be the battle for the lead actually, yes, because Grant and Watson took their Jokers at the same time. So Andy Grant is still leading, having taken his Joker lap. Oh, we've got somebody off. That's Noel Green. That's coming up towards Irish Ferries on the exit of Sayat on the loose section. Noel Green's Mitsubishi trying to get going again. Let's hope he can do so before the pack starts to bear down on him. Grant from Tohill. Derek Tohill could be heading for the A final here. Mark Flaherty is there in 3rd place in the ex-Cohen Powell's and Andy Scott Ford Focus in 3rd. Further back in 4th place is Mad Mark Watson. Andy Grant continues to lead then. There'll be 1 more lap to go this time. 3 Fords hold the first 3 places. 3 Ford Focuses. 3 very different Ford Focuses. Derek Tohill learns cars so quickly. In Ollie O'Donovan's backup Focus, the car that Ollie himself used for the first 3 rounds of this year's championship while getting his new Fiesta ready, chasing hard after Andy Grant. And Mark Flaherty's not finished yet either, and there's a collision there, and off goes Tohill. Now he clipped a stray tyre in the middle of the track there, and Mark Flaherty, I think we're going to have to rename him Mad Mark the way he's been driving in this one. The win goes to Andy Grant, and Mark Flaherty, in a very battered Focus, also qualifies for the A final. Derek Tohill is not going to be happy there, and I think nor is Mark Watson. That was a very bruising B final for the supercars. Through comes Noel Green. It was his off that deposited that tyre, I think, in the middle of the back straights. Here comes Noel Green through to finish behind Declan Kelly in 6th position. Thomas O'Rafferty, meanwhile, was a non-starter. So Grant and Flaherty, provisionally the drivers to go through. Debris being recovered by the marshal. That's a bit of one Ford Focus or another, I think. Bit of wheel arch line. Another souvenir for the marshals is that tyre which Derek Tohill tripped over there and got walloped by Mark Flaherty as a result. Mark lucking in and getting into the 8th final along with Andy Grant. But we're into the A finals next up then. Race number 49 is going to be for the junior category. And we've got all 6 of them out there by the look of things. In pole position will be number 96 of Bradley Durden. Alongside him, Sam Jones in number 10. And number 2, Drew Bellaby. Now, she's had a poor day by her usual standards so far. And will line up on the outside of the front row. The second row, 419 Brian Martin with his Nissan Micra. And number 13, Jenny Hawkes. And Jake Dooley missed 2 heats earlier on with a broken wheel bearing on the Toyota Starlet. Made it out the heat 3 only to spin out. And he lines up at the back of the grid, the reigning junior Irish Rallycross champion. See how he gets on here. Can he beat Brian Martin? Bradley Durden will start as the favourite then. 2 heat wins to Sam Jones is 1. Drew Bellaby will be out for revenge, though. It's a final time here at Mondello Park at round 4 of the MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group, and the first of our A finals gets underway. Good start by Drew Bellaby. Is she going to be able to pull ahead of Sam Jones and runs the first corner? There's contact on the run into it. Bellaby spins around, tangles up with Jones. Who's going to come through for this with the lead? Jones, I think, has recovered it. Bellaby's facing the wrong way. It's going to be the Micra that takes the lead. Look at that. Brian Martin takes the lead. Now, can he hold off the Suzuki Swifts? Jake Dooley's got through as well. He now shoves Sam Jones. Why? They go into the tyres. Goodness me, what a start. That's going to be a red flag, I reckon. You can't continue with 2 cars stuffed in the tyre wall like that. Meantime, Brian Martin leads, Brad Durden in second, and Jake Dooley is now probably thinking, for goodness sake, what else can go wrong for me today? I don't think we're going to be able to continue, though. I suspect we're going to see a red flag. Indeed we are. Race stopped. You can't continue with 2 cars off and a demolished tyre wall at the hairpin. Race is stopped, and let's hope we can get all 6 of them back out for the rerun. Undoubtedly very annoyed Jake Dooley drives off. He's been working all day with his team to replace that busted wheel bearing. Sam Jones off as well, and tyres everywhere. But it was a real messy start anyway there, with Drew Bellaby being spun out after contact with Sam Jones. Bradley Durden got boxed in and had to run wide. It was Brian Martin's Micra that was leading. And the only driver who escaped that, remarkably unscathed, was Jenny Hawkes. Perhaps she should be awarded the win by default. Well, there are Brian Martin, Brad Durden, Jenny Hawkes, Drew Bellaby. And they're going to have to do it all again. Sam Jones's car stuck there, and we hope that all 6 can make it back out for the rerun. Very angry Sam Jones there, clearly not happy with what went on into the first corner, gesticulating at Drew Bellaby, I think, there. Certainly a bit of needle creeping into junior rallycross this year between Bellaby, Jones and Durden. Sam Jones is the new kid on the block, of course, made his debut at the last round at Pembrey and finished second to Bradley Durden. So a bit of clear up needed once again. Perhaps it is going to be dark by the time we finish here at Mondello. It's the middle of summer, of course. Well, we'll be back underway then, just as soon as we can.
Didn't know we're having a barbecue. Martin has dropped it off. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we are now just about ready for the rerun of the MSA and Irish Junior Rallycross final. We don't have Sam Jones out there after his involvement in that crash with Jake Dooley, but Jake is back out there at the back of the grid in the Toyota Starlet. We've got Drew Bellaby, Bradley Durden, Jenny Hawkes, the three Swifts, and Brian Martin in his little Micra as well. So then there were 5. We have yet another rerun. I've lost count of how many reruns we've had today. This mayhem-filled day today here at Mondello Park in round 4 of the 2015 MSA Shannon Group British Rallycross Championship. So we get underway once again with the A final for the juniors. Drew Bellaby makes the start, and this time cuts across the front of Bradley Durden into the first corner and takes up the lead. Brian Martin in the Micra there in 3rd place. There's Jake Dooley having yet again repaired his Toyota Starlet. Oh, he's got a puncture. The left front tyre's flat. He must be so fed up, young Jake Dooley. Everything's gone wrong for him today. Still ahead of Jenny Hawkes in number 13. Now there you see the left front tyre is flat on the Starlet. So here come the leaders. Bellaby ahead of Durden. Brian Martin up there in 3rd place in his little Nissan. There's Jake Dooley. Just pushing on there as Brad Durden tries to attack for the lead. Down into turn 1 they go, into the 2nd lap. Who's going to be our first final winner of the day then? Well, Tony Simpson will be standing by in the pits waiting to interview them. Whoever it is, for our subsequent coverage. And here comes Bradley Durden moving up alongside Bellaby now. Side by side as they go into the back section of the circuit. There's contact. Bellaby sideways. She's nearly going to hit the banking. Gathers it up again. No, she doesn't. She spins out into the bank. Goodness me, what else can go wrong for Drew Bellaby today? She's going to be furious. So, Brad Durden takes up the lead. Brian Martin is up into 2nd place in the Micra. Drew Bellaby, having only finished 3rd in the previous round at Pembrey, is going to be absolutely furious. So Bradley Durden could be heading for his 2nd successive Junior Rallycross round win. It's his 1st season in the sport. Brian Martin, the local lad, up there in 2nd in his Micra. He only made his Rallycross debut at Galway 3 weeks ago. His main rival for the Irish Junior title this year, Jake Dooley, I think he's out of the race with that front puncture. We'll look back. No, he's still going. There he is. That puncture's not slowing him down, is it? Mind you, he's probably so wound up after everything that's gone on today. He's determined to bludgeon that car to the line, even if it finishes on 2 wheels. Durden continues to lead in the ex-Jake Taylor car. What else can happen in this race? Nobody left to challenge Bradley Durden now, really, is there? I don't think the less powerful Irish Spec 1 litre cars, as opposed to the 1300cc Suzuki Swifts, are going to catch Brad Durden here. There is Jake Dooley in his little Toyota. He's determined just to finish, I think, now. Has there ever been a Rallycross final with no finishes? Current form, we could well see that today. Dooley's not only still going, he's actually in 3rd place. Jenny Hawkes has been reeled in by the recovering Drew Bellaby. Here they are, the 2 young ladies battling it out. They're closing on Jake Dooley as well, so he needs to work here to keep his 3rd place around the final lap if Drew Bellaby closes back up. He's coming up to take Jenny Hawkes, who leaves her room there at turn 1. And doubtlessly angry Drew Bellaby goes through into 4th place, but it's going to be a win for this man, number 96. Bradley Durden is going to make it 2 A final wins in a row here in Ireland. He won at Pembrey and he wins at Mondello Park in a very controversial, it has to be said, MSA Junior final. Second place is going to go to Brian Martin in the Nissan Micra. He'll win his first A final in Irish Junior Rallycross. Drew Pellaby flings the car into the final corner. Is she going to catch Jake Dooley, who's going to finish on 3 tyres, and he's going to hang on incredibly to take third place. What an extraordinary race. Pellaby 4th, and Jenny Hawkes completes the finishes. So that's a rather stormy A final for the juniors, Dustin. Next up, it's going to be the A final for the Swift Sports. In pole position will be number 8 of Aidan Hills. Alongside him, Jack Brown in number 38 and number 25 of Darren Scott. Second row, Tristan Ovenden, the championship leader. Could we see him beaten in an A final for the first time this year? Alongside him will be Nathan Heathcote. Then on the third row, it's Rob Maynard in 76, and then the top 2 from the B final, Jake Taylor and David Ellis. They'll be on track in just a second. Cars are just about on the grid and in position then for our next final. It's starting to rain again here in Eastern Ireland. We are ready for action. This will be a 5-lap race for the Swift Sports. Waiting for the all clear from the marshals then. So are we going to see 4 out of 4 for Tristan Ovenden in 2015? We're about to find out. He's on the inside of the second row. Great start from the outside by Darren Scott in number 25. It looks like it's going to be Aidan Hills who's just got the lead into the first corner. Jack Brown gets squeezed out in car 38. Scott has run wide, and it's Aidan Hills who takes up the lead. He was champion in this division several years ago. Jack Brown's there in second place, and Ovenden's already made up 1 place. He goes ahead of Darren Scott in the 25. Went wide on the first corner. Rob Maynard and David Ellis head into the Joker lap section from the off. You can see a bit of rain falling here. Going by the colour of the sky, it looks like it might get a little bit heavier. This could throw drivers' plans into chaos. That's been enough chaos today already. So Aidan Hills leads them from Jack Brown. There is number 1, Tristan Ovenden in third place. Scott, Jake Taylor, the winner of the B final for the 3rd round in a row. He's in 5th position ahead of Nathan Heathcote. Wipers going as they head into the second lap. Hills led by just over a second at the end of lap 1. Anybody going for the Jokers? Yes. Ovenden, Scott and Taylor all together. Through the Joker lap they go. Jake Taylor improving with every race, keeping pace with his senior rivals. Rob Maynard and David Ellis battling it out for 7th place at the tail of the field. 6th place in fact it is now, because seems to have lost Nathan Heathcote somewhere. I haven't seen him come through. There's Nathan, he's ahead of this group. He slipped through without me seeing him there. I apologise, he's up to 3rd while everybody else took their Jokers. We missed him going through there. There are the leaders then, Aidan Hills and Jack Brown. Now Jack led home the A final at Liddon Hill at the 2nd round this year on Easter Monday, but forgot to take his Joker lap and was penalised. Aidan Hills takes his Joker lap there, so Jack Brown will inherit the lead. Nathan Heathcote takes his as well. So it's Ovenden 3rd, Darren Scott in 4th place. Here they come towards the end of another lap. 38, Jack Brown is your leader. There he goes. Tristan Ovenden in 3rd place behind Aidan Hills. Then we've got Darren Scott in 25, 2nd in the championship coming into this round. Are we going to see Tristan Ovenden defeated in an A final for the first time this year? Waiting to see if Aidan Hills, is he going to take his Joker lap this time? No, he's not. Through goes Jack Brown to take his. Aidan Hills will regain the lead. So it's Hills from Brown, then it's Ovenden. Scott in 4th place. Back in 5th, it's Jake Taylor ahead of Rob Maynard, Nathan Heathcote and David Ellis. Going through to complete their 4th lap. Aidan Hills out in front then. There'll be no mistakes when it comes to joker laps this time through, I'm sure. Aidan Hills has taken his already, I apologise. So it's Brown and Ovenden fighting it out for 2nd place. Jack Brown has already taken his, so has Tristan Ovenden. He took his joker early on. We're on the last lap now. Tristan Ovenden is really going to have to work hard here if he is going to keep up his unbeaten run in A finals this year, and I don't think he's going to do it. Aidan Hills has been trying so hard ever since he returned to Rallycross this year, and he's going to take the Swift Sport A final. Tristan Ovenden is defeated in an A final for the first time in 2015. Aidan Hills wins the Swift Sport A final. Jack Brown a brilliant 2nd, Tristan Ovenden 3rd, then it's Darren Scott in 4th place. Jake Taylor will take 5th. Then we've got Rob Maynard, Nathan Heathcote, and finally David Ellis, and most importantly, an incident-free race. So congratulations to Aidan Hills then. First man to beat Tristan Ovenden in an A final. The Swift Sports category this year. Could he be on for his 2nd Swift Sport title of his career? We'll find out later in the season. Next up, it's the LHMC RX 150 buggies. Chrissy Palmer comes into this as the points leader, only by a scant margin over the man starting in pole position, number 1, Mark Scott, the reigning champion. Palmer's qualified 2nd. Stephen Jones, number 9, completing the front rank. George Tracy lines up 4th on the grid, our guest driver in number 7. John Kenny has qualified 5th, and Mitchell Flaherty, after a crash in the heats early on when he hit the tyre wall on the back straights, completes the 6-strong grid. Don't forget, tomorrow the 87 buggy that John Kenny's driving will be taken over by former British Rally champion Daniel McKenna. See how he gets on at his Rallycross debut. So will it be Mark Scott or Chrissy Palmer then? They're the 2 overwhelming favourites, or will we see an upset here in this final for the RX 150s? No joker laps, remember, in this race number 51 of the day. Red lights have come on the gantry. And away they go, and Stephen Jones has stalled in number 9. He doesn't get away. It's Chrissy Palmer that's got the lead into the first turn. He almost gets a barge up the back there from Mark Scott into turn 1. Palmer holds the lead from Scott. George Tracy up there in 3rd place in number 7. Has a look on the inside of the hairpin. It's Palmer who leads. Here comes Scott trying to pull alongside. They're almost 3 abreast out of the hairpin. Palmer keeps his lead as they go through Seat Bend. Chrissy Palmer, the former Formula Ford Festival winner, leads from number 1 of Mark Scott. 3rd is George Tracy, and they've already raced clear of their opposition. John Kenny is up there in 4th, burning all the time on his Rallycross debut. Behind him is Mitchell Flaherty. Stephen Jones, who could have been the spanner in the works for the top 2 here, unfortunately stalling on the line. Throw it into that first cut. Look at the speed of these little buggies as they fling them sideways on the loose. It's Chrissy Palmer that leads, looking for his 2nd A final win of the season. He won the last round at Pembroke. Round 1 of the year was won by Dave Bellaby, absent today. 2nd round at Linden Hill, and Palmer's gone wide there, coming through out of Seat, and through goes Scott into the lead. Chrissy Palmer just gave it a bit too much welly there, coming through the loose section, ran out wide, and Mark Scott didn't need asking twice, and through he went. Meantime, the battle is on between John Kenny and Mitchell Flaherty further back for 4th place. Flaherty goes through. So it's Scott that leads now from Palmer. Scott won the 2nd round of the year at Linden Hill. Palmer won round 3 at Pembroke. Palmer back up the inside now. Scott runs a little bit wide through the hairpin, and George Tracy spins. That's the 3rd place man in trouble. So we could see a change for 3rd if Mitchell Flaherty gets his toe down and tries to catch up. Stephen Jones, I can tell you, has retired. Tracy's got going. We'll see if he's kept that third place as Scott and Palmer continue their fight. They've been battling all day long in their two buggies, number 1 and number 99. Turn one, they head. Mark Scott brakes as late as he dares, throws the buggy sideways. Knows if he makes one mistake, Chrissy Palmer will be through like a shot. Brilliant between these two. Palmer to the inside again, coming through the hairpin. No, can't pull alongside. Pressure Mark Scott into a mistake. What a superb race between these two. Right to the inside, Chrissy Palmer, he won't get through into Irish Ferries, just too narrow there. Into final corner. All lap to run after this. There's George Tracy. I think he's managed to salvage third place despite that spin. Just between these two now though. Bringing it through turn 1 again. Oh, Mark Scott's gone wide under the grass as they come on the run up towards the hairpin. Palmer's through. Scott back on the brakes at the inside of the hairpin. He's lost it. Oh, I thought he was going to T-bone Chrissy Palmer there, and that surely lost Mark Scott the chance of victory. Goodness me, what a dramatic battle between these two. Chrissy Palmer is now clear. He's just got to keep his nose clean around the last couple of corners now to win his second successive A final and increase his lead in the championship. The new sensation of RX 150 Rallycross. Here he comes. Chrissy Palmer makes it 2 A final wins in a row. Mark Scott, a late mistake there while challenging for the lead. He has to settle for second place. And it's going to be George Tracy, I think, who will come through for third position. Waiting to see who's going to cross the line for fourth place. There is John Kenny. Well done to him on his Rallycross debut. George Tracy takes third. It's going to be Mitchell Flaherty who comes through fourth. John Kenny completes the finishes. Stephen Jones, unfortunately, was a retirement. So well done to Chrissy Palmer then. That's 2 A final wins in a row and the first driver in RX 150 to win 2 A finals this year. Next up, it's the A final for the BMW Minis and Hot Hatches. And it should have been Super 1600 as well, but unfortunately we haven't got any serviceable Super 1600 cars left because we lost both Craig Lomax and Andrew Toomey earlier on. So we've just got a pair of BMW Minis, David Bell and Martin Hawks, and the 2 serviceable hot hatch cars of Thomas Velgosh and Paul Mayborn, because of course Robert Potera broke down in Heat 1 as well. So from a potential field of 7 cars, we've only got 4. Thomas Velgosh in pole position in the Peugeot 106, alongside him David Bell in the BMW Mini. Paul Mayborn completes the front row, and Martin Hawks the only other car left running. So how many do you think are going to finish this one? Hopefully all 4 of them. Away they go. Thomas Velgosh gets away well, so does Paul Mayborn. They predictably outpace the less powerful BMW Minis. It's the 106 that leads into the first corner, ahead of Paul Mayborn, the man from Sittingbourne, in the Citroen Saxo. Third place, David Bell, leading BMW Mini champion. See how slippery it's getting out there with this rain shower falling. Paul Mayborn is a bit wide there. The Minis have gone for the Joker lap, I think, at the first attempt. Indeed they have. So we're going to see 2 races in one here, very much so. 2 French hatchbacks fighting for the lead. BMW Minis, I suspect, will be fighting the third overall and their class win. Martin Hawks switching to BMW Mini. In the car that I believe his daughter Jenny will race next year on her graduation from juniors. As we said earlier, began the season in a Peugeot 206 in the Super National division, but unfortunately wrote that off in a big accident at Pembrey. The last round, he was lucky to escape without serious injury himself there when he spun coming out of the last corner at Pembrey and cannon head on into the pit wall. David Bell, it's a bit of a lock up of the rear wheels there as he flings it through this slippery hairpin. There's our leader, Thomas Velgosh, in the Peugeot. All set to make it 4 out of 4 in Hot Hatch this year, and already put the title pretty much, I would say, beyond the reach of anybody else. I suspect Hot Hatch is going to be the first title we see wrapped up in British Rallycross this year. Thomas is unbeaten in A finals so far this year. Best to Craig Lomax last season when Craig was in his Saxo before moving up to Super 1600. Craig, of course, should have been out in this race with his new C2, but that broke down earlier on, as did Andrew Toomey, so Super 1600 division will unfortunately go down as no finishers. Waiting for our second place man to come through. It's David Bell. Seems to have lost Paul Mayborn. Now there he is, just behind Martin Hawkes a little further back. So Velgosh took his joker lap and continues to lead. David Bell a few car lengths behind him. No such problem for Thomas. Just easing it home now. He knows he doesn't need to take any risks. He knows that the BMW Mini's already taken its joker lap and is probably unlikely to catch his Peugeot. David Bell just looking for a class win to extend his championship lead, especially after a retirement at Pembrey. Let John Clayton in to win the last round at Pembrey. John not here this weekend, nor are the Hudson brothers. They missed the last round at Pembrey as well. Gosh, even able to afford to slow up here. He doesn't really mind if David Bell beats him home here, because they are in completely different championships after all. Nice little scrap going on for third as well further back. Paul Mayborn and Martin Hawkes together. I said we'd get 2 races in one. I didn't quite mean like this. Mayborn in the white Saxo, sent by Motor Parts Direct. Keeps his third place. A bit wide there through the hairpin. It will be checkered flag this time for Thomas Velgosh. Here they come towards Irish Ferries corner. Next up it will be the stock hatch 8 valve category, the Peugeot 205s, and David Bell trying to pull alongside Thomas Velgosh. They're out of the final corner. He just hasn't quite got the power to do it. Well, they're going to finish side by side, and Velgosh is going to take the win, so he keeps up his unbeaten run in Hot Hatch this year. David Bell wins the BMW Minis. There was just a tenth of a second between them at the flag there. Paul Mayborn takes third overall and second in class. Martin Hawkes fourth overall and second in class. So a grid of Peugeot 205s making their way forward next. It's going to be the final for the 8-valve stock hatch category, with one exception, of course, the Dan Dowling Citroën Saxo, and he's out-qualified on the 205s. Starts from the pole. Alongside him will be Peter McGarry and Damien Farrell in 803 and 839. Second row, Kieran Murphy in 805 and treble 8 Patrick Bateman. Yes, they're both present. Adrian Farrell in 816, James O'Shea in 874, and Tom Murphy in car 812. Grid of 8 cars, 7 Peugeots, 1 Citroën, for an all-Irish event next for the stock hatch 8-valve category. We go the 5 laps. Following this will be the final for the 16-valve category. Then it'll be the Super Modified and Super National final. Then the big race, the Supercar A final, and lastly the final for the Retro Rallycross cars. And then we'll be back tomorrow to do it all again here on AMG TV, starting at around 10:30. Waiting the all clear then from the marshals. The wipers swinging furiously as the rain comes down. Red lights are on the gantry. Now we go green. And we're underway, and a good start by Peter McGarry in the Peugeot, trying to move across on Dan Dowling Citroen. He's done it. Peter McGarry leads them into the first corner. A bit of push and shove further back, and James O'Shea nearly goes off in 874. Is he going to be collected? Oh, not quite. Yes, he is going to be collected eventually there by Patrick Bateman in car 888. That crash went on for about 200 yards. So Dan Dowling in the Saxo goes into his Joker lap then. Look at the oh dear, it looks very second hand now. James O'Shea's car. It was a Peugeot 202.5, it's a Peugeot 199 now. Somehow he's keeping going though, and here come the leaders. 803 Pops, Peter McGarry leads from 839 of Damien Farrell, and 805 Kieran Murphy, the winner of Heat 1, is there in third position. 3 Peugeots fighting it out together. 816 of Adrian Farrell is there in fourth position. You're going to see Damien Farrell, I think, out in the Fiesta category tomorrow as well. Really pushing for the lead here is Damien on the back. Oh, and got some smoke there from the McGarry car as 805 Kieran Murphy goes into his Joker lap. He's out of shape there. He's going to hit the tyres. Oh, not quite. I think his transponder's not working either, because he's not showing as having come through on the first lap. McGarry leads then from a very determined looking Damien Farrell as the rain comes down here at Mondello Park. They're well clear of their opposition, these two. Adrian Farrell third. Dan Dowling, having taken his Joker lap, is back up into fourth place. Ahead of fifth position, it's Patrick Bateman. And behind him, it's Kieran Murphy. For some reason, Kieran Murphy, his first lap didn't register with the transponders. Tom Murphy was an early retirement in 812 as McGarry takes his Joker lap. That's given Damien Farrell a clear lead in 839. McGarry rejoins in fourth place behind Dan Dowling in the Saxo and behind Adrian Farrell. So it's the Farrell family running 1 and 2 in their 205s. Fifth position is Patrick Bateman in treble 8. And we've got Kieran Murphy in 805. I don't think we've got James O'Shea or Tom Murphy still running, unsurprisingly, after that collision on the first corner. This is the fight for the second place now then. Dan Dowling is up to second. Still your leader is Damien Farrell in car number 839, out in front of all this lot. 5 cars now squabbling for second place, one of them heading for the Joker section there, and Damien Farrell, is he going to rejoin with the lead? No, Dan Dowling pulls ahead, just ahead of Damien Farrell. He judged that to perfection. Dan Dowling got the early Joker lap in, it's just done enough to stay ahead of the squabbling Peugeots. Damien Farrell second, McGarry is there in third place, then it's Bateman in fourth and Kieran Murphy in behind them as well. The big loser in the Joker laps in this one was Adrian Farrell. He's going to drop down to sixth place as Dan Dowling leads into the final lap. Can the Citroen defeat the hordes of Peugeot 205s? Not if Damien Farrell's got anything to do with it. He's all over the back of Dan Dowling. He's going to try and go around the outside into the hairpin. That's not going to work. He's off onto the grass, through the tyres. That was the Club Auto Test method there from Damien Farrell. It hasn't worked. He's dropped into about sixth place. So Dan Dowling leads then from Peter McGarry. It's Bateman who's come through into third place in treble 8. Kieran Murphy, the winner of Heat 1, is there in fourth place. 6 cars are going to go the distance. Going down towards the checkered flag then. It's going to be a win for the Citroen Saxo. Dan Dowling, here he comes. He's going to defeat all the Peugeots. Punches the air as he crosses the line. Well done. Dan Dowling wins the A final for the stock hatch 8 valvers. Who's going to come through for second place? I think it's Kieran Murphy got second place there on the line, just ahead of Peter McGarry and Patrick Bateman after our last corner sort out. Then Damien and Adrian Farrell dropped to 5th and 6th after their strong early showing. James O'Shea and Tom Murphy, not surprisingly, failed to finish. And that is our current view of the back straight. Honest. Anyone got a lens cloth for our cameraman? No, that is an unmanned camera I can tell you. That's our producers put there, so that's why we can't see anything through it at the moment. Onto the stock hatch 16 Valvas, the more powerful Peugeots next up then, and in pole position for this one will be number 760 Owen Murray, the ex-touring car man. Eugene and John Ward, 720 and 711, father and son, will start alongside him. Then on the second row, 795, which is Derek Lenehan in his one mirrored Peugeot. Well, some teams going home already to get ready for tomorrow. Look. Careful on that motorbike in these wet conditions. Hope they get clear in time. They realise the next race is forming up. Second row of this grid, Derek Lenehan in his one mirrored Peugeot 106 and 709, which is Michael Duke. Then on the third row will be 761 of Ian Fishbourne, 799, which is Keith Kershaw, and 789 of John Dowling. Yes, all 8 of them are present and correct. Bit of sweeping up to do for the hard-working marshals. Thanks again to the marshals for their hard work here at Mondello Park today. Without marshals, there would be no motorsport. It's as simple as that. Also provided by the County Kildare Motor Club, among other clubs here today. So, Owen Murray in pole position, won the third heat. Let's see if he can make it a heat and final double. John Ward and Michael Duke, the other heat winners from earlier on. Peugeot 106 is locking out the top 6 places on the grid then for this one, along with the Citroen C2 of Keith Kershaw and the Saxo of John Dowling. The rain continues to come down. They're sweeping up just to be completed there. Thanks to all of you who've tweeted in at Mid Sports Media, got in touch via live stream as well. Can't read out all your messages, I'm afraid, but do keep getting in touch, and we'll try and read some of them out during tomorrow's broadcast as well. It started around 10:30 tomorrow morning. So can anyone stop Owen Murray then? Car number 760. This is going to be a close race, I reckon. These 106s very evenly matched. Just awaiting the all clear from the marshals. The track has been swept and the marshals are back at their posts. Hi to Phil Kinch at Tin Top Guru on Twitter, who's listening in via live stream. Finally found 5 minutes in the day to catch up with British Rallycross, he says. Good to have you on board, Phil. John Ward using the door to cool down there. I know I said, has anyone got a lens cloth, but I didn't ask you to prove it. So we are underway then, and a bit of bumping and boring between the Ward family off the grid, and it's Eugene Ward that gets spun out by his son John. Oh dear. That won't be a great atmosphere in the bar after the meeting, I don't think. It's Owen Murray that's taken up the running ahead of Derek Lenehan and Michael Duke into the first turn. John Ward still battling on with Ian Fishbourne in there, and where's Eugene Ward? Heading back to the paddock, that's where. Oh dear, family ties have certainly been ditched there. Ian Fishbourne's got some damage to the passenger side as well in car 761. It's Owen Murray that leads the way ahead of Derek Lenehan in the red Peugeot, Michael Duke in third in the blue example. They complete the opening lap then. John Ward is down to 5th after his front row start, after colliding with his father Eugene off the line. Owen Murray leads by just over a second at the conclusion of the first lap. Did anyone stop the ex-touring car race? First wins here at Mondello Park came at the wheel of a Fiat Punto in the days in the late 1990s of a one-make championship for them. He moved on into the UK to race Ford Fiestas after that, before progressing on to the world of touring cars. Now making the switch to Rallycross. There's Michael Duke, looking back a little now in third place. their second lap then. It's Owen Murray who leads the way. Second place is Lenihan. Ian Fishbourne is up to third place. Michael Duke has taken his joker lap last time through, I think, so he'll have dropped down to fourth. John Ward is fifth. And we should see John Dowling, Keith Kershaw, as we saw on the first lap. Eugene Ward has retired back into the paddock. Division of the first bend. And Owen Murray hang on for victory then. First round win of the year, if I remember rightly, in the Irish Rallycross Championship. 1.6 seconds was the gap last lap through between Murray and Lenihan. Here's our two Citroens at the back of the field. John Dowling in the Saxo, it's battered after a collision in Heat 1. Keith Kershaw's new C2 in behind him, still learning the ropes with that car. Here's Keith. Eric Lenihan throws it in around the hairpin. Pushing on, trying to catch Owen Murray for the lead. Not everybody, I don't think, has taken their jokers yet. And Ian Fishbourne going well up there in third place. Owen Murray's teammate, the Yokohama tyre sponsor car. Damaged the passenger door, you can see then. Some rallycross drivers would argue it's not a proper rallycross race unless you come back with a dent or two. Michael Duke still there in fourth, and the blue 106, a late entry on today's programme. Owen Murray continues to lead. Through the heck, into the joker lap he goes. Is he going to be able to hold the lead here ahead of Derek Lenihan? Certainly looks as if he is. In fact, all the top three have taken their joker laps together, so there won't be any changes up front. Slightly lacklustre end to this final for the 16 valve stock hatches. Here comes Owen Murray, a little bit of a wobble there through the last corner, but it matters not. Owen Murray takes a heat and final double for a clear win in our 16 valve stock hatch category. It's been close to second across the line. Derek Lenihan just beats Michael Duke home following a late charge by him. Then we've got John Ward. Fishbourne drops to fifth after taking his joker on the last lap there. Keith Kershaw beats John Dowling in the battle of the Citroens. Eugene Ward, of course, for retirement. So next up on track here at Mondello, we've got, I think, three races still to go. Race 55 up next, which is the final for the MSA Super Nationals and the Irish Super Modified category. This is going to be a very competitive race indeed, by my reckoning. In pole position, through consistency, after everybody else seemed to hit trouble earlier on, something of a surprise, we have number 14, Tony Lynch, in the BMW Mini on pole. Alongside him will be Pierce Brown in the number 105 BMW, and completing the front row, number 200, which is the Corsa of Padraig Leeson, completing the front row of the grid. Double heat win for him. Struggled in the other one. They're all present on the grid. Second row of the grid, number 103, which is Willie Coyne's Opel Corsa, and number 13, the Metro of Gavin Jess. Then we've got number 96, Gareth Wood, in the Ford KA. Dan Rook in number 40, the championship leader in Super National, and number 48 of Patrick Ryan in the Vauxhall Nova. That's a very mixed up grid. This has certainly been the most open category today. Loads of the front runners have hit problems. Some of them ended up in the C final. And I've genuinely no idea who's going to win this. British hopes will be on Dan Rook in the middle of the back row in the little Citroën AX, see if he can keep his championship lead in Super National. There's only three Englishmen out there. Away we go with the Super National Super Modified A final. There's a collision off the grid and smash. The Metro gets hit by Willie Coyne and into the side of, I think that was Pierce Brown's BMW. So Gavin Jess, I think his race is over before it's begun. The Metro took a right wallop there. I think, he went into the side of Tony Lynch. Look, the window's been smashed on the BMW Mini. He goes into his joker lap, so pick up who's leading this in just a moment. The passenger door stoved in on Tony Lynch's car, the window smashed as well, and your leader is the number 200 of Padraig Leeson in his Corsa. It's Pierce Brown in the BMW in second, and Gareth Wood in the Ford KA is in third. He's the top English runner. Patrick Ryan is fourth. Then we've got Dan Rook in fifth place in the AX. Willie Coyne, after that incident off the start line, is sixth. Tony Lynch, the pole sitter, down to seventh, and Gavin Jess out of the race. Complete mayhem in this category all day. It's not over yet because Dan Rook makes a challenge on Patrick Ryan. Has he overshot the hairpin? Not quite. He's just going to stay ahead. Ryan's going for the Joker lap in his Nova. So Padraig Leeson in the number 200 Corsa. As the sun comes out here at Mondello Park, all of a sudden continues to lead the way. Piers Brown in the BMW is there in second place, compact. Still no idea who's going to win this because not everybody's taken their Jokers yet. Gareth Wood's up there in third, and he's fighting with Dan Rook to be the top Englishman. In fact, Gareth Wood, if he gets good results over the second half of this year, could we have an outside chance of taking the title this year in Super English? The top rows have been so inconsistent. He'll lose out to Tony Lynch in the BMW. So still your leader is Padraig Leeson in the Corsa. He's elected the pit straight, clear of Piers Brown in the BMW. It's Gareth Wood and Dan Rook. They're fighting to be the top Englishman. Third and fifth behind them, Willie Coyne in his Corsa. Rook trying to make a move as they come up into the hairpin. Gareth Wood gives him racing room and the AX goes through. Crucial come the championship deciders later this year as into the Joker lap go our first two. And our first three. Dan Rook goes through to second place as a result, but it looks as though Padraig Leeson is heading for victory in this one. Oh, Gareth Wood rejoins right in the middle of this midfield battle, and Patrick Ryan had to throttle back to avoid him there in the Nova. Battle for third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh now. My goodness me, five of them together, but two leaders away and clear. Padraig Leeson is dominating this in the Corsa. He's onto his last lap now. This is the fight for third place. Gareth Wood losing out there in the Joker laps. There's Dan Rook up there in second. Now he's taking his Joker lap. There's going to be a six-way fight for second on the run to the line here. This is going to be an exciting finish. Where is Dan Rook going to feed back in? Here he comes. He's going to come back in fifth place behind Tony Lynch. So they're chopping and changing all the time. Rook's gone wide now. Padraig Leeson's missing all the fun. He's way out in front and he's going to take the win. He's already crossed the line to take the checkered flag. Who's going to be second? Six of them together. Here they come on the run to the line. It looks as though Piers Brown is just going to hang on in the BMW ahead of Willie Coyne. It's an Irish 1-2-3. And who was the top Englishman home? It was Tony Lynch by 0.04 of a second. What an extraordinary finish. Lynch gets fourth, Rook fifth, Ryan sixth, Gareth Wood seventh. There's the timings confirmed. You can see just how close it was. 2.2 seconds covering second to seventh. Closest race of the day by far. But out in front of all of it, winning by over 10 seconds, Padraig Leeson in the Corsa. Quick switcheroo in the programme here, as you can see, ladies and gents. We are going to run the Rippler Retro Rallycross final before the big race, the Supercar A final. So not only gives the Retros a chance to shine before the big race of the day at the end of the programme, but also gives the track the chance to dry out a little more for the Supercars as well. So here come the Retros then, in pole position for the Rippler Retro Rallycross final will be number 66 Barry Stewart in the Porsche 911. Alongside him, number 136 Dave Aiken in his Vauxhall Astra, the ex-Tony Bardi machine. Completing the front row, number 14 Ray Morgan in the Escort. Second row, number 45, Lance Foster, who keeps repairing that Mini for more. And 909, Patrick Donoghue in his Peugeot 205 GTI. He was meant to be only competing tomorrow, according to the entry list, but deciding to have a go today as well. Tomorrow we'll see 904, Peter O'Brien, out in action in a Peugeot 205 GTI as well. There are a few more cars joining the entry. Join us at around 10:30 tomorrow morning for more Rallycross action here at Mondello Park. Another 50 plus races to come. Will my voice last the distance? 5 cars on the grid then. Bright sunshine now, you wouldn't even know it had been raining 15 minutes ago. Unless you're one of our cameramen, of course. Yes, all credit to our camera personnel out there in the field, enduring all weathers, for bringing you the action here today while I'm sitting in the commentary box. I'm probably going to get a bucket of water over my head for saying that now. Yes, we know it can be arranged later, Mr. Producer, thank you. So, Barry Stewart in the Porsche on pole position then. Can Davy Aiken take a win for Ireland in the X-Works Vauxhall Astra Mark II GTE? Or are we going to see a second successive A final win in Rippler Retro Rallycross for that lovely Mark III Escort BDA of Rain? Remarkable result in the Super Nationals we saw earlier on, sorry. About to go racing once again then, just awaiting the all clear from the marshals, waiting for the red lights to come on. And the red flag is held aloft. We have a false start. I think that was Davy Aiken who jumped the start there. So we're going to have to try again with that one, a jump start for, I believe, Dave Aiken there in the Astra. He's called back. It's a warning from the marshal. Try again. The 5-second board is held out from the pit wall. The red lights come on and they get away this time. Away go the retros for 5 laps of action. Barry Stewart gets away best in the Porsche, heading down into turn 1 ahead of Ray Morgan. A slower getaway for Davy Aiken in the Astra. This time he drops to the tail of the pack. Stewart leads from Morgan. It's Lance Foster in that irrepressible little Mini. And then the 2 Irishmen, Donoghue and Aiken, together at the back of the field. No joker laps in retros, as we told you earlier. Barry Stewart's Porsche continues to lead. And in the almost Martin Shanker lookalike Escort giving chase. It'd be the ultimate coup if we could get Martin Shanker out in that car. Maybe at Linden Hill later in the year. Maybe taking on Will Gollop in his Metro 6R4. And I think Lance Foster's in trouble again. Yes, the Mini has dropped to the rear of the field. Maybe those repairs at the rear end haven't worked as well as Lance Foster would have liked, the Mini Spares man from County Durham. Oh, he's trying to fight back there on the back of Dave Aiken in the Vauxhall Astra. They're all over the back of Patrick Donoghue, who's going well in the Peugeot 205. Most famous campaigners of 205s, Matti Alamäki and Seppo Niittymaki as well. Get those 2 out along with Shanker and Gollop. That would be the best rallycross race ever organised. And John Welch in that Astra as well, you never know. Well, John Welch still involved in motorsport. His son Dan now racing touring cars as Davy Aiken attacks into turn 1 there, all over the back of Patrick Donoghue's 205. And up front it's still Barry Stewart looking for his first final win of the year. Around the hairpin go the 2 Irishmen further back in the order. Ahead of Lance Foster, Mini still going a little further back. In the fight for 3rd place, they're the leader. Barry Stewart ahead of 14, Ray Morgan. Yes. Racing lap 3, it's last lap this time I think. It's going to be just 4 laps rather than 5. They're still side by side, these 2, Davy Aiken and Patrick Donoghue. Lance Foster further back in 5th in his Mini. Donoghue all over the back of Davy Aiken. first heat. It's going to be checkered flag this time. It's 4 laps as opposed to 5 for the retros. Can Ray Morgan catch Barry Stewart's Porsche? I don't think he's going to. Barry missed the first couple of meetings this year with mechanical problems. It's all come good for him here in Ireland in the Porsche 911. Here he comes towards the checkered flag. It's a win for number 66. Barry Stewart takes it. Ray Morgan comes over in second. Third place, Davy Aiken wins the Battle of the Irish and Patrick Donoghue. Fifth place will go to the battered Lance Foster and his equally battered Millie. There's your timings confirmed then, and next up it's the big one, the A final for the supercars in association with Odyssey Battery. Let's give you the grid then for our big race, the supercar A final. In pole position it will be number 26, Andy Scott, the championship leader. Alongside him, number 1 of Julian Godfrey. Beating the front row, number 10, Kevin Proctor. On the second row, number 2, Ollie O'Donovan with the Ford Fiesta. Alongside him, number 11, Jeffrey Dolan. He's done very well indeed, with some consistent results to make it into 5th position on the grid for this one. Third row of the grid, number 5, which is Steve Hill in his Mitsubishi. And behind him will be the top 2 from the B final, Andy Grant in the Ford Focus and Mark Flaherty in number 77. Those are your 8 qualifiers. Supercar A final. Round 4. The 2015 MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group and Odyssey Batteries. This is the final race of the day, and it's time for a much-earned punter case. Not too much though, because we're back to do it all again tomorrow. Join us online at amgtv.co.uk from around 10:30 tomorrow morning here at Mondello Park. So it's time for the big race of the day then. 8 cars on the grid, racing over 5 laps, the Supercar A final. Who's it going to be then this time? Andy Scott and Julian Godfrey have done the winning so far this year. They head the grid. Let's get ready to rumble with the Supercar A final. They're away. A rocket start by Julian Godfrey from the middle of the front row. Kevin Proctor goes with him on the outside. Scott's coming the inside line. He hits Proctor into the first turn. Scott spins into the infield. Off goes Andy Scott. The championship leader could be out of the race. So it's Julian Godfrey in car number 1 who leads. Proctor in second. O'Donovan in his Fiesta in third place. He heads straight into the Joker lap. So the new car gives away third place. Oh, he's almost lost it there. Mark Flaherty following in his wheel tracks. O'Donovan spins. Now, does that count as the Joker lap? Because he's only gone halfway through that section. Something flew off Steve Hill's Mitsubishi there as well. We'll confirm the race order at the end of the first lap, but I don't know if half a Joker lap counts there. Steve Hill's got a puncture. He's heading into the gravel. Andy Scott's come to a halt in the Joker lap section. Steve Hill's out of the race. He's got a puncture on the left front. That'll have damaged his steering. So it's Godfrey that leads, looking for his second successive round win. Kevin Proctor is second. Third place, Jeffrey Dolan upholding local honour. He goes into the Joker lap. Andy Grant, the B final winner, is in 4th place. There is Godfrey. His year started off a bit slowly with mechanical troubles, but he's won at Pembrake. He's coming up to lap Andy Scott, who's had an absolutely disastrous start, and he's in plumb last at the end of lap 1. Andy Grant's through to 4th, then it's O'Donovan. Mark Flaherty is 6th, and then Steve Hill, who I think has dropped out of the race with that front puncture. So Kevin Proctor is left to give chase to Julian Godfrey. There was 2.4 seconds in it at the end of the first lap. Julian Godfrey has got to lap Andy Scott, and I don't think somehow that Andy Scott is going to take very kindly to being lapped by Julian Godfrey, his championship rival. I hope he's not going to balk the 4-time champion here. So if Andy does the decent thing and lets Julian Godfrey through, Kevin Proctor keeping a watching brief in 2nd place. Mark Flaherty has stopped on the track Now, where is that? It's coming out of the hairpin, right in the middle of the track. I wonder if we're going to see a red flag here, in fact, because Mark Flaherty's right on the track there, just after the turn off for the Joker lap section. The top two go through, Godfrey and Proctor. To be perfectly honest, there's nobody else really in this race now. But can the race continue with Mark Flaherty's car right in the middle of the track there on the entry to Sayat corner? Meantime, here's the fight for fourth place between Andy Grant and Ollie O'Donovan. Focus against Fiesta. I think they're still behind Jeffrey Dolan. Yes, there's the Astra. He could be on for a podium place here. Great performance by the Irishman on his home circuit. So good for Ollie O'Donovan, though, as here comes Julian Godfrey. He's already taken his Joker lap. The gap is coming down slightly to Kevin Proctor. I don't think he's going to get him, though. I think he's going to run out of time. Something flew off the back of the Fiesta there. So it looks like it is going to be a win for Julian Godfrey. There's the checkered flag. Godfrey takes his second A-final win of the year. There's bits of bodywork flying everywhere off all the cars, I think. Second place goes to Kevin Proctor. And who's going to be third? Looks like it's going to be Jeffrey Dolan in the Opel Astra. He takes an excellent third place. Fourth is Andy Grant, the B-final winner. Ollie O'Donovan breaks in his new car with fifth. And then beyond that, Andy Scott, I think, is going to be the only other finisher. So a typically lively and controversial A-final for the supercars here at Croft today, at Mondello Park today. You can tell it's been a long day, can't you? Congratulations to Julian Godfrey, winning by 2.3 seconds there at the line, ahead of Kevin Proctor. Jeffrey Dolan, a local lad, takes third. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That's just about concludes our coverage of this very long day here at the home of motorsport in Ireland at Mondello Park, and that's just day one of this marathon weekend of British Rallycross. Albertech Racing's own personal grandstand on the back of their transporter is lowered. They won't be too pleased, unfortunately, their man getting spun out on the opening lap and fighting back to sixth. And there's Mark Flaherty, his car giving up the ghost midway through, as did that of Steve Hill. So the crowd heads home then. I'm sure they'll all be back tomorrow, as will myself, Dave Goddard, and all our crew here at AMG Television, amgtv.co.uk. Thanks to all our tweeters today as well at Midsports Media for getting in touch today. We'll be back, of course, to do it all again tomorrow. We start at around 10:30 AM tomorrow with round 5 of the 2015 MSA British Rallycross Championship in association with the Shannon Group. But for now, I've run out of voice. I need a pint of Guinness. It's goodbye from me, Dave Goddard, on behalf of all of us here at AMG Television Productions. Thanks very much for watching. Goodbye for today. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye for now.